Well, a very good morning to you all from Virginia International Raceway, just outside of Danville, Virginia. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company as always. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by Joseph Mudrock. Hello, Joseph.
I'm doing a good job.
And hello, JT. JT Tammy with us.
Good morning.
Yep, we're in a bit of a hurry this morning, but I think we're off to a better start than we were all yesterday anyway. So thanks for everybody sticking with us yesterday. We're set for a really good second 8-hour enduro today as well. Yesterday it was the number 99 Team GTR BMW that won overall and a GTO, of course. The grid this morning being set by fastest race lap. So we'll see them a little bit further down the GTO field. So a little shakeup from the way things ended yesterday, but as always, this is endurance racing, so anything can happen, and as Murray Walker has famously said, it usually does. Our field of 70 plus from yesterday, I suspect, is going to be whittled down a little bit this morning. We know we've lost a couple of key players. The split decision racing BMW will not be back. That car's being sent back to its home base to be rebuilt in advance of Sebring after an incident yesterday. Everybody's all okay, though, and those that made it through the race unscathed yesterday, more or less unscathed, are ready to go again this morning. Gentlemen, the theme yesterday morning, especially before noon, was some seriously increased attrition in GTO. Now, a lot of those cars made it back out on track, but when we walked through the paddock at about 10:30, 11 o'clock, there were way more cars down there than we're used to seeing in GTO. So your thoughts on what maybe caused that? Is it the track, or we just did we see a little more contact? What are we thinking?
I think some of it's going to be GTO's got a little bit higher proportion of driver coaches or pro adjacent drivers, and they're going to be pushing it a lot closer to the limit. It turns out the limited VIR is a lot less forgiving, and certainly a little less forgiving on some of these cars in particular.
JT, you're something of our lower class specialist. Easy for me to say, still working through the coffee. You spend a lot of time kind of keeping an eye on timing and scoring. Yesterday, we tend to lose track of the lower classes just because the depth in GTO is what it is in the World Racing League. But actually, two really compelling class battles yesterday. The win in GP2 and the win in GP3 yesterday, kind of going down to the last half hour of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw, for the most part, pretty decent reliability in the lower production classes. I'd say the biggest hits were probably GP1, seeing some of the fastest cars running into issues, especially early in the race. But in GP2 and GP3, we did see things start to come down to the wire towards the end, especially into the last hour. In both those classes, neither win was secure, and the teams really had to work hard to make sure they could get that win in those classes. And so hopefully we'll see the same sort of thing today.
Yeah, GP1 yesterday, we kind of put that to one side. It was the lone bright spot for round 3 racing. After a pretty torrid day otherwise, the number 701 was able to bring home the class victory by a margin of a couple of laps, which is, like we said, kind of all they had going for them yesterday. As the field completes its first of 2 pace laps and heads off into turn 1 again. GP2, the win picked up yesterday by, I believe it was RK Motorsports, number 87. North Loop Motorsports, who came home second, going to start behind them in third. The class pole sitter in GP2, the Fat and Furious Racing BMW. I haven't seen them out. There they are. They are back out on track. So hopeful that whatever issues plagued them yesterday and eventually ended up with that car in the turn 9 tire wall are resolved, because I think we could be on for another GP2 battle again today, regardless of whether or not that 525 is back at pace and has its mechanical issues resolved. GP3, Craftsman Auto Care won the class yesterday. The number 407. They'll start on the class pole, I believe, this morning. And then up in GTO, we already saw them across the line. The number 12, New Light Motorsports, BMW M4, will lead the field to green this morning. The number 143 Pro Sport Aston Martin in second there. You see the NP01 from Team Citation in third. That's the number 555. We mentioned yesterday, but didn't really address at the end of the race, and we can spend a minute or two talking about this here. We know that the Stratus Racing number 59 NP01 that has featured frequently at the top of the GTO and overall classifications this year is running to a different power to weight ratio for data collection purposes in advance of determining how WRL is going to handle these prototypes moving forward. They're running at 10.5 to 1 instead of 9 to 1, which the rest of the GTO field is at, and they're running to a limited fuel capacity, which is also true of the Citation car. That car, I believe, is starting 10th this morning, based on its fastest lap time from yesterday. So there's no doubt now that these purpose-built race cars have been slowed down, or this car is slowed down, by voluntarily running to the lower limit. Fair enough. That car ended up P4 yesterday, P5. It's top 5 anyway. So, correct me if I'm wrong here, gentlemen, but that suggests to me that a lot of Stratus Racing's success this year isn't necessarily just down to having a quick car. It's down to the consistency, lap after lap, being mechanically clean, which isn't always true, but is true often enough. And to me, that says that Stratus Racing is doing more than just driving a car very quickly.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It seems they have ran into some mechanical gremlins at some points during the season, but for the most part, it does seem like a solid entry. Usually solid drivers that could be relied upon to be consistent and stay out of trouble. So yeah, I mean, even if they are running under, a future BOP, that sort of thing, they still seem pretty competitive. So that is a very good sign.
Yeah, quite. And, I'm kind of excited to see how this one plays out. They've I'm sure, got a better feel for the car now, how it plays in traffic, which is a big part of what the power to weight ratio is going to affect. We'll keep an eye on that storyline throughout the day today, as well as many others. We've got 8 hours of endurance racing on the docket today. GTO, GT Open, which is our purpose-built racing car class. 3 general production classes, GP1, 2, and 3. 60-plus cars are going to take their green flag for the second of 8-hour enduros, and as the GTO field heads onto the front straightaway to begin 8 hours and something just under 200 laps of racing, it's New Light to the right, Pro Sport Aston to the left, Citation and GTR behind them. The green flag waves, and 8 hours of racing from VIR for
trouble
is underway.
The
Citation car has not gone. The Citation at NP01 absolutely bogged down at the start, has not gone, and it's the Kingpin Porsche who's been absolutely caught up behind him.
I think
that is bizarre. It just never went.
I think the 77 did well to avoid running straight into the back of them.
And very, very patient to sit behind him. I'd hope we have a waving yellow at start. We don't, and this is going to catch the GP1 field napping if they're not really careful down the front straightaway. The 555 Citation NP01 is at an absolute crawl, and I think now just about to come to a stop on the way into turn 1. Nope, he's got it going again.
909 off at 5.
Yep, automatic racing just avoids the tires at turn 5. It was a lockup on the way into the corner. Cold brakes, cold tires, and now inside the top 10 in GTO, we've had a 555 Citation NP01 not go off the green, and the 909 Aston, one of the primary competitors in GTO over the course of the 2021 season, off in the grass before we get to turn 4. Patiently waiting for the general production field to make its way through that complex, which is smart and conservative decision-making there from the 909.
We are going to have a little bit of a fight on our hands on the way down the back straight here.
Yeah, sorry, Joseph. I think we had a slow GTR down the back straight. Did not pick up the pace off turn 12. And it was hard to make out the profile of that car from so far away, but it looked like it had that slung back rear wing that the M4 GT4 has on that blue 99. So a much more frantic start than I think we had yesterday, and not that we would know because we couldn't see it, but certainly handfuls of attrition to be spread around the GTO field. And as they make their way through roller coaster, that 14 to 17 complex, as they come onto the front straightaway, it's New Light barely ahead of the number 143 Pro Sport Aston Martin. That margin's going to be, yep, like a third of a second between the two of them. Round 3 racing, the 702 off to a quick start this morning. Team ACP Tangerine Associates in 4th. Hammer Motorsports, the number 02 in 5th. And that Stratus NP01 we talked about just before the green flag, up into 6th.
99 into the pits.
Yep, that was exactly what I thought I saw on the way out of turn 12 there. So your class winner from yesterday, immediately into the pits off the green this morning. Now, this doesn't mean that that car won't be competitive. Oh, we've got the 44 on the grass down the front straightaway. That's the PC Racing BMW, and that's because the number 01 Hammer Audi center screen is slow down the front straightaway. This is exactly what we saw yesterday, although it was a puncture at the time, but that 01 lap 1 by no means clean. Now that could have been something like dropping a wheel at turn 17.
It's an extraordinarily rowdy start.
It really was.
I can't really, I don't think we've ever had a problem like that literally on the start straight like that before.
No, I don't think we have. The 555 is back up to speed for what that's worth. We just saw it come through the screen there at turn 5. The 99 has made it in and out. So I don't know if it was a puncture or maybe they needed to reset something with the car mechanically or what the issue was, but they brought it in and sent it back having lost, I don't know, maybe half a lap at worst.
Well, so somebody had to take avoiding action to driver's left around turn 1. Have we? Ooh. I just missed it. I'm not sure who is in front here in this top 2 battle. It's still New Light, but not by much.
Yeah, only just. But the two of them have made an escape from that number 702 round 3 racing Porsche Cayman. The 02 leads Team ACP 4th and 5th. Thunder Bunny has jumped up into 6th. That Stratus car now just losing out a little bit as the field starts to string itself out, which is, again, what we would expect. The ultimate pace of that car isn't what it used to be. Again, this is voluntarily. But it does kind of change the calculus from what we'd expect from that car. Happy to say, Joseph and JT, the 997 loose cannon Porsche is out this morning.
Yeah, I noticed that, and they also are streaming, so that's going to be that's a double whammy, but in a good way.
Yeah, win-win. Yeah, I'll take it both. The 01 appeared to be preparing for a pit stop just in front of us. They had the pit board marker out and looked like they were ready to receive that car, but they pulled everything back in and taken the fire suits off. So whatever was causing that car to not be at pace down the front straightaway at the end of lap 1, I'm going to assume has resolved itself. No, it hasn't. They're ready again. Pit caller there just underneath our turn 17 camera. I have to admit I didn't catch who that was.
Ooh, red boxer does not sound good.
01 is into the pits. Immediately they pull the hood pins on that car. They've taken the fire suits off, by the way, because they're not fueling. So they can go in and look around in the front end of that car, and as long as there's not fuel being poured, I guess they're okay without the fireproof jackets. Attention being paid, it looks like just behind the radiator. This is, of course, just out my window on the front straightaway here. The 909 down the front straightaway is not up to pace, and he's going to be caught and lapped by your 2 leaders here in a matter of moments. There go your leaders, the 702 there in 3rd, and that is the slow Aston Martin in the lead, well, in the lead on track, but he 60-something in the standings, obviously.
Yeah, that was... It won't require a long memory to remember that was the car that went off at this corner.
Yes, exactly. Interesting, though, that it hasn't picked up pace. I wonder if... I can't imagine it was a puncture, although we did see that yesterday with the Hammer number 01 Audi. But he chose not to pit last time around out of 17, so very interesting stuff here for the 909. And after a really, really strong first half of the season, this weekend has absolutely not gone their way.
Yeah, depending on what remote telemetry they have, if any, they may be deciding that they'd like to, at least spend that time circulating rather than standing still in the pits and trying to figure out what it is. But they're obviously, I'm not sure they're even at GP3 pace right now.
GP1, at the moment, led by Moorhead Speedworks. They sort of ran away with things at the start of the race yesterday, while PC Racing number 44 was mired back in traffic. The 147 ended up having a front subframe failure over an apex curb just 2 or 3 hours into the race, and did eventually come back out, but well down the order. Leads the class away from the green flag this morning, ahead of that number 44, and I'm actually really excited by this prospect because there's a chance we could see those two cars head-to-head for a little while this morning. By far the two most consistently competitive, at least in terms of lap pace, in GP1. Team LMR sits in third, the number 151. Your class winner from yesterday, the 701 from round 3 racing, sits in P6. GP2, Fat and Furious, no surprise there. The number 525 leads away from the class winner yesterday, the number 87, RK Motorsports, by just under 2.5 seconds. GP3 led by yesterday's winner as well, the number 407, Craftsman Auto Care, 5.5 second margin after just 3 laps from the number 93 of TC Klein Racing. It's a little compression here in GTO, guys, across the start-finish line with the group that includes the number 111 Thunder Bunny BMW. Team ACP sort of heads that up, and then everybody behind them for at least 3 or 4 cars is sort of tucked in. It's the number 2, the 111, the 982 from W2W, and the number 522 from Choice Racing that ended up on the podium yesterday with their new M3. Recovery from the 555 as he comes across the start-finish line. That's, of course, the Team Citation Civico NP01, P24. And the quickest lap for them, a 203.1. Go ahead, Joseph.
Onboard now with the 997.
Nice. Am I right in saying this is the only... No, never. I was going to say, is it the only rear-engine car in GTO? But I think the round 3... Are all the Caymans are rear-engine, right? Like properly rear-engine?
No,
are they mid-engine?
I think Caymans are mid-engine.
They're mid-engine, right. The Boxsters are...
Also?
Yeah, I think mid-engine, mid to rear anyway. So this is the only car in GTO that's got the weight really out over the rear axle. On board the 147. Wow, this is so nice. I think they've changed the display there, haven't they?
They have.
Over that old Motec style. I feel like I'm playing GTR 2.
Is that a Tangerine BMW we just passed the inside on?
It was not up to speed.
So that would most likely be the... Would that be the 52?
I didn't catch the number. That 52...
Yeah, because the number 2 I'm showing in
P11.
5th.
I don't know if we have a trackside camera.
There's that Aston.
God, that's the 909.
Oh,
yeah, that's a bad place to catch
Lincoln.
that car. I'm not sure what the purpose of that car circulating is, other than at least they're not losing time while they try and figure out what the issue is.
Yeah.
At a certain point, though, that's going to become a safety hazard. They were able to get away with it a little bit while they weren't being caught by the leaders to put a lap on them. But now that this is the case, including the production traffic, there are GP2 and 3 cars that won't be expecting to have to lap very slow cars first thing this morning. Little battle with the 997 headed down the front straightaway up behind the number 81 Ice Driving Canada Audi RS3.
I think the leaders are already catching lap traffic.
They are. That was the lead battle just through the right-hander and now up into turn 10. And still that 143 just glued to the back of the number 12 New Light Motorsports BMW. Good battle as well in GP2. Leaders just come across the line. 525, I think, has been caught up behind some slower GP1 cars, and it's allowed the number 87 right up to the back bumper of that car from RK Motorsports, under 0.2 of a second as they came across the start-finish line.
And it looks like Chump Change Racing did get around the 601 of round 3 racing as well to move up a position.
They had a pretty brutal day yesterday, did that Chump Change team, number 152. I don't. I know Joseph is still working on incorporating the onboards, but if we have one from the 525 like we had yesterday, be an interesting one to jump on board with, given the battle for the GP2 lead at the moment. Of course, 15 minutes in, so not necessarily of any consequence, but it is an on-track contest at the moment. On board the 72 right now, be the BMW. I've been searching since, I think, Barber, for a better way to say that doesn't sound like I'm an idiot.
I have bad news for you.
BMW Beamer, I think, is as close as I've gotten.
BMW.
Beamer. We're gonna go that route.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, new light from Pro Sport at the front. Half a second is your margin. This is the Fat and Furious car. There we go. That's what I was looking for. And that car is
actually
not
really easy to pull up
than it was
because.
last night.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this. I think it's just the car, honestly.
The car is pure aggression.
A farewell to control arms.
I like that.
So it's like every driver like hop out of the car with just like massive shoulders and biceps. And
I know, it actually looks pretty. It looks pretty easy to actually like physically steer. I mean, maybe he just makes it look easy.
True,
but
it seems quite loose, but the sheer amount of movement you have to do through the corners with your arms.
Yeah, it builds a lot of fast twitch muscle fiber.
Pretty early there.
It sounds like a Skip Barber race. Just listening to those tires.
Nothing, and then squealing and over
Yeah.
the curbs. Yep. Skip Barber soundtrack.
Do you guys remember? First of all, do you remember Speed Gear? And then
Yeah.
secondly, do you remember how they always used to like advertise CDs that were just sounds?
Yeah. Did you have one?
No, I didn't.
I didn't either.
But maybe we can make our own, and it'll be like the sounds of WRL.
Doesn't Marshall Pruitt put out podcasts that are just onboard recording of cars?
I
Yeah.
take your word for it.
Yeah, I think he did. I only listen to the Weekend Sports Cars. I don't.
Yeah, usually like classics and stuff. I know he's done quite a few for the Monterey Historics.
Right. I know he hasn't been at the track in a little while, up until, I guess, the last few weeks. But
Saw him
anyway,
last week.
the 909 has made it in and out of the pit lane.
In and out. Okay. Maybe are
Yes.
they downloading something? Maybe.
No,
I doubt they've fixed it already.
I don't know. Maybe it was, once they diagnosed it, maybe it was that quick. Now, now that I think about it, we did hear yesterday that
Maybe
that
he
car
was in
having
the.
it was having an electronics issue,
Oh yeah.
which are notoriously hard to diagnose and then also to repair. But they thought they had it pretty well sorted by the time they took the green flag yesterday. So maybe just a recurrence of that issue.
I'm sure it's not, but it like almost looks as though it's in a code 60 fuel map sort of thing.
And I did. Now that I think about it, I wonder if that's something that befell the 555 off the green flag about 17 minutes ago when it did not accelerate off the line. Whether it was just caught in a speed limiter mode.
Yeah, I haven't followed back in on that. How are they doing? Did they pull into the pits?
Last I looked, they were P24. Now they are one of the quicker cars in GTO.
Yeah.
By the fact that they started third, but they've made it back up to 20th, and they're 49 seconds behind the leader. And this is one of those things that, people say in endurance racing, qualifying doesn't matter, starting position doesn't matter, 24-hour races, we're not focused on qualifying. And I appreciate that qualifying setup maybe doesn't matter so much. But the amount of time you lose in, stuck down in a pack of 20 cars, 30 cars, especially in a series like this, where not everybody is going to run nose to tail for, the first couple laps. He's already 50 seconds behind the leader, but has the pace, to be able to run with the leaders. And this is time he's not ever going to get back. With code 35s
right.
and the lack of safety cars,
there's
this
no
is
way to
just
compress
time
the
lost
field.
for him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's real consequences to stuff like that, and being stuck, down the field early on. So I do usually take a little bit of issue with the idea that qualifying and starting position don't matter in endurance racing, and I think it's exacerbated here with the lack of safety cars. So we'll keep an eye on that 555, especially if they're able to run cleanly to the end. Up the inside of the Montgomery Motorsports BMW. This is in that is a GP1 car. This is the LMR BMW that's jumped the 525. Am I making sense of this properly? LMR
it's definitely in
GP1
front.
Car. Yeah, no, it is a GP1 car. Sorry, I confused it with the HQ Autosport car again. They look very similar from trackside. White, plain white with a nostalgic BMW livery.
Yeah.
No, but speaking of GP1, big gain so far for the number 46 Ginger Racing. I believe they started 6th in class.
Oh, watch this moment coming up for the 525.
Picking up where we left off yesterday with that car. That is brutal.
Good save.
And Joseph, this is on board which car again?
This is Montgomery.
Oh, fantastic.
Okay, so that's LMR ahead, the white BMW.
I think it's a 525, based on how sideways it was.
This is the 147 going back past the 909, so I don't think their issues have been resolved.
Agreed. Oof, really wide there for the 147. Stretching out the margin in GP1 just a little bit. 1.8 seconds. Last time we saw it, it was, I think, 0.2. Driver of the Montgomery car, not terribly thrilled with the number 525 there at turn 1.
Well, because
wide height on that Integra.
It's an inverse Carolina squat.
I don't know what that is.
I'll tell you when you're older.
Okay. It's okay if you don't.
Yeah, so that Integra, CMD Motorsports, not off to a good start, I believe.
No, it's not one of the quicker cars in the field. It is consistently out there, which is more than can be said for a lot, but oh man, and this time they're way off. Way off.
Oh.
That is not great for the equipment.
No, and we've had this discussion about the runoff here at VIR. We've mentioned the track is a little rough around the edges, even with the safety improvements they've put in, but that grass is not smooth and not rolled. So you can end up out there still doing about 100 miles an hour and throw yourself over some pretty serious ruts and ditches.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we were on board, and that looked like he was going through moguls.
Yeah. I think he's held on to the class lead. The RK Motorsports is, 87 has fallen back a couple of seconds. He really throws it into the braking zone here at 14.
So are they just running too much anti-roll bar or what? Because there's so much movement.
I was thinking about this yesterday while we were watching this car sliding around, and didn't we see this at Mid-Ohio, watching this car on board? And it's not just a single driver thing, because this happens so frequently with this car. It just looks so free and uncomfortable. And maybe that's where the drivers are comfortable, but the fact that they've ended up off track a couple times now does not suggest that it's a terribly enjoyable car to drive, and I can't imagine they haven't found a way to tune that out.
Yeah, I mean, it's quick as hell, but it's
I mean,
it's an 8-hour race.
Yeah, I mean, the saying is loose is fast, right? You do have to be able to control it. So, if you're losing time by going off into the runoff, that's, there's always a balance there.
Yeah. Love to talk to somebody about the setup on that car, whether that's intentional or they just cannot tune the dynamics back to something that is more stable, especially for endurance.
These are the shocks we bought, so
yeah.
have fun.
It's one thing to run a car like that in an SCCA regional where you're doing 12 or 13 laps at a place like VIR, a 30 or 40 minute race. It's something entirely different to expect your drivers to go out for an hour and a half and manhandle a car like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it turns into a financial decision at some point, right? Because
sure,
if the car gets damaged, you do have to fix it. Or someone's gonna have to fix it. This is the 110.
Change in GP3, the 605 from round 3 racing has jumped the number 93 from TC Klein and pulled out 18.5 seconds since that change was made. I think the last time we picked up GP3 it was only 4 or 5 laps ago, so things developing quickly down there, and the lead margin is down to 4.6 seconds between the 407 and the 605. Half a second is still your lead margin up in GP1 between Moorhead and PC Racing, and if these two cars can stay clean, which is not exactly what we saw yesterday, but if they can, that is going to be one to follow throughout the day today. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing what those two cars can do head to head, because Moorhead is by far more consistently quicker and sees itself in the lead, you know, through the first half of races, but PC Racing has done really, really well to consistently bring home the results, you know, at the end of each of these races. So lead battle in GTO as well just come through on the right hand side of the Thunder Bunny BMW 128. I think he actually took a look up the inside there. Did the number 143 Aston Martin up against the number 12 from New Light. Indeed he did, but move didn't work out as they come out of turn 2 and into the braking zone at 3 and 4. Going to try the cutback, and if we can pick up a trackside camera, I think we might be able to see that move in progress. Nope, thinks better of it, because they're caught up behind, I believe, the number 26. A little out, or a little up in, I guess, behind the battle there. This will be them coming out of the 6 complex here, perhaps?
Any chance we've seen a MX-5 on pit road lately?
An MX-5, JT?
Yeah, number 85 AOA Motorsports, I believe, started second.
You overestimate how much of pit lane I can see.
Which AOA?
85. I believe they started second this morning, but they are now 8th in class and 4 laps down.
The number 7 from ACI Motorsports heads out on track for the first time today. The Porsche Cayman. Oh, car off up at 11 and 12. Is that the Valdez car? It's like the number 75 Cayman.
Yeah, JT.
There.
The 85 went missing around 12 minutes ago.
Yeah, that should make sense. I'm seeing 4 laps down, so yeah, about 12 minutes.
The 909 is up to pace now. They spent about 5 minutes in the pits, but they seem to have figured out whatever was ailing them. Uh, 7 ACI looks slow. Yeah, that car is not quite up to speed for what it's capable of.
Yeah, maybe they had an issue with the repairs, and so that's why they're coming out a bit late, and they're finding real quick that it's not up to speed just yet.
Yeah, that could be.
Up ahead at the top of the field, the 522 Choice Racing did get around the Thunder Bunny, the 111.
Yeah, the 111 we don't have an onboard for. That onboard, I would like to see it come back on later in the race, but at the moment we've actually only got the other 2 Thunder Bunnies, 110 and 350.
A little bit further behind, the 982 Will to Win Porsche has also dropped back just a little bit to both of the TLM BMWs. actually his timing updates. Only one of the TLM BMWs and the number 2 Team ACP Tangerine Associates just ahead of them.
JT, did you pick up the GP3 class lead change?
I have not got to it yet. No, for the round 3.
Repeat anything? Yeah, 6:05 past the 4:07 up into the class lead after lap 11. Margin's now half a second, so they're still right together. But the round 3 cars brought that gap down pretty quickly from just under 5 seconds now to being able to take the lead. So
I've been trying to keep an eye on that because I believe the round 3 Porsche started 6th in class this morning and has been on a charge.
yes, and that was the grid this morning, obviously based on your quickest lap time from yesterday. So even if it doesn't have the outright lap pace compared to the rest of the class, it certainly has the consistency as evidenced by its march up through the field this morning.
I'm not seeing the number 9 Roberts Motorsport Industries Miata this morning. It looks like they have not taken the start yet.
Just continuing to pull in onboards. Almost all of these are publicly available on YouTube. It's the Montgomery cars still. Oh, this is behind the 151 for LMR now. I thought it was the 525 still. As you can see in the overlay, sitting 4th in class. Montgomery, number 24.
It's actually down to 5th now.
That should update this time
LMR
by.
is now up in the 4th.
Oh, that's a change for position. Okay, wow, and that's a big dive down the inside to take that spot back.
Almost running into the back of the 94 Motorsports Lexus ahead. That's our GP3 runner.
That's the automatic 909 Aston that's in front of us here.
Yeah, still struggling to find pace with that GTO car this morning. They're running decently quick yesterday.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe those electrical issues can be. So it's okay. It's got the legs. And then another Aston goes by, and you see the kind of speed it actually should be doing.
Yeah, the 143 Pro Sport, I believe, still in 2nd overall.
Ooh, didn't sound great.
No, that did not.
So have we definitely have had a change for the overall lead here because the
New Light behind.
Yeah, at Pro Sport now leading New Light.
That wasn't New Light getting into the back of them, is it? Or just maybe a bad shift?
I assumed it was a bad shift, but there might be something there. We'll see if anything comes through on.
BMW up on the left, the 151.
Oh, he sent it. Is he going to be able to make the turn? God,
That
just
car
barely.
seems to run a bit deep on apex and exit of that corner. We saw them doing the same earlier, I believe.
24's got a good run coming out of 17. Not sure he was able to keep the throttle in it all the way.
No, I had to back out a little at the kink there.
Yeah, now the 151's going to pull away. Is the 24 going to make another dive? 151 protects a little bit, fades to the inside, so the 24 has to take the wide line. 151 draws it out, so now they're basically just on the racing line. Is the 12 slow here? The 12 for New Light is slow.
Yeah, it's definitely slowing down because.
And then someone's off to driver's right here.
something white with blue in the back.
It's outside of our camera shot, unfortunately. See if I can find us another view of that car. Ooh.
That Aston, oh boy.
Yeah, it's a tough situation because you want to say, you know, pull the car in and get it fixed, but you know, they're still getting laps. And have we gone code 35? Everyone's slow on the trackside.
Yeah, timing is showing yellow.
That will neutralize this battle. We're on a little bit of a delay here, so let's look for the marshal posts. Oh no.
Oh boy. Yeah, you're gonna want to give that back.
Well, there's no passbacks in WRL. I think that is just going to be a lap.
Oh, that's not going to go well for the Montgomery car.
Well, and it was 2 cars too. It's just you've got to be.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's an awareness thing or a communications thing, but they were definitely caught out by that.
I mean, they can try to argue that the 909 was off pace and therefore allowed to pass, but that's going to be a major stretch.
Well, the 909 had brake lights on. I mean, you could see it in that shot. The 909 was actively on the binders, so I don't know. I don't know if there's a grace period in between when the call is made and when overtake stops, so that you can actually get down to speed. To be honest, I'm not sure I know how that works, because obviously you can't instantaneously go from 150 to 35. You know, there has to be a slowing period.
Yeah, a buffer so cars can safely slow down without, you know, somebody running into the back of someone else.
And 24 is actually going to duck into the pits here. They're going to have service done at 35 minutes into this race.
I mean, why not?
Yeah, it makes some sense.
Because that's what, a third of the way through their stint?
Yeah, and so you are extending. Driver obviously going to stay in the car. That's not going to be a full.
151 pulls in just ahead of it.
Now this would be kind of interesting because it's actually gonna basically this race is going to be won or lost on pit road. This sort of race within a race, obviously. And they've already fueled the 151, and that is gone.
Very quick for them. Nice.
Yeah, you saw the fuel pan underneath to avoid getting penalized for fuel spill. .24 is fired back up and is on its way out of the pit lane also. Right behind the 7 ACI Motorsports Porsche. No, that wasn't the view that I wanted. I'm trying to find us
that car.
Yeah, I think it might have already been cleared because I think it was at turn 5. And there is nothing at turn 5 anymore. So this should be a relatively quick one.
Ooh, interesting. The number 15 AOA Motorsports Mazda Miata is back out, or out for the first time.
Yeah, and as we say that, they are back to green flag racing. Now, I wonder, are we going to be able to identify the car that was... I don't know. I don't know if we'll be able to figure out.
I'll try to keep an eye out on things, looking through. What I am noticing in GP1, Ginger Racing had been running up towards the front of the field, and I'm now showing them quite a ways back. I'm not sure if that's due to the pit stop or...
I have the 65 for CMD Motorsports as having gone missing slightly before that code 35 came out. So that may be coincidental because they're pretty fast about throwing those code 35s.
Yeah, and that livery is a bit more distinctive than what we saw off track. So that's the Marlboro livery.
So with some of those pit stops, it's the 143 that cycled through to the GTO lead.
So they did make that pass on track over the New Light BMW.
Yeah, and so
right
have
before.
they not... Let's see, did they...
I don't know if they came in.
They did, actually. So they have pitted. So they've pitted and they've retained the lead.
Okay, excellent.
The 555 for Team Citation is back out on track now. So hopefully they've resolved whatever issues they had. Ooh, 147 held up a little bit behind the Mustang. Square dancing their way into Oak Tree, but they managed to filter through.
Excellent.
Yeah, that quick code 35 is going to catch a lot of people out. It's another one of those things where there's some... If the accident is quick to clean up, it's a little risky to come in because you could end up making basically a half a green flag stop, if that makes sense. The cars that got in and out, you know, they're in fine shape. Watching the 24 with the 555 Team Citation and PO1 having gone through. Ginger Racing has pitted. New Light has pitted. New Light has lost a ton of ground though. They were second last time they came through, and then now having pitted there all the way back in 28th in GTO, 40th overall.
Yeah, do remember though, they were starting to appear slow on track, so they may have taken extra time during that yellow to try to fix whatever the issue was.
Yeah,
they were having.
I don't think that's just, yeah, to be clear, I don't think that's just from the pit stop. I think they've had a couple issues in a row here.
So due to this whole yellow lap 15, we have a new leader in GP1. PC Racing currently has the lead over the Moorhead BMW. And Thunder Bunny sits third with their Nissan 350Z.
Go on board with the 350 now.
Unfortunately, I believe just because of how the cars were spread during that yellow, there seems to be quite a bit of a gap between the Thunder Bunny sitting in third and the second and front-running car. I believe a tune of about 30 seconds with quite a good group of cars directly behind the Thunder Bunny Nissan. The Big Mission Motorsports, the 134 a second behind, LMR second and a half behind him.
Back on board with the BMW. We are spoiled for choice with onboards. I am
Excellent.
I am not upset about it.
Get in a candy store.
But it's like one of those deals where it's like it is too much candy. So now it's like, okay, where do I look? I have too many options. For example, here's the 601. Okay, there was the 601.
Gentlemen.
Here's the
Welcome
O2.
back.
Was that Brendan?
It is. Sound okay?
So far.
Yeah. So the O2 Hammer Motorsports currently 3rd overall. Sitting about 16.5 seconds back from our leader, the 143 Pro Sport Aston Martin, with the Round 3 Racing Porsche just 2 seconds off the lead there. So possibly a big loser from the pit stop cycle may have been the number 2 Team ACP BMW. I believe I'd previously seen them in the top 5 in GTO, but they are now ways down, currently 17th. Whereas it seems a lot of their competitors may have tucked in to do a quick top off and not have lost positions. Screaming Goat, though, cracks into the top 5.
I think we're going to be able to get ourselves a Team ACP feed for the first time, maybe ever. I don't recall ever being able to pull them in. Onboard the O2, which was in 4th overall before the yellow flag. I'm not quite sure where they are now. Is this a battle for position with the BMW in front?
It is not. So the 02 is currently sitting 3rd.
Okay.
About 17 seconds off.
Yeah, so we're looking for the car in front of us in the running should be the Round 3 Racing, I think 702.
Yeah, they've got a good 10-second plus gap. Yeah, 17 seconds roughly separating 2nd and 3rd right now in GTO.
Okay, so already a little bit of gap dilation in this top 3.
Meanwhile, GP1 Team LMR has got around the 350 Thunder Bunny Nissan for 3rd in class. GP2, the running order currently still looks to be about where it was at the start, with the Fab Furious BMW leading over RK Motorsports BMW, Northloop Motorsports sitting third, Libre Racing Toyota fourth, and HQ Autosport BMW in fifth. GP3 also looking quite similar. The only main difference, Round 3 Racing moving up to take the lead early on from the Craftsman Auto Care BMW. TC Klein still sitting third. Pressure Tech Porsche fourth, and the 175 AOA Mazda MX-5 in fifth. Not getting any sound from this onboard.
Oh, that's because I haven't mixed it into the second feed.
Ah.
There you go.
Yeah.
So that will be that'll be the number 2 that we're on board with for Team ACP. They are in a battle with the 99 in front of them, and
yes.
And they've got the 34 for Hitman behind.
Yeah, so this is the car that we'd previously seen up in the top 5, but for whatever reason, slow pit stop or whatever, fell back to 17th. They've worked their way up to 16th now, and
trying their best not to hit the 336 for Big Mission. 99 gets held up, and that's going to give the number 2 a run around the, well, I guess outside, down the straightaway, and they will retake 16th.
Now they'll work to reel in the number 19 Bonsai Racing Porsche.
Yeah, we've got a big... I'm going to try to follow this on track. We've got a 3-car battle for 7th between the 982 Stratus and the 111 for Thunder Bunny.
Yeah, just 1 second behind the 7th place Will to Win 982 Porsche.
Okay, well, there's the Porsche, there's the Stratus, and there was the 111. And this battle in particular has some implications for next year. Oh, it looks like one of the round 3 cars is nearly hip checked into the scenery. Sun's starting to come up here at VIR. Clouds breaking, and the what fog was still in the air basically burned away, lifted. Alright, and I believe I am in the home stretch in terms of all these onboards that we've been provided.
And no complaints there.
Last one will be the number 28 for HQ Autosport, which if they were
we
streaming
did not have
last,
yesterday.
yeah, if they were streaming last night, I don't think I know I didn't see it, but I also don't think they were streaming.
No, I believe their stream failed on the way to the grid.
Ah, okay, that'll do it.
Yeah, so they did not have a stream, unfortunately, yesterday. I think they're also possibly having connectivity issues. And they were not alone. No, yesterday.
Okay. Leslie, it says you may have network connectivity issues.
Looks like we definitely have a very good fight for 6 right now. The Will to Win Porsche directly behind the 420 TLM Shift Up Now car.
Let's see if I can find a an onboard to
Only
find
a
me some time
10th.
here.
Yeah, 10th between the two last time by. The Stratus Racing, half second behind the Porsche. Thunder Bunny, 2.4 seconds behind, so a little bit further out. But as the compression starts to happen behind the 420, that triple one will be right back in the thick of it. So there you go. We see them going into Oak Tree, I believe.
Yep.
That small train.
I don't think we've been corrected yet on calling it Oak Tree or not. Now that there is no longer an Oak Tree there, and really,
it is forever Oak Tree.
Okay, good.
It will be.
If only
How do I sound to you gentlemen here?
So far, so
What's
good.
All right. Well, we're gonna ride with this for a while. See what happens.
All right, you running out of hotspot data?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Oh, we have someone off. If we can go back to the Oak Tree cam, we had a green BMW off driver's right. Rejoined, looks okay as it exits Oak Tree corner.
65 Acura Integra into the paddock.
Oh, bummer. That's the CMD car.
So, recap somebody who wasn't able to pay attention for the last couple of minutes here. The code 35, I believe, was for the 46 Ginger BMW off at turn.
Okay, that's what I was led to believe, because I believe it was running in the top 3 in class, and then it dropped like a stone.
It wound up continuing on its own, so it was a short
Good.
code 35, but I believe that was the impetus for our change in track state. Did we have pit stops at the front of the field, or what's put the 143 up into the lead?
So the 143 had a legitimate pass on track over the 12 New Light, who then started running into issues. Both cars topped off during the pit stop, but the New Light car stayed in quite a bit longer to try to troubleshoot whatever issues, at least.
Where is that New Light car?
It fell down to 28th.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Screaming Goat cracked into the top 5 in GTO. We have a bit of a stack up for 6 with the Will to Win Porsche getting by the 420 BMW. The TLM shipped up now. Stratus right behind as well.
Yeah, it's good little battle there.
GP1, we were still looking quite close between the 44 PC Racing and the Moorhead BMW, which that has grown now to the tune of almost 8 seconds. Team LMR did get back into third, getting around the 350 Thunder Bunny, which has had a great start to the race.
Yeah, in fairness, that car is pacey, so I'm not surprised to see it there. It's mechanical continuity that seems to be the issue there.
Well, it didn't have one of the great fastest laps from yesterday, so I believe it started like 6th or 7th.
Yeah, I mean that's good enough, but you know, like I said, it'll go consistently, you know, competitively when it's out on track. It's just not out on track that often.
Yeah, and in GP1 we saw a little bit of struggles with the 24 Montgomery Motorsports car. Pace-wise, that definitely is one of the more front-running cars in GP1, but they have fallen back a bit. I believe they're currently 7th in class.
Speaking of 350.
I like when you can hear another car downshifting.
I believe we're on board Big Mission, correct? The 134?
This is the number 28, the HQ Autosport.
Okay.
The number on the screen, JT.
Yeah, it would help if I'm looking at the screen instead of typing.
Well, this is
the old BK playbook.
Yeah, this is a new onboard for us, and we will not be adding any more.
From the number 12.
What about the 12?
Into the pit again. And they appeared to, well, it looked like they were going to fuel it, and then they changed their minds. So they're not going to do that. This car is slightly... my view of it is blinded by the Hammer Motorsports canopy, which is enormous, I think is probably the most accurate word. Pit stop for the Stratus NP01, just under an hour. My guess... Oh, that New Light car's been off track. That's why it came in.
So is it a dark green BMW?
Yeah, it is. Dark
Okay,
green
yeah.
black. Yeah.
Yeah,
That'll
so
be
the corner right before Oak Tree Complex, that very fast left-hander, it went off driver's right.
It pulled away and left a bunch of bumps of grass and dirt behind in the pit lane. So that'll do it. I want to point out, by the way, I know we've mentioned a number 172 TLM car in passing, just as where it is on track, but they were nowhere yesterday. After having a couple of competitive runs, since Daytona, we really didn't talk about that car at all. Like, I don't think we've been the number even once.
I tried to,
yeah. Which is good.
Yeah, they were just cracking into the top 10, I think, within the last 2 hours. Them in the 420 we're kind of having a nice duel with two of the will-to-win Porsches, I think the 982 and the 983. So, yeah, it's a little bit off pace, but they, at least mid-race or so, they were pretty consistent in slowly working their way up as some of the major players in GTO started running into trouble.
Yeah. Screaming Goat you mentioned is right up there as well. And like I said, it's nice to see some different faces up in the top 10 first thing this morning. 987 FRS Motorsports. All those guys you mentioned are exactly in that same boat. Team 99, I think we should mention here, is up into 13th after having to come into the pits on lap
1 or 2.
Yeah. Right off the first lap. Didn't go on the exit of turn 12 and ended up in the pit lane to fix or reset something. But it started a decent recovery drive here. 1 minute and 46.
7:02 into the pits.
Yes, it's going to pull in behind its teammate here because the 605 is also into the pit lane.
So right on an hour.
This is interesting because we had our code 35 not terribly long ago, and if you were going,
we've had a 2-car.
Oh, is that the 77 Kingpin car? I think it is.
This is onboard, obviously the 147 from Moorhead Speedworks.
Yeah, and this will be heading down the hill out of turn 14 into roller coaster. So we'll see this car actually. Well, we would have seen it rejoin. The 522 is into the garage. That's Choice Racing BMW. No. Yeah, that's the 147, just to shot left going behind the commercial station down there at turn 16 and 17.
Oh, a couple cars off now.
Oh, I wonder if cars put fluid down there as a result of the contact.
Yeah.
There was a lot of steam coming out of the front end of...
Code 35.
Yeah, there we go.
There was a lot of steam coming out of, I think, was the 77.
Whoa. This round 2 doesn't know that that's a code 35.
Oh! Yeah.
Actually, a lot of cars.
Thunderbird the pits. This is the 111.
That's the problem, the complication with this system sometimes is it requires on good team communication.
Yes. Yeah, and remember that we will have had, at the flag stations, we will have had other local flags that will have taken precedence over the code 30 flag. So you might see a waving yellow at 17 or a white flag for a slow car and not pick up the code 35 right away. So the pit lane, the 147 has just come by me. It's got a pretty decent, actually you can see it on the screen there. It's got a pretty decent donut, and it's not a hole, but a big punch in behind the right front wheel, just behind the wheel well, which would suggest that whatever the car is off to the left at turn 14, up at the top of the hill, came across the apex curb and caught the number 147 just right there behind that.
Yeah, and I think you guys called it. I think it is the 77 because I showed them as missing before the code 35 came out.
I don't know. We may have a replay from the 147 board.
I would have to find it. I guess we've got time, so I'll buy myself some by.
Yeah, if it's something you can, we should take a look at it. I'd be interested to see what happened there. My guess is it was the 77 across the apex. I don't know that 77 is going to go any further today anyway. I don't think there are any penalties or whatever that that would be forthcoming there. I think based on the amount of damage it looked to have, that car hasn't moved yet. I suspect that car's not going any further.
147 going behind the wall.
Oh,
Not
bummer.
there.
Yeah, they had a 30, like about a 30-second lead over third in class.
What a miserable weekend for Moorhead.
Yeah, because they definitely had pace. I mean, they were just kind of cruising behind. I believe it was the 44 PC Racing. The gap was, I want to say, 8 seconds. So it was, just relaxed. Still 7 hours to go, and then it fell apart.
Penalties thus far.
I believe the 24 had a penalty.
Number 2.
Oh, this is on the 77, 100%. I'm afraid.
Just too deep.
Yeah, I'll pull it up for everybody to see, but that's it's a little poor.
While we do that,
it is listed in the race control log now as being the number 77. We've also had a 2-lap penalty for the number 498 as a result of contact with the number 12 down at turn 1.
just quick update. GP3 may have been from the pits during the start of this second code yellow, but the 605 round P racing, I believe, pitted from the lead. Dropping down to, I want to say, 6th now in GP3. So the Craftsman Auto Care inherits the lead.
Yeah, so it's we've got some regularity now. If you want to build a pattern off of 2 events, we're getting one basically every half hour.
TLM USA in and out of the pit lane, but they've come out, I think, in P2.
So that means Hammer and I believe round 3 racing both.
Replay coming up, guys.
Sweet.
So this is onboard the 147 on the way down the back straight, and look to your right here, basically at turn in.
That's not acceptable.
No.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah. I now, look, it's a tricky break zone, so, you dip down a hill and rise up on the other side. I get that. Just entirely too much behind a slower class car.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ultimately, it's both cars that have paid for it. It's both cars that have paid for it, but one of those was, from my view, not having an external look at that. From my view, I think that's I wouldn't call that a racing incident. I think that's taken out an innocent bystander, basically.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I agree with that. Probably driver error, but nonetheless, it's had some pretty serious consequences there for the 147. And again, hashtag championship implications. There in GP1 after, again, a miserable day yesterday for the number 147. So it's PC Racing's day now. Essentially, if they can keep it on the island, which, we've still got 7 hours left to go. But it'll be interesting to kind of keep an eye on this the next, 7 hours.
So this is one where...
I do want to pull the points up. I know we won't have updates from yesterday, but I do want to pull this up and see what we're dealing with in GP1 there.
Yeah, I suspect we're going to have most of the field come in because they're still working, if they haven't come in already, because the 77 basically, still needs to be collected. It's still sitting there.
Yeah.
So this is as good a time as any to come in and take care of things.
Yeah, and like we discussed earlier, for a lot of the production class, we're thinking like an hour and a half roughly for a stint. So the first full yellow we had came in at about a third of their stint, so it's okay to come in and top off. Now this comes in, basically almost at the top of the hour, 2/3 of the way through their stint. So definitely, for those who didn't pit the first time, definitely a good time to come in now.
By the way, considerably further than the East Championship results than I thought. So maybe it's just the national title there. They were going to need good results here, though, to try and up any margin on PC. And now, not only are they not going to pick up points on PC, but Nuga isn't here as a result of the engine we discussed yesterday. So the second place team in GP1 is not here. Ginger Racing in third is...
they had issues. But still just under 7 hours to go, so yeah. They had plenty to make up.
It's interesting. ART Racing is the listed entrant in the National Championship. It's at Moorhead in the margin in the National Championship for GP1 has been bigger for PC Racing, up ahead of the 110 from Thunder Bunny. And again, that's by pretty considerable margin. Now, we do have drops, so there is that to consider as well. And another handful of rounds, 3 points paying opportunities at Sebring. Got the 2 at Ballot. So, plenty of development still between now and the U.S. Endurance Championship when we present the national titles at the end of the season. But these results do matter. GTR's big day. Actually, so they have updated the points from yesterday, which I'm not used to seeing points updates mid-weekend, but I'm happy to say on Speed Hive that everything is up to date. Team GTR, with results of their win yesterday and a DNF from Screaming Goat, closed the margin down to 8 points from the 29 to the 99. The 99 is now tied with TLM USA. Stratus there in fourth as well. That PC car, incidentally, is actually leading the national overall championship.
So, have we noticed anybody not take to the pits this time?
Possibly number 2, Team ACP Tangerine BMW. I'm not sure if I saw them.
143 appears to have stayed out.
They came in during the first one.
I know, but it's been a half hour since that one.
True.
Yeah, there is oil dry down, so yeah, we did see a couple cars run wide at this corner, so I think your suggestion that there was some fluid put down after that contactor, that's probably spot on.
RJ's come in just to advise that the cleanup process now is oil and potentially coolant.
Yeah, I buy that.
Yeah, recovered the 70, but this is now the focus. So I didn't get an answer to your question, by the way. Anybody that hasn't fitted yet, I think we've seen just about every in.
Hello to RJ's family at home.
A short 2-hour drive away.
No, God, no.
I don't even think... Road Atlanta might be 2 hours away.
I was thinking about this last night. Because it's throwing me for a loop, because I'm pretty sure VIR is like 7 hours from me. Because Greensboro is 7 hours from me.
VIR is also 7 hours from me. Welcome to VIR, 7 hours everywhere.
It is not 7 hours from me.
Well, yeah, okay. Maybe a 7-hour plane ride, D-plane, and then rental car ride from Greensboro. But that's crazy. Like, that it doesn't feel like geographically. I mean, I guess it just speaks to how windy the roads are through the Appalachians, but I don't know. It's a harbinger. Okay, so this is the 77 coming into pit lane, so we should. Oh, if I were, who's coming in? Because I would not.
Is that the Nissan? Yeah, that's the Thunder Bunny Nissan.
Well, okay, they are still cleaning up the track at the end of the back straight. What is that, 13? Yep. So, yeah, obviously we're not going to go green with that still on the track.
This is in Baltimore.
Oof. Yeah, it's
70 has just come into the paddock with a left rear corner that's been almost removed car.
Which car?
77. The King.
Yeah, VIR is 8 hours from me in on the northern outskirts of Columbus. So that is bonkers to me. I guess Anyway. I think the answer is Chattanooga is further west than I thought it was. I think that's the principal issue. That and that I'm an idiot. So the 350's been able to get service and come out, so they were perfectly fine in coming in. Obviously we didn't go green in the interim.
Man, I gotta say, I'm loving VIR.
Aren't we all?
Man, that turn one camera is fantastic. Well done, Brendan.
Are you guys getting, this is peeling the curtain back a little bit, but are you guys getting like some weird like audio pulsing every now and then, or am I just getting that? We've just gone green, by the way. If it's
yeah, there we go.
If it's just on my end, I don't care, but I don't want it to come through this through the feed.
I haven't noticed. I'll keep an eye on the YouTube comments.
Okay. You guys are bad at this. Okay. Don't make those comments.
I mean, if I'm listening to the the stream, I get that delay.
Uh-huh.
I already have a hard enough time with words. Let's not double down.
There's loose cannon.
They've been having a really good run. I believe sitting 12th? Yeah, 12th overall right now.
This is on board the BMW for PMW. It's a BMW. So New Light is back out there. I just saw them in one of our track sides.
Okay.
Which is good to see. Where have they cycled out?
You previously said 28th, I believe.
Yeah, that was after the first Co 35. They're up to 24th in class.
909 looking a little bit more racy than we saw earlier, which is very good to see.
I wonder if it's just a sort of incremental process, or just kind of,
or a
just
driver?
kind of, maybe.
Well, it did look like they were braking a bit early in some of the corners, so who knows?
Yeah. 26 for Edge Auto Sports, I think, got caught out a little bit by going back to green. I have them as briefly going missing. It's unlikely that you'd actually run into an issue in a Code 35 situation, just because you're not putting a ton of strain on things, other than maybe your clutch. Even then, a Code 35 should be better on a clutch than a safety car, because when you have a safety car with this size of field, you get some pretty rough accordioning.
Yeah, Edge had a slight issue, I think, at the beginning. It seemed that they dropped back quite a bit. Same with Valdez Motorsports.
This is the 605 sitting in 6th in GP3. 407's got a pretty good gap on the field. I believe, ended up with the win yesterday for Craftsman Auto Care.
Yeah. Yeah, so we did have this round 3 racing car did lead GP3 for a bit, but now the Craftsman Auto Care has cycled back to the lead.
This Thunder Bunny car, I don't know if they've just lost. No, this seems off pace. This seems like a problem for the 350Z.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it is down on power everywhere.
Pull the volume on that up just a smidge, just a skosh. That's the 12 for New Light sweeping through. It seems okay now. Maybe they've had some off and on issue that they're nursing. Onboard the 01 had a sort of still sitting in 20th in class. The two ACP cars are. Go ahead.
I was just saying, not a great start of Sunday for them. Anyway, we can go to the 24 on board for Montgomery Motorsports. It looks like the 336 Big Mission just got around them for 4th in GP1. Looking at a 1 second gap.
522 for Choice Racing has just come out of the pits. They ended up losing about 17 minutes to service. Some of that is going to be counted in. Ooh, yeah, I don't know, but anyway, they've had a long stop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, crossing the line, Montgomery's 2/10 behind.
And now they are ahead. Heavy braking into turn 2. To the apex curb. Looks clean.
Yeah, well done.
Now we'll look to the left-hand side. Maybe a smidge of oversteer, but not too bad.
Meanwhile, back up in GTO, 5th place Team ACP car, the number 2 is dropped back into 8th. That has promoted the 702 Porsche Round 3 Racing into the top 5.
I'd like to go back to that, but that feed might have stopped on the 2. Watch this space. Yeah, that feed, we've lost the feed on the 2, unfortunately. Hopefully that can be restarted at a later point today.
Yeah, that's always a good feed.
Oh, look at this gaggle. Up into 13. Boy. We're gonna get through one. Are we gonna get around this Miata? Looks like we are. Everyone's a little, I think, anxious to get off into the oil dry. It usually doesn't kill your grip too badly, but you know, you never want to go from hot tarmac to a loose surface.
Yeah. I'm wondering if that red MX-5 there, do we know if that's an AOA car or if that's Bailey Racing, the 918? They're having a pretty good run so far today. 7th in class in GP3, I believe.
Yeah, I believe it's the 130 I think that we went by. The car that is in front of the 605 here.
That was also in that group of 5 or 6 cars there.
The technological recovery we've had this morning in the hands of the WRL staff has been phenomenal.
I'm really curious to get a post-mortem on what all has been attempted.
Oh!
We'll do that post-race.
These guys are going to be side by side still. He's giving him the inside. Okay, now he's through.
That was a bit optimistic, but it worked.
Listen, optimism is ever our motto. We'll say.
Sure.
So what's given the lead Aston Martin its 1 minute gap here?
It didn't pit during the last code 35, as far as I can tell.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I think you're correct. So that's kind of separated the GTO class then.
A little bit. So I'll go back to the 702.
Strategy-wise, anyway.
Yeah.
Because remember, its nearest competition was
New Light.
It was New Light, and then New Light had an issue. 702's been balked here a little bit by the 525.
That is not good.
Well, they always tell the slower class cars to hold their line, and that was the racing line, I guess.
Yeah, but it wasn't decisive. I mean, there was still a bit of gap on the right, so they're just meandering in the middle of the road with, faster cars trying to get by.
I mean, they've got no rear tires, JT. What do you want them to do? No, but the 702 did well to back out of it. Didn't force the issue. I mean, that could have been a side swipe at best if he'd gone for it.
You don't want to do 2 wheels there.
It's easy to assume that the front, because it's the front straightaway, it's straight, and even with a gentle bend, a pass is comfortable and easy. But
it's not.
It's a long sweeper there, and if you're not being obviously given a line through that right-hander, I mean, it isn't really a passing zone. It still requires cooperation and predictability.
Absolutely.
From the slower cars.
Yeah, they have to be aware that you are there, because if they're not, they're just going to be looking ahead.
Yeah, much like any other corner, early enough to be able to make a decision.
Yeah.
Okay, this is not.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
All in line, let the car go.
See, again, the decisiveness exiting a corner.
Well, some of that was created by the car farthest to the left moving
moving
the left side of the track.
Towards the middle, yeah.
Right, and then that pushed the second car over, and the Integra had already committed to a move.
To try going around, and yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things you just learn over time that it's just sometimes the least helpful thing you can do is try to be helpful when you're a slower class car.
Yeah.
Because you end up basically doing the, sidestepping each other in the hallway sort of thing, and it doesn't help anybody.
Driving in the mirrors is never a good thing.
Now, if the faster car behind you is clearly, positioned itself to make a certain move, then, there's something, it's case by case. If he's already looking to the inside on a hairpin, then okay. But you know, in the middle of the straight, don't, we got to be careful to not kind of slowly meander from one side of the track to the other.
Question for you, Joseph. By any chance, do you have the number 420 TLM BMW on board?
I don't know if I do have that.
They came across the line a half second behind the 982 Will-to-Win Porsche, battling for 8th overall and in the GTO.
Well, let's see. Let's see if we can find that on track.
Just a quick overview in GP1. The 24 Montgomery Motorsports has done a great job pulling away from the 336 Big Mission in 4th place. That's now a 17-second gap. 1.5 seconds behind 3rd place, 701 Round 3 Racing Porsche.
Down in GP2, a little bit of a slower lap from the 525 Fat and Furious BMW last time around. Gave the RK Motorsports number 87 about 3 seconds, and the gap is down to 35.6, which sounds substantial, but, you know, we've seen and discussed that 525 at some length already this weekend. So
I think this is the battle that you're talking about, JT, and it's actually a 3-car battle because the 111's about to join it.
Yeah, the 111 was just a few seconds behind, so any sort of traffic and it would be right there.
Here goes the WTW 111.
Yeah, so 420 looks like it did lose out there, so the Will-to-Win Porsche did advance, and the Thunder Bunny 111 getting by as well.
Team ACP is kind of walking away, you know, out in front of them, and I think that is sort of the demarcation, at least in terms of raw pace, between the top tier of GTO and sort of the second tier, right? You've got the leaders all in the 7s and 8s, and even a 205 last time from the 172, and then this battle. Now, granted, they've been dealing with traffic, but they're sort of being separated now from that top 7 or 8 chunk into its own little pack.
Meanwhile, GP3, things are...
Sorry.
That is not... Again, please be decisive.
You can see the track cut out about 2 or 3 feet there for no discernible reason. And he's like, I'll pass there. Pavement. I'm going to take it.
So, as I was trying to say, things... never mind. Things kind of settled out a bit in GP3. It did look like we were going to have a battle for second between the 175 and the 944. TC Klein sitting 2 seconds behind the 605 Round 3 Racing Porsche as they battle for 5th in class. Looks like the 75 Valdez. Oh, go ahead.
Battle, sorry, JT. Another battle developing here, 4th and 5th. Screaming Goat number 29 and the round 3 number 702. And the PMW car as well, actually. I missed that.
Yeah.
So 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yeah, Screaming Goat and the round 3 Porsche hounding down on the PMW BMW.
Look at the lap from Sarah Montgomery last time. 204 flat.
Look at Brendan with that insider information.
Yeah, that 24 is
insider
fine.
Information. Looking at timing.
You know who's in the car.
It was on the onboard.
What onboard? We don't have an onboard.
For the 702?
We don't have an onboard. Where would you think we'd have an onboard? Who would have an onboard?
What are you talking about?
You have all the onboards.
Is this not the 702?
That's the 702.
Yeah, okay, it's Sarah.
Okay. Yeah, so that's a battle for 3rd up ahead, I believe.
The round 3 PR rep isn't even in the room at the moment, so it's not like I'm being paid or compelled to.
You're not being pushed.
It's just an actually interesting thing happening.
Screaming Goat.
29.
Yep.
Good catch, Joseph. They had just gotten by the 72. Just gotten past the 72. So it was a change for position that we saw up at turn 9 and 10, and then all of a sudden exiting 12, the 29 just didn't go. Good head of steam 702. So they should be coming across the line here momentarily. See if
okay, 29 is still there.
Yeah. That was weird. I wonder if it's just missed a shift.
That had to have. I mean,
yeah.
And recognized it early too, because he was obviously, you know, had the presence of mind to pull it to the right and stay out of the line of fire.
Yeah, that more than anything was, I think, most impressive.
Yeah.
We've seen that bite a couple of times now, where cars are expected to go and they don't go. And if you're not heads up and the car behind you isn't heads up, that can create a much bigger problem very quickly. And a couple of times now this morning we've gotten away with that.
Yeah, fortunate in a way that kind of stuff is early in the race and everyone's kind of, you know, they're on high alert. They've got the adrenaline.
Yeah.
It's not kind of late in the day where people are, you know, not that anyone's doing like marathon stints or anything. At least as far as we know, but
yeah.
You know, there's no mental fatigue that'll lead someone to do something goofy.
No, I'm happy to say this morning as well. It seems like overall the attrition is down, not just, you know, contact and incident, other than what we had with the 77 and the 147 up at turn 14. But I'm seeing more cars that I recognize circulating still. Right, they are noticeable by them being out there rather than noticeable by their absence, which is good, right? We don't have the mechanical dramas we had yesterday. I see a lot less in and out of the paddock here at sort of the end of pit lane where I'm stationed. So overall, I think we've already had a better start to the race this morning as compared to yesterday, and I think that, you know, guys having time on track and being able to be more consistent, even when these weird little misshifts or whatever have happened, you know, they've got guys on their toes, a little more aware, a little more trusting of what's going on around them. So overall, I think it's been a cleaner and better start to the race than we saw yesterday.
Yeah, what we saw out of the 29 was more shift up now. Now. Yeah. Shift up now.
No, they don't partner with shift up now.
No, I know, but the 702 does.
Sure.
Big mission in and out of the pits, 2.5 minutes.
Joseph.
What's up?
I intentionally didn't say anything there because I wanted you to cut cameras, like hoping that a car would be going past the first camera when you transition to the next one, so I could hear the crossfade.
Oh yeah,
that is totally worth it. I don't know how much time you put into that, but that is really worked out in your favor.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it.
If you don't know what we're talking about, dear viewer and or listener, we noticed that people who do this professionally, they make the camera cuts less jarring by crossfading the audio, even if it's a hard video cut. So Joseph noticed this and decided to put some time into making that happen in our decidedly more budget production here on DriversEye Live, and asked if we noticed anything yesterday. And of course nobody did. Probably because it was more natural than what we had been experiencing, and of course you're not going to notice the hard audio cut in addition to the video cut. So I took the time, now that my technical issues are solved, to pay a little more attention to it, and it was totally worth it. It's much, much cleaner.
Yeah, it's I am the 30-year-old intern.
I mean, we kind of all are, right?
Yeah.
I'm just a tech that puts up phones trackside for streaming video. You're a production intern, and JT,
whatever JT does, I'm sure it's good.
I 100% agree.
And an insomniac that decides to hang out on Discord for 8 hours.
Still maintain I'm on the best coast.
No.
909
Screaming
with
Goat
a
gotten back around. Oh, go ahead, Joseph.
909 with a PB. So they're running competitive laps after the electrical issues that they had that kind of really honestly ruined their race.
What is the PB for that car?
206.1 now.
Okay, yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
The Screaming Goat number 29 has gotten past the 72 again. So after its little hiccup there at turn 12, it took a lap or two to compose itself and then began its charge. They both lost about 4.5 seconds to the 702, who's now up into third. And the other little battle we were watching, the 982, the 111, and the 420, which is the battle for 8th overall, has now separated itself out by about 3 or 4 seconds between each of them.
Our senior production class correspondent, JT Tammy, is there anything that you're looking at that we should try to follow here?
In terms of gaps, I'm mainly trying to look a bit on the lower classes right now. Just trying to keep an eye out. There's a battle that's going to be for, what is that, 8th and GP2 between Little Bastard and the NRG FRS. We're looking at about a second gap right now with the what could be a pretty good fight.
Okay.
Good to see Little Bastards doing pretty well today. They did have some issues yesterday.
Do you think that's what they call their car? Like, is that where you think the team name comes from?
I mean,
I
it is
hope
adopted,
so.
right? They did adopt the car.
Well, all right. There's a lot to unpack there, but
yeah, there is. A slow car down the front straightaway. It's 67.
Oh boy, what I was just talking about.
Yeah.
I can't tell if it's they dropped a wheel at the exit of 17 and are just kind of getting themselves recomposed, or it looks like there's an issue.
That was a very low. That was a 238.5.
Yeah, I think there's an issue there. They didn't pit, which is interesting.
So my bad. I'll write out a formal apology later.
We already have several. First off, anybody who's ever been adopted.
Also, Chattanooga, we are
The whole city. Also, anybody who lives within 7 hours of VIR.
Yeah, that's true. I would love to see what that actually. I think there are like Google Maps tools you can
Like a
use that
radius?
like map out.
Yeah.
But it's like because it's obviously not a radius, right? Because the roads aren't all like
It
they
would be
don't.
a driving distance thing or driving time thing. Right?
Yeah, because they obviously
Sounds
don't
like
all
an
radiate out.
project, and one I don't want any parts of.
No, it already exists out there. Because you can do it with like Zillow, you know, and they're like, how far away is your, you know, your work or whatever.
You know what I always wanted was a tool that gave you a driving forecast for points along like a day-long route when you were going to be there. They exist now, but when I was doing many, many more road trips for, you know, college, marshalling, whatever it happened to be, this thing did not exist, and I never understood why.
What are you talking about? You talking about like a weather forecast?
Yes, like a weather forecast.
Oh, so basically like you wanted to apply like aviation forecasting to driving.
Well, no. Just something that, like, okay, if I was driving from Pennsylvania to Illinois and I was going to be in Indiana at 3 o'clock, I wanted a forecast for, like, Indianapolis at 3 o'clock, you know, and then a forecast for Terre Haute at, like, 4 o'clock or whatever. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
I just thought that was very clever and very useful, and it didn't exist when I was doing a lot of road trips. It does now, but...
We've got takers to the pits now.
yes, we do, and
rotations
Hammer is
have started
for a stop as well. And I think this will be an hour after our first round of stops. Is that right?
Yes.
Ish, about an hour and 10.
Yeah, we're about 30 laps in for the GTO competitors. The number 72 Beamer is the first into the pits down at my end.
So they're pitting from 4th, I believe.
Yes, they were in on the. We think they were in on the first full course yellow, correct?
Sorry, who is this?
The PMW number 72.
72.
That feels right to me.
It's tough to tell because some of these cars missed the pit markers.
Yeah, honestly, you could convince me either way. They didn't end up tripping the pit line. But it would be... an hour and 45 would be a feat for a GTO car.
Yeah, I suspect they were 366s in. I didn't realize they were right in front of me here.
Quick update in GP1, still the 44 PC Racing leading over the 151 Team LMR. Round 3 Racing Porsche 701 is holding on to third, but the number 24 Montgomery Motorsports BMW is coming in quick. It's down to a 2.3 second gap. Last lap difference was 8 tenths.
Do we have an onboard for that Montgomery car this morning?
We do, I believe.
Look at that.
A little bit further back in the battle for fifth, the 110 Thunder Bunny is working in the 134 Big Mission Motorsports. Also about a second gap as well.
This Montgomery car, for those of you that weren't with us yesterday, although I'm sure most of you were, ended up in an incident down at turn 1 and meant that this car did not finish anywhere near remotely as well as it ought to have. It was so consistent and had such good pace through most of the first couple hours, and then just it all very much came unglued down at the apex of turn 1. What was that, about 3 hours in?
Yeah, something like that.
I feel like it was later in the race than that. Oh, the 20... Sorry, I was thinking of a different car.
You give me a second, I can give you the exact lap number.
JT.
TXT file?
Lap 63, so yeah, that was actually rather early in the race.
2.5, 3 hours.
JT, the consummate professional.
I would just like to call out Hammer Motorsports down here in front of me for choosing to put up on their TV a slightly more professional production with manned cameras and moving pictures rather than our hacked together static camera and team sourced onboard production here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can we get the RTMP feeds?
No. You don't want them.
Oh,
we don't
okay.
want to be mixing these two races. Also, name a more iconic duo. Tim Myers and camo shorts. You can't do it.
Yeah, I to be honest, I'm not even sure he has legs.
Well, they're short.
You can't even tell. It's like a Rayman situation.
It's weird. They disappear from like the waist down to the knee, and then all of a sudden they come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, holy cow.
It's like a green screen scenario. You tell them to go stand out in the grass, and then...
yeah, sometimes I just end up just talking to a tennis ball. It's incredible.
We should get green for our booth down at Sebring.
Round 3 Racing responds with their fastest lap in GP1.
Yeah, it's a
blinder.
I was gonna 2:06. At first I saw it and I'm like, wait, but the fastest lap in GTO is like a 2:02, 2:03.
Yeah.
But like, I forgot I was looking right at GP1.
Right.
Yeah.
That is a better lap, and it's quicker than anybody's going at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, their previous fastest lap was a 8.9, so they're ready to defend that position.
Some compression going on here between 4th and 5th. Hammer Motorsports chasing down the Screaming Goat number 29. It's down to 6 seconds thanks to a 2:05.4 last time from the Audi.
Which hammer is this?
The 02.
O2. Currently 5th. I don't know if we have that on board anymore. Oh yeah, we do.
Lawless
It's
Allen
back.
again, we think.
Allegedly.
Alright, looking a little bit further back in GTO, looks like the number 2 Team ACP within a second of the 111 Thunder Bunny, battling for 8th. And then the 59 Stratus NP01 within a second of 11th place Team GTR.
O2 getting held up a little bit by a Cayman. Is that the 701?
601, I think.
Okay.
No.
It's got a big honking wing on the back, so I assume it's not one of the lower class
it's green
cars.
and white, which is now really throwing me off. 29's across start finish. Not he's picked up anything this time around. It was a better lap this time from Screaming Goat. A 2:06.7. And the 02, you can see it on screen there off to the left. The traffic that the Hammer Motorsports Audi RS3 is going to have to contend with this next time around. So I wouldn't expect this gap to close any more than it already has. And the 02 at the moment, not at all really ready to receive. Crew's not prepared to receive the car.
Relative newcomers to the series, Loose Cannon, still sitting in 10th overall.
Can we still call them that?
I said relative.
Yeah.
What more do you want from me?
No.
Okay.
This car was reasonably competitive back at Daytona, which I think was its first event in WRL, at least this season.
I'm only getting this out of the left channel.
Yeah.
I'll try to fix that. Although that is where the engine would be, so.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Can you manually fade it so it's centered?
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I want to just like switch it to mono.
On a single channel.
This is on board the 350.
Pit stop from the 15. The AOA Mazda MX-5. Well, one of the Mazda MX-5s from AOA. This will be on board the 110?
350.
Or is this the 350? Yeah, okay.
No feed from the 111 that I've seen today.
Oh no! Very sad. Let's see if I
Okay.
can pick something up.
Well, and just enjoy this one for a bit. I gotta turn the volume up on this one. This is a little quiet. And that will not do. I'm sorry.
Joseph, you
Looks
just
like
haven't looked hard enough.
What's that?
looks like we have a good fight. Third in GP3. I believe the leader, Craftsman Auto Care, Pitt came out directly ahead of the 605 round 3 racing Porsche, which was also leading earlier. And also within 2/10 is the 94 Motorsports.
I want to call your attention to the top of the field, where Pro Sport and the 172 have kind of set themselves apart from the rest of the GTO field, at least in terms of pace. 2:04.4 last time from the 143, a 2:04.8 from the number 172. Everybody else has been at best in the mid-sixes. .34 thought about a move on. Is that when the BMW's up ahead of us? Backed out of it.
Yeah.
That's Hitman.
No, but the car in front
Oh,
of that.
I see.
Ooh, missed the apex a bit. And the 605 thought about taking advantage of it, although it would be a little pointless to try the move on the GTO car, and the driver of the 605 has thought as much as well. Little battle developing as well now between the 997 and the Team GTR number 99 BMW. And then the Stratus car in behind them. Now the Stratus car isn't quite as quick and they've fallen to 12th.
Yeah, that's one of the situations where I feel like the Stratus car is tough to. Sorry, I still think it's our GTO leader in the national. But it's I always find the Stratus car tough to actually get a handle on where I think they're going to finish. I don't know if it's because it's such a driver-dependent car or because of the fuel mileage history. I'm certainly not going to have a good gauge on it today because they're running detuned.
No, but we talked about this a little bit just before the green flag, where that car by pace was about 10th to 12th in GTO, right? Whereas at a track like this, especially, you would expect it up much closer to the top if it were running at 9.0 to 1 power to weight. But it still ended up in the top 5, which I think is a good statement on Stratus's preparedness and cohesiveness as a racing team, and with their experience with that car, right?
I have good news.
It's a little quiet.
You're a little quiet.
Yeah, I know.
This 7.
Right. Go ahead.
It looks like the 7 may have gone missing. I don't know if that's scheduled stop or not.
I haven't seen it. The 110 is into the pits. It's the Thunder Bunny BMW 1 Series. W2W and the 420, sorry, the 982 W2W and the 420 have gone missing together. Somebody just started their engine here in front of me and pulled away. Let's see who it was. I'll be leaving the pits now anyway.
Looks like the 130.
Ooh, car off at 1. Did we lose the turn 4 camera, Joseph?
Sure did.
That's the one camera that made it all the way through yesterday.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Close.
Law of averages. Yeah, that was indeed the 130 that was coming out of the pits, and here is the 7 leaving the pits. But that's a long stop for them because they went missing. Well, maybe. We'll see.
The 7 had issues.
Do we have onboard for 24? They came across the line 8/10 behind 3rd place. So up ahead should be the Porsche number 701 Round 3 Racing.
Going around the outside of the 7, who we just saw exiting pit lane. 7 should be a faster car, so the fact that they're not rounding the 24 back up.
It should take them a couple of corners or laps here, especially if they've just had an issue to kind of get things back up to pace.
Yeah. Number 15 for AOA lost about 5 minutes for service, so that's a longer stop than you'd expect by a few minutes. That would be basically having lost an extra lap or so.
I believe they've already had a difficult morning.
59 is gone missing. I assume that's into the pit lane.
Yeah, I would assume the same. I mean, we've got a cloud of dust in front of us. Somebody just cutting the apex. There's grass on the... They cut it pretty heavily because we just ran through a little bit of grass too, not just...
A little bit of sand.
And here's the 59 rejoining the fray.
Yep.
Yes, they had pitted from 12th.
So their 10-gallon tank has gotten them... Now, granted, there was some full course yellow in there. It's gotten them 27 laps? No, sorry, 23 laps. They were in at 25 just before the full course yellow, and then have just come in now.
This is as you see, Sean White.
Yes, teammates with Kevin Red and Jay Blue.
Yes. Kevin the Flying Tomato.
Yeah. Of all the things Sean White could be doing.
Right. I was just thinking, is this more exciting than his snowboarding, or?
Probably safer. Okay, so about a normal length pit stop for the number 7. Lost about 2.5 minutes. That's it's about right, frankly. Thunder Bunny lost 2 minutes. That's a quick stop for the 110. So that includes basically time lost to coming into the pits, traversing the pits, stopping, and on the out lap. So basically all 3 laps are considered.
Production classes here because I haven't done that in a moment. Did we just... Oh, no, so it's not a change. The 24 we were watching trying to catch the 7.
It had a slower lap by 3 seconds, I think, due to traffic.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm trying to keep an eye on it.
Picked up about 3 seconds, though, on the number 151, so give that a couple laps to marinate, and we may see a battle there for second in GP1.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the 701 feed is having some issues. So we can look out the back, but it's going to be a rough feed to try to watch. So I'm setting that to one side for now. In its stead, we can show who would be a fun round 3 to watch.
I don't think we mentioned this while you search for a round 3 feed. We just had a pit stop a couple of laps ago from the number 407, the Craftsman Auto Care, previously a leader of GP3 in the BMW 330.
Ooh, a little squirrely over the hill.
Oh, yeah. That will have been their first pit stop. They didn't pit under any of the Code 35s, whereas the 944 certainly did, the Presser Tech Porsche. And can't really tell. I think the 175 may have pitted as well under the first Code 35. So it's split the strategies in GP3, and the car that had been pretty comprehensively leading is now a minute in arrears of the overall leader. They are even on stops in that they've both done one. However, that number 407 has had to make his under green, whereas the 944 made theirs under yellow, and are going to OS1, here within the next probably 15 laps or so.
So why don't we try something, Brendan? We, as JT mentions, we got the quarter distance mark for this race. So why don't we go to ads, and then we can come back on the other side of that and do some class position rundowns.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Okay.
Ads it is.
Koopa!
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! Your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back in VIR, thanks to Cooper Tires as always, and thanks to Sebring. A pretty healthy entry, all things considered so far. I know we're interested in seeing a couple of more cars come try their hand down at the 24 Hours of Sebring. We've got a stopped ACP BMW.
Oh, no. Is that the number 2?
9?
It's gone now.
Big wiggle from the 24 down at the bottom of 17 as well. 702 is into the pit lane from round 3 racing. That car pitting out of the top 5 in GTO. Sarah Montgomery out, and I do not know who's gotten in.
I think that's 2 ACP cars. 2 ACP cars straight into the pits, I think.
So the 2 and the 52?
It would be about time for a routine stop for one of them, but the other one was definitely stopped up at turn 15.
So the 2 car was 9th, I believe.
702 is back out. The 2, I didn't pick up the paint scheme. I could just tell it was sort of that.
It was a bright orange one.
New light out of the pits.
91. Normally the 9.
Do we know why it's listed as the 91? I mean, is that literally just like somebody hitting the wrong number on the keypad? What happened? Or is it a different entry altogether?
No, it's the same. I wonder if there was... So there's a 09 on the entry list here. I wonder if somebody had entered with number 9 and then, backed out or
wasn't able to make it, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought those numbers lasted for the season, though. That's the thing that confuses me. Anyway.
Well, big dive there from the 02 in the middle of the straightaway. Got past the number... I think it's a 44 BMW from PC Racing. We've seen that a couple times now where, the faster car will just sit to the right, which is kind of the racing line through there anyway, and then where the track cuts out to the right and gets about 3 or 4 feet wider, as soon as they can, they jump onto that and get the move done there. So, like Joseph mentioned, now that we've got about 2 hours under our belt and things have sort of settled down elsewhere around the field, it's a good time to do a class position rundown. GTO is in the middle of a cycle of pit stops here as the 9 heads back out on track. That's the Team ACP car, but one of them that just came in the pits. But in GTO, as things sort of stabilize, a minute and 18 seconds lead margin from Pro Sport competition back to TLM USA Screaming Goat Racing to 3rd. Number 29, the 02 in 4th, and then the number 982 from WGW in 5th place. Again, all of these things kind of changing hands, and we're sort of losing the rhythm in GTO as we get more and more pit stops, having had our first cycle already interrupted by a pair of Code 35. So it's kind of difficult to weed through that and make sense of exactly what we're seeing because we haven't really even seen a full stint out of most of these guys yet. So, back in GP1, PC Racing leads, because of course they do, the number 44 BMW from the number 151 Team LMR. Montgomery Motorsports in 3rd with the number 24. A nice recovery for them today after the rough morning they had yesterday. Just had a pit stop from the 701, the round 3 racing. Porsche back there in 4th. So that is more than anything, I think, which promoted that Montgomery car up into 3rd. And still within striking distance for that Montgomery BMW. 14 seconds in arrears of of the second place car. Thunder Bunny number 110 has also just been into the pits. They sit in 5th, and it's 1:12 behind the 701. That will be the actual margin there because they've both just made their, I believe, second pit stop of the day. We move down to GP2 as we get a pit stop from the race leader, the number 143, handing the lead over to TLM USA, at least temporarily. It's RK Motorsports leading in GP2 from Fat and Furious Racing, who itself is just making has just finished a pit stop, actually, right?
Yeah,
they were just in. They were in under the second code 35. They're in just now. The margin's up to 1:21.
Yeah, I think we've nailed down that the pit line. It might actually be co-located with the start-finish line.
Yeah, I saw that.
So that'll be pit out when you see that notification on Race Hero.
520. The 525 is going to have to get up to pace quickly here because the North Loop Motorsport number 21 is only about 17 seconds back. So give it a lap or two.
Oh, someone is slow here.
Feel it out. Is that a TCR? The Hammer crew is preparing itself with fire jackets and helmets.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's going to make it over the crest of the hill. I think that's going to be.
Do you have an onboard from the Hammer? Any of the Hammer cars?
It is the 01. It's the 01.
Interesting. Man, this car has been snake bit this weekend. Does that car have power?
It sounds like it, but not a lot.
It sounds like it's underpower, but not accelerating. Like the engine is running, but it's just not. No, now it is.
There we go. Control, delete.
That's a little bit what it sounded like. Although it didn't sound like there was like a master switch being flipped. It's still got issues.
Yeah, remember, this car suffered a puncture on lap 1 on. Well, it was yesterday, and then a couple of hours later was in the pits with a right rear shock failure. It doesn't look like anything's terribly wrong. There's no major vibration, right?
And it sounds fine. It sounds, it's low revving obviously, but it's not going very fast, so that's kind of what you'd expect.
They weren't prepared for this car, so it's not like he'd be running low on, or shouldn't be running low on fuel anyway. Not trying to coax it home. I mean,
well, and it was so early in the lap, too.
You know what? I think there is a vibration there. You can see it when he gets off the throttle.
You think there's a slow puncture going on, or?
Oh, I don't know what's causing it, but you could see it in the camera shake. See, now he's back up to speed. Whatever's happening, it's not on the left side because he's reasonably close to race pace through 14. All right, so with that being on delay, we should be seeing that car here shortly. They're ready with extinguisher and fuel catch pan. The 605 is in front of it. Here is the 01.
We've got a W2W Porsche coming in also. That'll be live.
Maybe the 982?
It's the green one. I haven't committed the colors and number map to memory.
No, shockingly, I haven't either, and I've been here 5 or 6 times this year already.
For Sebring, I will make a spotter's guide.
How much does Andy Blackmore charge? I hope it's not by the car.
Too much. New Light? No, they are tapping somebody from Hammer on the shoulder.
New Light's coming in.
Oh, interesting. I think they were just in, weren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, we saw them left pit lane a few laps ago.
Ooh, off at turn 10. So with it, whatever they're doing here with the 01 doesn't look like there's anything that's out of the ordinary. Maybe attention's being paid to the right rear. Let me look around the corner here real quick. No, I had to take the headset off to do that. They're looking under the rear of the car. They've done a driver change. They put fuel in it. Didn't do any tires or anything like that. I think it was Ron Hugate that was on board. Has gotten out, but whoever they put in, they just kind of looked around the right rear and then underneath the rear and then sent it.
Looks like the 605 as well coming out. Yeah, 605.
Number 75 Valdez Motorsports within 2/10 of the 5th place 1/10 under Bunny in GP1.
And that's our leader that's coming out of the pits under our noses also.
Oh, the 143?
Yeah. And this will be New Light as well, merging in behind the 702. And here's the W2W car that we were just talking about.
So we'll let this shake out here for a moment or two while all these pit stops take place, because they're not really happening in sync. Screaming Goat we'd expect in here fairly soon. TLM USA I think we'd expect in fairly soon. Those might actually come in together because I think they were both in under the second code 35. As well as the Hammer number 02, who's actually closed up towards the back of the Screaming Goat BMW again. It's back down to a second and a half.
How about some GP2 drama?
Let's go with that.
Team HQ is saying the 525 is kind of dropping some fuel on the track.
They had that problem yesterday.
They did.
Yes. So when it was reported, I think it turned 4 and 5. I had assumed it was just overflow from a recent pit stop. It was within 3 or 4 laps of them having been in. It is again within 3 or 4 laps of them having been in. But they were required to come in and fix that yesterday. They spent a couple of laps in the pits attending to that, or into the paddock attending to that. And I wouldn't be shocked if this is a recurrence of the same issue if WRL takes the same stance and says, no, we can't be having, fuel leaking for 3 or 4 laps after every pit stop. Which is fair. It does evaporate fairly quickly, but just as a matter of overall safety, you can't allow that to continue. So we'll need to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't know if it's a seal or something, but that's that can be a quite dangerous situation, especially with a hot race car.
Yeah, and you could see some overflow like that after, or for maybe a lap after a pit stop, but for that to be going on 3, 4, 5 laps, 10 minutes after you put fuel in the car is not a good idea to just kind of let go. So we'll see what they decide to do with it. Off the camera there, the 01, we pick that back up. And it looks like the car's back up to speed here, so I don't know what the story was there. Try and get some information on things from the Audi camp down there.
So I've seen the next gen RS3s due out pretty soon.
It is.
Oh,
they've actually.
guys,
I think they. Yeah, I was just gonna say we should jump on board the 02 here because the margin's down to half a second.
Yeah, and it's the 29 that's right in front of us to driver's left here.
Yep.
That
They pull to the left of the
Screaming Goat.
21. Widens this out a little bit and tries to square up the arc here. I think he could get a decent launch, especially being a front-wheel drive car. But it's the BMW actually who kind of gets the run off of turn 12. They're going to
here comes Hammer
here past the chump change BMW, and even though the 02 is closing up in the slipstream, I'm not sure he's going to be in a position to make the move. Makes a liar out of me by showing the nose to driver's right.
No, he's going to back out of it. He's not going to do it here.
That is a really tough place to make the pass. You're almost better positioned trying to pass on the left through the braking zone and then having the move done by turn in rather than trying to hang tough around the outside of the braking zone and then make a move at the apex of 14.
I want to make the point here really quickly that if a code 35 comes out at the right or wrong time, 143 for Pro Sport is going to be really disadvantaged. They're showing 2 laps behind. I don't think they're a full 2 laps behind, but they're showing 2 laps behind our leader right now.
That's a long stop, Joseph. They lost. It was a 9-minute lap almost.
Oh yeah, okay. So they've had another issue there.
Yes, for sure.
So we'll count them temporarily out of the running here. O2's Allen, who is lawless. He does not abide by the law, which I don't think I would advertise. Is taking it pretty safe through traffic here. There's no reason not to. We're only not even 2.5 hours in. 29's going to get balked here.
Everybody's getting balked. This is a real gaggle here. They drop the 026. So the Thunder Bunny number 350 there to the right, who's going to let the last of the GTO cars go. And this is all a string of GTO cars with their own strengths and weaknesses. So that's feeding into this as well. Not just the lower class cars, the production cars, but you've got the 909 automatic Aston Martin up ahead. You've got, I think, one of the ACP BMWs. That'll be the 91. And so all of that is playing into the dynamics of this battle for, what is it, P3 at the moment?
P2.
P2, you're right. By the way, don't look now, but the number 44 from PC Racing is into 7th overall as your GP1 leader.
Lots of people unsighted here. This could get hairy.
Listen,
oh boy.
This is the WRL experience. Got production BMW stuck in there as well.
Yeah, O2, if he's smart, is going to back out here and try to time the jump. Oh no.
Which is a bit
This is
hard
not
to
when
do.
I wanted to drop that.
And I would look down the front straightaway here, but with the onboard delay, I think that was them going off at turn 4 there, well, past the camera at turn 4. And they'll rejoin. There it is. Drop there at 5 and 6.
Timing shows Hammer slips up in the second.
There's the 9.
It's a big gap already.
It's gone back the other way. It's gone back the other way.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, the 29 has gotten back through. The margin at the line was 3,000 or 300.
Yeah, very close.
Yeah, I think they were side by side, and then the 29 just kind of, hung around in the braking zone and was able to defend.
Big beneficiary from this is the leader right now. They just came across the line. They're doing 205. Whereas, everyone stuck behind the 909 here, bit slower.
Yeah, and I'd say they're losing time fighting, but I don't know that the 02 is really being aggressively held up here. I think they've just been really unlucky in traffic.
Yeah.
They're being, I will say though, they are being affected a little more disproportionately by traffic because they're catching the traffic.
Oh, here it is.
Here's a run.
Good top speed from the 02. Pulls to driver's left, and this is what I was talking about earlier. Where you want to try and get the move done on the left in the braking zone. I can tell you they've just come across start-finish, and the 02 is out in front.
They're trying to get that little bit extra power, so it robs us of the onboard feed.
Pit stop from the 44.
Okay, so that's coming lead from GP1 and 7th overall.
So all this happening, this battle between Hammer and Screaming Goat for 2nd overall, in advance of pit stops from each of them. 52 leaves the pit lane. Another one of the Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMWs. Team GTR, I think, has just had a pit stop in the number 99. They're still mired back in 12th after their pit stop on lap 1.
Did we note the change in GP1 lead?
That'll be the pit stop from the 44 then.
Yeah. 407's just put in a blinder for Craftsman Auto Care. It's a new PB of a 2:14.4.
Yeah.
The quickest lap in GP3 by over 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And so they're only 16 seconds behind Presser Tech, and they've made an extra. I think they've made 2 stops compared to Presser Tech's 1.
Yeah.
We did touch on that earlier, but at the time the margin was something closer to 40 or 50 seconds. Now it's down to 16. 997 is in and out. The 909 automatic Aston Martin is in and out. Where is that automatic Aston? Are they still way down the order?
They have to be. Yeah, they've had a couple long stops.
Yeah.
They're 27th in class right now.
There you go.
About 5 laps behind the lead. So they're not coming back from that, but they do have plenty of opportunities to pull positions. 111 must have missed a shift or something here.
Well, it's interesting. They just did a 206, and I was going to say, oh, it's a good lap from the 111, and then... but it's worth keeping an eye on this as well, because we've got 5th, 6th, and 7th in GTO separated by about 6 or 7 seconds each, and the trailing car in each case is the quicker car. So, word from Tim Myers is it blew a boost hose off on the 01.
Too much boost.
Yep, that was why it didn't have any power.
Across the line, the 24 Montgomery gets around round 3 racing for 3rd in GP1. Still 1 second gap, so that might not be completely over.
BMW's now a second behind Thunderbird. Actually, that move just happened. And you know what? I thought we were coming up on a slow BMW, or slower BMW, and I wondered whether it was a 72. It turns out it was, so I don't know what was going on there with PMW, but they lost 10 seconds or so? They did a 217 and lost P6 overall to that 111 M2. So we're finding out what the story is there, whether it was just an off that cost them some time, or whether they're nursing some kind of issue there.
Stops from the 350, lost about 3 minutes. The 52 for Team ACP, 2 minutes. And for the 420 TLM, shift up now about 2 minutes and 40 seconds time loss. We're also looking at stops. It looks like the 29 has come in and are on their way out. 28 for HQ Autosport has also gone missing. Same for the 982. I assume that all of these are pit stops. That we don't apparently have any incidents on track.
Leaders in the 172. Hammer Motorsports is preparing to receive the 02.
The 81 Ice Driving Canada Audi TCR, so the 3rd and the only non-Hammer Audi TCR in the field. 175 for AOA Motorsports. All of those should be in. Loose Cannon lost about 240, so little room for improvement, or at least it's a full stop. Automatic, about 2 minutes even in terms of time loss. Yeah, it's all happening right now. The 02 has inherited the lead of this race by virtue of the 72 pitting, or the 172 pitting.
Looking at the GTO situation here, I think the 72 from BMW is the first car that pitted.
Yes.
That didn't pit under the code 35s. Right? They pitted on 42. Oh no, they did.
They've got a problem.
Did not.
They've got a problem. We're on board with them now. Yep. They've got a problem.
Oh boy.
Is that car still under power? I've got the volume turned down here. It is. Meandering though quite a bit. I know he's trying to stay out of the way, but it almost looks like there's a puncture there maybe.
No, I think he was just trying to stay visible. I think he was just moving from one side of the track to the other as quickly as possible.
So we'll keep an eye on this, but put it to one side because they're no longer really relevant in that discussion as to who has already made their second or who hasn't made their second stop yet.
Oh, something's wrong. Something's wrong with the corner here. That is not. That's not handling the left-hand turn very well. That wants to swing around. So something might be up with the right rear here.
Anyway, my point is going to be that
Yeah,
the
it's
02.
quite bad.
Once the 02 is done with its stop, we will complete this round of pit stops in GTO and get a sense of what the actual running order is like and what these margins are like.
Yeah.
My guess is this 72 is not going to stop if it's in its pit box. If it does, it's probably a puncture. If it doesn't, and it goes into the paddock, it is.
Yes.
It's a right rear issue, I think.
Someone suggests a sway bar.
Could be.
So the right rear was not moving around along the axle. It was definitely, there's vertical motion to it a little bit.
Could be a shock. Would be the same situation. There's the 81 in front of us for Race Driving Canada. They do have it stop in the box. It's air wrenches. Distinctive sound. Quick stops from for the 175 for AOA Motorsports lost about a minute and a half. That is awfully quick, so it's probably not even a full fill. 28 for HQ Autosport.
02 is in for a driver change.
Interesting, they're having them power up again.
So that may just be a puncture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It didn't look low, but I didn't get a good look at it other than a split second here as it rolled between the canopies in front of me. Certainly seems to have some confidence in it.
Okay, sweet. If you're going to have a problem, that is a good problem to have considering.
New race leader is 172 for TLM USA once again because the 02, as you see here, is in the pits.
I think we expected that.
Yeah, the main fight here is going to be the 02 trying to come out ahead of the Screaming Goat.
Yeah, worth comparing their lap times on their way out of the pits. Outlap for, well, the pit stop lap for the 02, 3:52.1. For the 172, 4:40.8.
So they've beaten Screaming Goat out for sure,
Yeah.
because I've just seen the trackside, and I saw Screaming Goat go through well after the TCR would have left.
Yeah, 15 seconds was the margin across start finish. And then 9 seconds back to the 702. So at the moment, the long stop from 172 has kind of cost it whatever comfortable margin it had, and now the top 4, top 5 are within 65 seconds. So we've talked about this a couple times. Now there's not any consistency here yet to demonstrate this, but we have, as sort of a singular example, an example of how it's not necessarily about the number of pit stops you make, but there's enough variance in pit stop length that is actually the difference maker, right? Everybody can make 5 or 6 pit stops the same, as each other throughout the race, but if your pit stops are 25, 30, 40 seconds longer than your competitors, you're giving up a lot of time over the course of the race.
I think we had somebody off track that had drivers left at turn 3. They've resumed.
So we've now got 8 cars on the lead lap, I think is what I'm seeing. And 9 cars on the lead lap, 10. Okay, now it's over.
Can I help you?
The 172 is about to come through.
So I've got to say the biggest loser right now from this past stint has unfortunately been the round 3, the 702, because they had pitted from second. But they have come out behind Screaming Goat by quite a bit.
I got to be honest with you, JT. I think my take on who the biggest loser in this round of stops is actually the 172. They've gone from having over a minute lead to now having 10 cars on the lead lap behind them and a margin of only 13 seconds.
They had a longer stop than I would have liked to see. It was about 2 minutes 40 of time lost, and that's about 40 seconds longer than you want. It's a really easy place to lose time, and I think that's what's happened.
I think every single car behind them has gained ground on the 172 as a result of that stop. Now, some gained quite a bit more than others. The 420 was actually pretty close. But other than that, I mean, that is so much time loss. And then the next car, you know, outside the top 10 is the 143 Pro Sport Aston Martin, who had that 9-minute pit stop lap about, half an hour ago or so now.
Now, this may become... I guess there are no moot points in this, because there's 5.5 hours to go, and so all of this sort of accumulates. You know, since we don't have a safety car to neutralize the field, this will all sort of accumulate into the race result at the end of 8 hours.
Yeah. So, this is... It's getting easier to kind of weed out how we parse the field and how we make sense of what we're seeing now, because it is essentially the top 10 that are still, you know, they've still had clean runs. And not that you can't win a race if you've had an issue, but, you know, we know the Pro Sport car has lost time with an issue. The PC racing car is a GP1 class car. The 72 just had its puncture. And then we get back to Bonsai, the 19, who we really haven't talked about just because they haven't really been relevant pace-wise. So it's this top 10, and now following this dynamic over the next couple of hours that are going to get us to set up, you know, for the end of the race and give us a way to make sense of the rotation over the next, or this middle portion of the 8 hour today. And 10's a nice round number, so my job to be easier.
Yeah, it's one of those sort of tropes that we keep coming back to, is these tend to be, you know, because these are not, particularly in the production classes, right? I think this is still true in a lot of the GTO cars that are not sort of bought off the shelf. And frankly, I guess even the ones that are. So to revise that before I finish the sentence, it applies to everybody in the field. But there's a significant element of consistency and reliability here, and it is, yeah. And so there is a pretty big component. You know, this is in a way classic endurance racing, because it does. It is a, in order to finish first you must finish sort of deal, and that applies for basically every class and every basically every race preparation here, because I don't think any of these cars, maybe bar the GT4s, are designed to run endurance races. You know, TCR is obviously they're built for long, you know, life cycles, I guess, or part cycles, but they're not necessarily meant to run 8 hours, let alone 24 hours straight, right? They're, oh boy. Is this car slow? This looks like a GTO.
30, no, sorry, it's a 150, I don't remember.
Well, now it's fine.
Yeah.
But almost none of these cars are...
Pro Sport's in the pits against Hard Joseph.
Oh yeah, that's a problem.
Almost back out.
That is weird. Almost none of these cars are built to run this distance. You know, they're spec'd for a certain part life. And some of them obviously, or their counterparts, will have done things like the 24 hours at the Nürburgring, or the 24 hours of, I guess not Spa. Is Spa allow GT4s, or is it still GT3 only?
No, it's all GT3.
Okay. So, but some of them will obviously, you know, be spec'd for races like the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. But still, I think, you know, you've got to be careful with your part life on a lot of these things. You know, how many corners have we seen just kind of collapse, or even just tires have we seen puncture just today and yesterday. So it really is an endurance race in the classical sense. It's not a 24-hour sprint race like you see at Le Mans.
No, and I mean, you make the point from a mechanical development perspective, but think too about what you might have seen at Le Mans, you know, 20 years ago, let's say, where, yes, okay, you had some really big spenders at the top who were, you know, Audi in particular, sort of revolutionized LMP racing, right? You had the GT1s that were spending all kinds of money, which was fine, but, you know, LMP hadn't really had that investment yet. Audi comes in and changes that. They change the way you think about how you repair cars and how you service cars. They change the way how you build them in the first place and design them. They change how you handle pit stops and work in the garage. I mean, the all-in-one gearbox change. That was eventually outlawed, but still, you had a team or a handful of teams pushing forward at the very top that developed endurance racing into what it is now, which is essentially very long sprint racing where every component of the race counts, not just on-track pace, not just reliable, you know, mechanical reliability, but also pit stops, time loss, preparedness, and the way you deal with the issues that do creep up. All that kind of made endurance racing, modern endurance racing, what it is. WRL, as you say, classical endurance racing, in that we still have that mechanical variability. We still have variability in traffic, and you know, it creates more variance than you might see in a field full of professional drivers, right? Which is not an inherently bad thing. But that one last place that hasn't really been attacked in the World Racing League, and maybe won't ever be, is really hammering down pit stops. And I say that with a word of caution just because of what happened at Daytona. But it's not just about, you know, there are teams that are finding that you have to have consistent pit stops. They don't have to be blindingly quick. You don't have to be, you know, a team full of professionals that you're paying full-timers to come out and, you know, pull tires off of cars and fill your car with 5-gallon fuel jugs. But you can't be giving up 40 or 50 seconds, because that, as much as anything else, is still affecting the outcome of racing. Look at what it just cost TLM. It's going to do that 4 more times today if they can't figure out a way to pull back 40 or 50 seconds on their stops. You know, so that, as much as all the things that you mentioned, Joseph, about classical endurance racing, is a feature of endurance racing in WRL that was also a feature of endurance racing in days gone by, professionally speaking. And I'm happy to say it's still a part of things here. But this has real consequences for teams, and I suspect that moving forward, you will see teams find a way to have their pit stops make a difference. They're not going to spend tons of money to do it, but it does make such a difference in the outcome of races, and that's sort of the phase we're in now, where we're seeing this shuffle the order around.
Yeah, because we can literally see from Hammer's onboard the leader of the race now in view.
Having given up basically they've given up 48 seconds of the 50-second lead at this point.
Yeah, the leader just did a 2:08, but the previous lap before that had done a 2:19.
These cars are about level on pace. In terms of ultimate pace, the 02 fast lap is about 4/10 faster than the 172. So, you know, it's not sort of the huge gaps. It's not nothing and it's not a ton. I guess I'll put it that way. So it's going to come down to, I would say, at least in this phase of the race, it's going to come down to who is behind the wheel of each of these cars. Allen is obviously wrapping up his 3rd hour of... Yeah, he's not only is he lawless, but he's also wrapping up his 3rd hour driving in the car. So we have a, you know, we know what his pace is. The question mark is going to be who gets in the car to do the last, maybe the next third or the last half, depending on how they decide to work out their driver rotation.
I missed what you just said. It's definitely not Lawless Allen, the car.
Have they done a driver change?
Yeah, they did a driver change on the stop.
Okay.
I saw Allen get out.
Well,
Tim,
Allen wasn't following the rules to change the driver name in the car, so...
I think this is all manually done.
It is. Yeah. Hey, Tim, change your Sentinel info.
Tim is having a discussion with somebody down in the paddock.
A little bit further down, in 6th place, the Will to Win 982 Porsche under threat. As they come across the line, Team ACP Tangerine, the number 2 car, takes 6th place, and the 420 TLM also gets by the Porsche as well.
I'm gonna
all
charge
in one
you
lap, 2 positions down.
I'm going to charge you $5 every time you decide to omit the last syllable of Porsche.
There's a couple of things to keep our eye on here. JT just mentioned one. The other one is the number 111 catching the number 702 from round 3. And if we still have the 111 on board, we should jump onto that, because I think this is going to become a nose-to-tail situation in the next lap or two.
Yeah, their previous lap was within 2/10 of their best lap.
Yeah.
Hammer crosses the line 3/10 behind the leader.
Can we both? Can we just watch both?
We need split screen.
Yeah, I'll figure that out at some point. My smooth brain can only take so much.
A little bit further down the field, Pro Sport comes across the line. Oh.
I think that's a 702 up in front, just exiting 12. Wow, so much happening.
Yeah, right.
I think the move's done down there at turn 1. He was.
It's not.
No, it's not. He was a long way back, and I thought that was going to be a tough way to get the move done.
Oh, he's
He
looking.
got up alongside, but that was it. I think he'd do well just to sit behind through this complex here, unless he can get a move done on the brakes into 4. He's going to think about
please
it.
Don't.
Yeah, no, we don't need a dive bomb here, man. There's a long way to go, and you know what
He's
your
going to cross him
advantages
over,
are.
though. No, he doesn't quite have the...
Yeah, the acceleration out of 5 doesn't really allow for that kind of move to be set up.
Quick update in GP1, battle for second. Gap is about 1.2 seconds. Team LMR tried to hold off number 24 Montgomery Motorsports.
We're side by side with round 3 here on board the 111.
There we go, Thunder Bunny up the inside, and I don't see that car to the left anymore, Joseph.
There better not be a car to the left, because we're taking
Yep.
all of the track.
Move done. So that is a change for P4 in GTO. Look at how far Thunder Bunny's come up the grid. Started 27th.
Started from the relative bottom, and now they here.
Nope, started from the bottom in class.
It is the Bruminator.
It is the Promenator. Just changed over.
Thank you.
Good
Tom.
run down the back straightaway here from the 02 Hammer TCR.
Or Tim's intern. Who
Got
knows?
to move to the left. If you're gonna
Ryan
do it.
put in a good word for us.
That's late.
No,
Really
he's not.
late.
He's not quite there.
Yeah.
There's not going to be room for him on the outside of 13.
Yeah, you don't want to pull a Verstappen.
Dragging the brakes a little bit on the.
The 172 is.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Is that just trying to set the
O2's
brakes?
O2's got a better run through 16 and 17. I don't think he's going to be able to do anything with it.
He flipped the curve there. It's just
Yeah, that killed.
Anyway,
But yeah,
he
to answer
wasn't
your
gonna-
question, JT, yeah, I think that is settling the car basically in that transition from the basically. I mean, you're still, I guess you're not decelerating, but you're maintaining a constant-ish speed between 13 and 14 in the right over the crest and the left, and in the middle of an elevation change too. You know, you're kind of moving in all 3 axes there.
If these two cars keep this up, their last lap for each was in the 211s. If they continue to do this,
172 held up by the AOA.
and this is what I'm talking about, if they keep racing each other like this and also being sort of tentative in traffic, they're going to keep giving up time to the scream and go racing number 29.
172 drops a wheel.
Gets it back up over the curb, but this is giving the 02 a big run out of turn 6, and I think this move is going to be done by
No,
the
he's
time
boxed
we
him
get
in. He's
into
boxed him in. It's the
Yeah, it's
Montoya
alongside.
Andretti.
Wow, I thought that move was done. When I saw
This is gonna be a big stack up here. Big stack up.
Yeah, Screaming Goat's going to be gaining quite a bit of time if they don't have traffic.
Honestly, it might be a lap before the Screaming Goat car
Yeah.
is up on the back of this duo the way this is gone.
O2 takes a tighter line through the double apex at Oak Tree.
Yeah, and I think his runoff of 12 is a little worse for it. It's a front-wheel drive car, so you can kind of pull it around the corner, which, you know, the rear-wheel drive can't necessarily do, but
You also risk pushing too much, though.
yeah, I think he'd do well to widen that out a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it's the one part of the track where he is not obviously quicker than the 172.
This is your
It's like the
battle,
triple
by the way,
five.
just as a reminder, this is your battle for the overall lead and lead in
Yeah.
GTO.
Yeah, thanks for that, Joseph.
Yeah, Screaming Goat down to 7.4 seconds, so not a massive gain, but if this keeps up, they can keep crawling forward.
Thunder
Triple
Bunny
five is slow here. What are you pointing at? I see him.
I
Whoa!
wouldn't, not if I were the 555, man. I would have just held the line there.
Yeah, let him go inside.
Running slow though, they're definitely. I mean that is off the pace for the 555 by a ways. So something is up with that car.
I saw it out the window here about 30 seconds ago, and it sounded okay, but it definitely wasn't anywhere near up to pace. 172 is going to get caught all the way through this 4, 5, and 6 complex here. Thunder Bunny's last lap, a 2:04.9 compared to Screaming Goat, who did a 2:11 and still managed.
Big
to
box,
pick up
big
a
box.
second.
O2 is going to have a run.
Yeah, he did this last lap though, and by the time we got halfway up the straightaway to 7, it was a moot point. Has to get out of the throttle there, boxed in behind the BMW. That allows the 172 to run into the climbing S's.
In GP1, the 24 Montgomery Motorsports has taken second place away from Team LMR.
Joseph,
uses...
like Joseph mentioned a moment ago, this is the battle for the overall and GTO lead, but it's not just that. There's no pit stop.
Move to the inside at Oak Tree.
Here. He's still to the left. You can see it in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, and by the time they get to the second apex, I think the 172 has had no choice but to back out.
This was going to be
Now,
really
the move
curious.
There would have been a crossover if he was able to keep it wide and then arc it back towards the apex curve. He might have been able to do something on the throttle, but
Lab traffic is going to narrow down the lanes here.
yeah, I was going to say, if he couldn't get the move done, he was going to get boxed in behind. I think that was the 44, and through the braking zone into 14, and I think that's moved on.
Yeah, move the
So
Brominator
overall
up to the
lead
point.
02 leads 172 by half a second, and Screaming Goat comes across the line in third, a 209.8, so 5.5 seconds in arrears of TLM, and then Thunder Bunny, a 205.6, just over 6 seconds behind that number 29. So your top 4 within 13 seconds after just about 3 hours of racing. Again, no safety car. So be back on board Loose Cannon, Joseph?
Yes, it is.
The 997 Porsche. Stratus into the pits. So that fuel adjustment in GTO for cars at that weight has got them down to under an hour on fuel mileage at a place like VIR.
Yeah, which is good information.
It is. That's, I would say, that hasn't brought them on par with GTO, the rest of GTO, the production-based cars. I would say that is actually a disadvantage. But again, this is all data collection for the World Racing League, and a way for them to make, better decisions in the future, more decisions in the future that sort of help to place cars inside the same performance bracket. Not a BOP as such, but
something of a BOP. It's just a coarser BOP.
Yes.
It's not as what's the word? Constrictive, I guess. It's not telling anybody you have to run at a certain boost pressure. You have to put a certain spacer in.
I think the phrase that the WEC uses at the moment is performance window, right? You're not trying to get the cars to all behave the same and have the same pace and everything, but you're trying to get them all into the same window. And the NP01 has sort of fallen outside of that window just because of its weight and its aero. And this is the move that was made here, I think, is just trying to get that car into the same window as the rest of GTO, which is fair enough. Some commotion down here in the pit lane in front of me. Everybody in the Hammer pits stood up at once. One of the crew members ran across to the wall separating the pit lane and the track and followed along with the 02 as it went by, turned back around at the pit wall and shrugged his shoulders. So I wonder if they're seeing something on the onboard.
Hold on, let's listen here. Let's listen here. Oh, TLM's gotten back past.
that's the 172 in front of us.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You may ask, how did this happen? And the answer to that is, I don't know.
It wasn't... I mean, it was a slow lap in that it was in the 212s, but they've been stuck in the 212s, both of these cars, for the last, 5 or 6 laps.
Code 35, code 35.
Okay. Refresh the race control log here.
Now, bear in mind, this is on a delay.
Okay. There's a yellow on the left.
And it's a disabled car on the way up to Oak Tree. Really, it's just at the crest of the hill, right off to driver's right.
Alright, I can't tell if it's because of the onboard, but the mirror passenger door on the O2 looks to be quite askew.
Let's look to the driver's right here.
The car is not at 35 miles an hour.
Light bluish BMW.
Yeah, that's what I've got as well there. Team LMR is Salmon on race here.
There we go, the 28.
It's the 28. All right. HQ Autosport.
Bummer.
GP2.
They were fifth with taking over that spot from round 3 racing.
Yeah, back to 7th.
Their team says off for M9 will not restart.
Yeah, you can hear it. It is... Everything is off. And that's not a dead image. You can see the driver.
Yeah.
Won't even crank, he says.
The 01 or 02 crew, I suppose, is ready down here in the pit lane. Pro Sport Aston is on its way back out again, so their sort of challenging middle stanza of this race continues. Montgomery is out. JT was discussing their situation in GP1 earlier. This has kind of helped them, I think, actually. Although it's quite early. They were last in at 55. It's now 72, so not quite halfway into a stint. PC Racing was in at 59. I don't think they've come in. So a split in the strategies in GP1.
The thing that is, I'm a little interested to see how this goes. We've got a very visual.
111 is in from 4th, Joseph.
As is the 70. The 702 is also in.
Yep, just come in behind them.
Oh, what's this? Separate issue for the 89.
Oh.
Their car stopped. Has he pulled the steering wheel off?
Or for the 89. Did I say 79? It's for the 89.
It's 89.
No, you said 89, which is 4th in GP2. So
The steering wheel's come off.
yeah, he can't get it connected. It seems.
Huh.
Well, GP2 just got exciting.
This is the Libre Racing entry.
It is, yeah.
Libre? Libre?
It's Libre. I think that's a typo in the entry.
I was gonna say, I'm not used to seeing double L's at the start of words.
That's our Dominican team, correct?
It is. AKA C.
There we go.
Gotta be careful here. Remember, there's still a code 35.
It's a good point. It feels like we're going fast on 35.
Yeah. He was a bit preoccupied.
Maybe not. Maybe it's just the gear stack.
No, he's slowing down now.
Yeah, steering wheel doesn't look straight there either. He's got it on, but I don't think it's...
Yeah,
Quite.
I think he just wants to get it back to the pits and
Flatbed and Wrecker there are there for the 28. But
28 gets started. Yep. Yeah. So if we have the onboard for 28, we should see them rolling now.
So we've basically just got to clear the wreckers, and we should be going back to green really quickly.
The 111 has, I think, left the Thunder Bunny pits. The 702 has not yet left the round 3 pit stall. So a longer stop here from the 702, and the 111 has kind of taken advantage here of the code 35. Now this is, they were in at 57, we're up to 75 now, so they're about halfway through a run. Good timing for the 111, but just after we had kind of gotten most of the leaders in GTO onto a similar strategy.
We are green,
Let things sort out. We're split again by a code 35. As Joseph mentions, we go back to green pretty much as soon as that 28 was back underway from turn 10.
On the bright side, only 3 of them in 3 hours.
It could be worse. It could be 19.
Yeah, 19 at Barber. We had 11 yesterday, so I will take this.
Didn't feel like we had 11.
No, a lot of them were quick, thankfully.
2 of them were within like the last half hour or something like that.
Is true.
Now, I'm curious to see how this goes.
2 has come in and leaves. 702 is gone as well. But that's a position change. A couple of position changes. The round 3 cars lost, I think, 3 spots there. They've given up spots to the 420, the 982, and now the number 2.
We should probably come back to this, huh?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I guess if we have to.
99 is back as well. The 28's come into the pits and just rolled right through.
Like he's missed his box or something.
It's very odd, like that it's very odd he's come in at all. You know, I know he had the issue, but if there was nothing lingering on that car, it's
Yeah, if the car's running, don't stop it.
yeah.
Okay, let's
Closes
see.
in on the braking on the brakes into
Yeah,
turn 1.
Takes a much
Little
wider
wiggle.
entry to turn 2.
Yeah, I think the 172's trying a little too hard to defend in places he doesn't really need to defend here.
Yeah, he's leaving a lot of room at the apex too. I think he's just I think he's honestly just kind of warming back up. That is
wide again, really wide again. It'll allow him to defend.
O2's crossed him over and he's through.
That is such a hard place to make a move. That little jump on the throttle between 5 and 6 is so short, but he's done really, really well there has Mark Drummond, to get back on the throttle and complete the move before they got back to the apex of 6. And I think, honestly, the 172 just realized he was all out of sorts there and let him have it.
Yeah, that was an interesting sequence of turns. I'm sure frustrating. It was like he lost momentum in turns 2 and 3 and never kind of regained it.
Yeah, I really think he was just spending too much time looking in his mirror. He was a little wide at 1. Well, he defended at 1 and then was a little wide. He got up to 3 and was wide again. And then
O2's going to get held up at the exit here, though.
Yeah, and he looks over to the left, checks the mirror, and then falls into the slipstream of 601? 605.
605, I think, yeah.
Yeah. So, Screaming Goat sits there in P3. Thunder Bunny, the number 111, in 4th. Did Screaming Goat pit? I don't think they did.
If they did, I missed it. They're right in front of the 28 at the moment.
I don't think they did, but Thunder Bunny did. In the 111, they're only 5 seconds behind Screaming Goat, almost exactly the margin they had before, and they made a stop. And I'm not entirely sure how that's happened.
I've got the 01 is due to pit. I don't know how true that is, but watch that space.
They're not ready for him. Did they not pit under the yellow? They all got ready like they were about to, and then I think maybe opted out. I'm very intrigued by how this Thunder Bunny situation has played out here. They're only 12 seconds behind the leader, but pitted under the code 35.
And this is a fast car too. You know, it's not just that it's gotten there on timing pit stops correctly. It's fast laps. It's right in between the 02 and the 172.
No, this car yesterday in the right hands was a blast to watch. It's got plenty of power. I mean, it's topping out around 150 down the front straightaway, but then even through the long sequences of corners, it's just floating and flowing so well. I think we're going back to 35.
We are 100%. It's just
everybody
happened.
Just very quiet on the front straightaway here. And the 02 crew prepares again. So what is the story here?
I don't think they're
passing we're seeing here on the 111 is pre-code 35. They're sending the vehicles out from pit lane, which is interesting.
So, if I may, interesting development in GP1 that I missed. Something happened to the 151 Team LMR.
Sorry, JT, I'm going to interrupt you. I think whatever's happened has happened with the 555 and the 525. The 525 is listed as stopped. There's a waving yellow here at turn 10.
That feed has paused on me. Is that something to driver's right?
That was the 555. Off in
God, it looks like
the middle of nowhere.
It looks like a tire bundle. It doesn't even look like a car.
When was the last? Do you still have a live feed on the 555? Like, has it stopped as a result?
I've never had a feed on the 555. The 525.
The 525.
Yeah.
525's feed has been very spotty today. I haven't. I wouldn't lean on that. I'm looking at it right now.
Under investigation, and then 555 stopped. So the 525 is continued, but I think it got there with a little bit of assistance from the 525. Not apportioning lane, but clearly the two were involved together at the same point.
All of basically everybody that we've got onboards for is at the wrong part of the circuit. So we'll wait a little bit longer until we have eyes on that.
All right, so to go back to the Team LMR thing, they had been battling for second with the Montgomery Motorsports. They are now down 5 laps from that. Not sure what's happened there.
Okay, 525 is going behind the wall. It's not clean enough to show on feed, but the 525 is going to be parking it for repairs.
Oh,
Facebook.
That is so disappointing. They had quite a lead in GP2.
Listen, we didn't see the incident, right? So I don't know.
Regardless of what happened, yeah.
But that car has looked like such a handful for the last 11 hours it's been on.
Yeah.
Well, and it's two cars that are. The thing is, the 555 has had its own mechanical issues basically all day, and so it could have lost power on the way into this turn for all we know.
I see what you're saying about the speed not being great.
It's
although
also
convenient because it'll point right at where the 555
which is exactly why I've switched to it. But yeah, it's a little it's actually had connectivity issues for a lot of the day, which is the main reason I haven't been using it.
That car I think was perpendicular to. Yeah, it's still, you can see it there.
Yeah, so that's not like it's on the way to rejoining the circuit.
I missed the 525 when it came into the pits to look for damage.
But 525 actually may have come back out. I'm seeing it buffer, and the car is out on track.
Maybe they came in just to change all tires?
It's possible. I mean, it's obviously... Well, I shouldn't say obviously. They're actually going to bring the 555 back on the flatbed, which I would predict is going to end its day. Kind of a miserable day. Not the best weekend, unfortunately.
No, at a time when it was kind of the lone representative for, the NP01s, pace-wise, given the Stratus
It's true,
BOP situation.
Yeah. So we'll be under yellow flag conditions until they move the 555. So I'm thinking we'll take a look at the accident scene at the 111, see if we can pick out any clues as to what kind of collision might have happened here. Not sure that we'll see much because of the positioning of the recovery vehicles. Yeah. But we'll go through that, and then I think it'll be a good time to get an ad in. It's been about an hour, and I think we should be able to spare 2 minutes here.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take care of that and rejoin on the other side from Virginia International.
I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. They're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now. Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at VIR, the 2021 World Racing League season presses on DriversEye Live. Thank everybody for their company. This morning, almost afternoon, started at 8:30, so just a little over 3 hours in, 4 hours and 47 minutes, give or take, remaining. I think we've got a stuck 02 feed here. Yeah, there we go. Did a little investigative work during the ad break to try and pick up an onboard replay or something that might have given us a clue as to how the 555 ended up where it did on the inside of turns 11 and 12, and I learned nothing. Absolutely nothing. So we are no closer to an answer there than we were just a couple of minutes ago.
But we are
And
closer to a
others
green
come back
flag.
in. Yeah. So, use this opportunity to reset things at the top. GP3 being led by something around a lap by the Craftsman Auto Care, number 407. The 525. Am I timing behind? Why am I still seeing that car in the lead? Did they bring that car back out? Gonna have to keep an eye on this. I think the 525 might still be circulating because the
Yeah, no,
87
it 100% is. Yeah, I actually made note of that.
Yeah, I thought JT had said it was headed into the paddock. It may have just ducked into the pit lane. They gave
No, it went through the paddock and came back out, and so we speculated that maybe it had changed all 4 tires.
Interesting. That could be. They lead the number 87 RK Motorsports, BMW, and Northloop still sitting there in third. Libre Racing, incidentally, who was also not very long ago stopped on the side of the road, trying to reconnect the steering wheel, is up into fourth now, ahead of the number 601 from Round 3 Racing, back in P5, who I think was just in under that full course yellow. If they weren't, they were in the one before that. But a couple of long laps there for the number 601. GP1. The PC Racing still leads pretty handily.
'28 might be back in the pits. I guess there's only one way to find out. Lo and behold.
Sorry, just coordinating for an interview here in a little bit. Oh, look at this little mess here on board the number 111. It's the 909 to the right. It's the Screaming Goat car straight ahead, which is a battle for third, is it not?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that'll be the third P3 overall battle. The 909 is kind of hanging around there.
Malingering.
Yeah. Yeah, and now it's the top 4 that have kind of separated themselves at the front of GTO. So we sort of hacked off a couple there at the bottom, and these top 4 have started to pull away a little bit. I actually think the 111 is in sort of the best spot here. It made what essentially feels like a free pit stop under the, not the last one.
Oh, look at this. Move to the left, and it's going to be easy.
That was not really even a contest. This is kind of what I was saying with regards to the 111 earlier.
Now, this might have been
that
might have been a move from the 29 intended to
let it go.
Just well, and to back it up, because we've got 3 cars in front of us at Oak Tree here. 29's actually probably going to get a better run out of Oak Tree than the 111 is.
Yeah, the driver on board the 111 here has done a really nice job of getting back and committing to the throttle at the apex regardless of the traffic situation, so it's backing up and maximizing exit speed. Oh, car stopped on the right down the back straightaway. That was a black BMW, and I'm not convinced that's not the 44. It was
are
a
still
black
green.
BMW with a big honking rear wing. As I look to my left, I'll be looking for the number 24 Montgomery Motorsports.
I just missed it on that feed.
M3.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's not a great feed here anyway, but no change on timing with the 44.
Once again, the number 2 ACP feed is going to be very well positioned for this.
Fantastic.
So,
there's a chance this car will sort of get itself moving from its position there, just off track to driver's right, about halfway down the back straight. between 12 and 14. And are we preparing to go code 35? Nope. Just a car a little off pace down the front straightaway. I didn't see anything there, Joseph.
No, it was there. It was just we had
I
a
just looked
feed
up
hiccup at exactly the wrong point.
Classic.
Let's try on board the 702. Currently sitting in 8th overall and in class, and is being put a lap down, as a matter of fact. A full lap down. Oh, that's right off the racing surface.
I think that's who that is.
That's in a dangerous spot. If they can't get that moved, I'd like to see the code 35 sooner than later. Although actually that's made some progress, I think, actually. I feel like it was a little higher up the straight, so maybe
it's not PC. I'll say that.
Could it be the 366?
It could be the 366, actually.
I've just shown them as missing and having last turned a lap 8 minutes ago.
Yeah, no, I'd buy that. Where are they, Joseph?
Well, if that's any
TLM
indication,
car, right?
on the way into turn 13.
Yeah, no, they haven't completed a lap since we went back to green.
Uh, 10th in GP1 at the moment. They're not shown as Salmon on Race Hero, but as you say, that might be. Well, we'll see.
That sucks. I think they had been up to 8th in class a bit earlier, working their way up.
O2 trying to round up the 702, I believe. That is not for position. This is the O2. We'll be trying to. Have I missed something there? I'm showing that 172 is back ahead of the O2.
Yeah, 2.2 seconds.
And that's again, right? That will have been the second time that has come back in favor of the 172, I think. So what has happened there? 702 is a little down on top end compared to, seems like in particular the BMWs. They were just overhauled on the back straight by the 34 for Hitman. Thunder Bunny now, meanwhile, is only 7.5 seconds behind the car that we're on board with now. So the gap to the lead for them has crossed under the 10-second mark. So we're looking at a 3-car fight for the lead. All right, and the starting driver of this car, of the O2, is with Brendan.
Yeah, happy to say I think we've got our first interview of the weekend, and like Joseph mentioned, the car we're riding on board with now, the 02 Audi RS3 TCR, just had Lawless Allen in it a little less than an hour ago. He's up here in the booth with me, standing just behind the pit box here of the Hammer Motorsports crew. First, Lawless, thanks for coming up and chatting with us for a little bit.
Thank you for having me.
Just going to have you pull your mic a little closer to your mouth. We're taking that right. Perfect. Yeah, so earlier this morning, back behind the wheel, the number 01. Yesterday, we saw you on board as well. You guys ended up, I think, P4 yesterday. And the night before that, 2 nights before that, you were in Bristol, Tennessee, running a tube-frame truck around a half-mile short oval. So let's unpack that first. You've had kind of a whirlwind weekend, but you're settled in now to running front-wheel drive touring cars instead of trucks. What's your last couple days been like here?
It's been a lot of racing, a lot of traveling. So drove up from my home in South Carolina to Bristol on Wednesday, hung out there for a day, spent all day at the track. We luckily didn't get to start till 9:30 at night, so any hope of getting a nice a good night's sleep before coming here was out the window. So ended that race at like midnight, finished 18th. Didn't quite have the speed that we needed, but it's kind of to be expected. My first time there, second race with this team. So yeah, got to our hotel at 4 a.m. and then just came up for practice and got here at 10.
I think your boy Mark Brummond here just caught in the back of one of the general production cars coming out of turn 17. No harm, no foul. He's got moved on, and I don't think there's any damage there. So anyway, we'll come back to the trucks thing here in a minute, but we've seen you at the wheel of the number 02 a couple times this year. This is a season-long effort with Hammer Motorsports?
Yeah, I've been... none of them have been planned for, I don't think, any longer than a month out.
Okay.
It's been more of, oh, am I racing anything this weekend? What are Hammer Motorsports and those guys up to? And we asked if they have a seat, and each time I've raced, at least they have, and just been putting it together. And the only other one we have planned for this year is Sebring. Okay. So we've known that one for about as long as we have any others. But yeah, it's been really fun. We've led, I think, every race this year. The Hammer Motorsports guys do a great job. So always in contention, like we see today, in contention. So hopefully we do a little bit better than yesterday, and a code 35 doesn't come out one lap before we need it.
We saw that yesterday. You guys have been quick all season, and we follow along with everything Tim's been doing down there. It's been a lot of fun, but it seems like either you nail everything and you guys have literally the perfect race, from strategy to pace to on-track, performance, or you're just totally snake-bit with the worst possible luck. I mean, Daytona was
brutal.
It was. That's really the only word for it. You guys were so quick, and nothing went your way. Yesterday with the code 35s, they didn't really break your way either. Today you guys are in a better position, so fingers crossed there, certainly for your sake. More about yourself and kind of telling your racing story here. You've done a couple races here. You've done 2 truck races now with this current team that you're with in the Camping World Truck Series. A, what was your racing background? And B, what is the target moving forward? Because these two things don't really jive.
So, I started racing when I was 13 in legend cars, running road course and oval tracks in California. And then from there, Irwindale Speedway was my home track, so kind of went up the ladder there, running Irwindale race trucks and then eventually late models. Won championship in late models and went to Trans Am and running TA2, got Rookie of the Year in that. And then the last year I'd say 2 years, year and a half since COVID has been kind of a mess.
Yeah.
So I haven't really belonged to any one series there. Raced a little bit of ARCA, raced just a lot of oval stuff, and I've just been kind of all over the place, running anything that I can get a seat in. Won a couple of road course championships in the legend cars, and just the end goal is Cup.
Sure.
In the NASCAR Cup, and doing stuff like this doesn't seem to necessarily make sense. But the Cup Series is moving to a lot of road courses, so getting road course experience is really good, but also just getting into stuff that's drastically different and seeing what that's like, for trying to figure out how to make that go fast. And I think all of that, I will find a use for the information and the experience at some point in my career, whether it be for one lap or whether the cars kind of move into a direction that suits it. But any seat time is good time for us. So
I think you see that with drivers like Kyle Larson, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who is a phenomenal driver, not just because he's good at one thing, but he puts his butt in whatever he can get himself into and runs it and finds a way to make that car go fast. Like you said, you can learn, a skill across multiple different types of cars, and a front-wheel drive touring car is about as different as you're going to get, right, from a stock car. then it's going to make you a better all-around driver. So at first, you're right. It seems like an odd choice, but I get it, and hopefully, the experience you get here in endurance racing and running with Hammer is kind of a good fit for you moving forward with your goals and getting to Cup.
Well, I was going to say, can I butt in with the question?
Yeah.
So I mean, looking at the next gen car and looking at how, Cup and really all 3 series are moving to more and more road courses. I mean, how does that line up? Do you feel like this helps you out in that kind of like just moving up the ladder?
Yeah, I think running these road courses, and especially TA2, I think the new Cup cars will handle a lot more like a TA2 car, because those are purpose built for road course. And the Cup car now, or the next gen car, I don't know if you guys have raced it on iRacing, but it handles almost identically to a V8 supercar. So it feels very road course oriented as a circle track car can be.
Right.
So I think Trans Am and running a lot of road courses is gonna be very beneficial. Not necessarily for trucks and Xfinity, because those cars are still going to be the same kind of concept, but it should be better once I eventually, fingers crossed, get up to Cup. And ideally this all works out and I just get in it and I'm really fast.
It's a lot of power to harness, and such a violent change from the stuff that you've got going on here in WRL, but it still has its relevance, obviously. I'm curious to know, as a young driver kind of coming up through the ladder here, you've got your hands in a couple of different pots here. You've had TA2 experience, Trans Am experience, the WRL stuff you've got going on here, and then working your way up the Cup ladder. When you're trying to work out a deal or get yourself, visibility and credibility moving up the ladder, is what you're doing here with Hammer and your experience with Hammer here, is that relevant to them, to prospective employers moving forward? Do you talk about what you're doing in WRL, or is this just kind of a personal seat time thing for you?
I think it's definitely the teams look at everything.
Sure.
So if you race in something, and you talk about it at all, they'll look into it and see what the results are, or how your results have been. So, and even though it's a touring car, it might not necessarily be the most important for like NASCAR teams, for example, but they look for good results across the board, and how you conduct yourself, there's a lot of pro drivers in this field, and the pro drivers eventually, like this year with Cameron Lawrence, he was my teammate at COTA in the trucks. So everything kind of meshes together at some point. And so having a good reputation of always being competitive and being generally fast, like we're able to be, it all, even though it might not be as cut and dry as a team going, a NASCAR team looking at the results and saying, all right, we want to sign this guy out of touring cars. But the motorsports world is a pretty small world, so the word all gets around.
Do you see yourself having to start to... Ooh, we've got a car stopped here. This is the 601, and that'll be on the inside between 3 and 4, Joseph?
I think this is 4 and 5.
To you? Or 4 and 5, sorry. Yeah, you're right. It's the
fifth place,
there, or the hotel
round
there
3.
on the left. Yeah. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. No, just a timing hiccup. I was worried that your car picked up a penalty for the contact earlier because it dropped to 5th or 6th, but you're back up into 3rd now behind the 111 and the 172. You're all within like 5 seconds of each other. So, you can pretty much pick or choose what you're going to do there. But I mean, so again, not to harp on WRL here, but you're the one in the seat. You're the one who's down in the paddock. You're constantly aware of what's going on around you. when you're, let's compare it to your truck paddock or even a Trans Am paddock for that matter, because that's still sort of a semi-pro series as you go up the ladder.
Code 35.
Go Code 35. Yep, thank you. Do you feel the same sort of intensity down in the Hammer crew and paddock area as you do when you're at, a NASCAR event or at a Trans Am event or whatever it is you might be running?
I think
I
think anybody within earshot of Tim on the top of the box knows that we get pretty intense down there. Yesterday when before I got in for my last stint, which was about the last hour of the race, we were all like just pumping, getting pumped up, going like, all right, we know what we have to do. Like we need to go out, the goal was my goal was to hunt down the leader. Yeah. So I was trying to amp myself up to get in the right mindset to do that. Tim's yelling on the box like about what we need to do, and it gets intense. It's not necessarily the same type of intensity or pressure like in the trucks, for example, because the truck ladder is ultimately where I'm trying to be. So it's a little bit more pressure, but the intensity level's the same. It's racing. We're going out to win, and we want to do whatever it takes to bring home the victory.
So the handful of people we've got kind of following along with us this weekend can, of course, catch you again at Sebring behind the wheel of the 02 Audi TCR. But if we're going to follow along with your budding career here, what does the rest of 2021 look like with regards to your truck schedule or whatever else you've got going on?
So we're running Talladega on October 2nd in the trucks, and then Phoenix November 1st or 2nd, something like that. Okay. Also in the trucks, but I'm running everything, like you said, Sebring in a month or so, and in between that, I'm running legend car stuff, running Oval Nationals. So I'll be a little bit everywhere, and just huge thanks to Auto Parkit and Siemens, because without them, I really couldn't be doing any of this, even half the racing that I'm doing now. So just really appreciative of everybody who helps make this happen and for getting us as competitive as we are.
Awesome, man. I appreciate you coming up and talking to us here for a little bit. You guys are in just a fantastic position, as we creep up towards halfway to make it through to the end of this one. And, we'll certainly be following along with what Lawless Allen has going on between now and the end of the year. And if nothing else, we'll see you at Sebring. So thanks for coming up and talking to us. And
those last two races, are those both with Nice also?
Yes.
Okay.
They're going to be with Nice. We haven't decided who we'll be with for next year. We've narrowed it down, but going full-time truck racing next year. But that announcement should be out soon whenever we figure it out. So I guess stay tuned for it.
All right, we'll be rooting for you.
Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for coming up, Lawless. And
thank you guys for having me.
Welcome up here anytime.
Sweet. Thank you.
Lawless Allen, everybody, as we stay under code 35 to recover the 601. That's being loaded up on the flatbed right now in between turns 4 and 5.
Quick update in GP3. Trouble for the Pressure Tech Porsche, number 944. In the past bit here has been dropping down the GP3 leaderboard. They had been running 3rd and 4th for a while, but they have had to drop down to 7th. They're now 12 laps out of the lead as things fall apart on Sunday for them.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of, it's either going to be early on Saturday or late on Sunday, it seems, when things tend to happen.
Go crazy.
Yeah. So the 2 is on its out lap for Team ACP. They're kind of climbing up through the order. Let's not sleep on them. They are a lap. I think they're a lap back. Yeah, I think they're a full lap back. But
yeah, they were 6th.
Yeah, but there's time. The 420. Did you just mention the 420?
I have not, but they've been in front of Team ACP for a bit now.
Yeah, and so we're waiting on them to come out of the pits, I think. We're showing them salmon on Race Hero. That's typically what that means. The 52 is in a little bit of a... It will be in a battle anyway, when we go back to green. So let's go on board with the wrecker, with the flatbed. I think it's the first time we've ever had the onboard camera on a flatbed, and we are at a pace. I don't even know if the flatbed's holding it to 35.
Yeah, so we've had a tow yesterday through the paddock, and now we've got a flatbed today.
Yeah, I'm loving this variety. I kind of doubt that round 3 is. We should be going green very, very quickly because they should be able to cut straight through here.
Yeah. Up the head of GTO, we've had a great 3-way battle for the lead here between Thunder Bunny Racing was leading for a bit, and TLM USA, and then Hammer Motorsports in third.
Got a couple people who are going to be cutting it awfully close here with the Code 35.
It looks like a Tangerine car exiting.
Let's see. Yeah, it's boy, this is really it feels like a race against the clock in a way.
Yeah. Here comes a will-to-win Porsche by the looks of it.
Wheel to wheel, wheel to win, win to wheel.
Hopefully that's the 982. They've been sitting in 7th right now, having a pretty good, strong run right now, staying out of trouble.
Let's see, where are we? They've taken the access road back, so I think we're looking at they're no longer on the circuit, so I think we're really just looking at getting the other recovery vehicles off the circuit, and we should be back to green flag racing within the minute.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on timing over the next 2 laps as things get sorted.
It's so 701 has managed to make a stop in all this.
Yes.
Same for the 525. I didn't realize the 525 was still hanging out top 2 in GP2. I mean, given that they were just involved in a pretty unfortunate incident with the 555, that surprised me.
So they came out of the pits. They had, I think a 13-second lead over the 87. And before they just pitted, right as we went to yellow, they had a 37-second gap. So they're obviously very quick. As long as they stay on track and stay out of trouble, they're very quick.
Great images from VIR. Yeah, it looks like a nice day, and it'd be nice if we get some more cloud cover. We might be able to bring some of our cameras back.
Yeah, I'm seeing these trackside stuff, and it's like, I want to go take pictures.
I know, yeah. This is one of those times where you get a little more cloud, and it'd be just the right. 29 is going to duck into the. Is this the 29? No, I think I'm misidentifying it. No, that's the 29. 29's for Screaming Goat's going to come into the pits here, and I think this is going to be really unfortunate timing. Been proven wrong before on these, but... The 12 might be getting ready for a stop too. I don't know if our stint projection for them is abbreviated just because of the code. They have climbed back up to 17th, so they've done pretty well to claw themselves back up.
Yeah, they're only 3 laps off.
Yeah, so probably not in contention for the win, but definitely in contention to get some points today.
Yeah, it can definitely do a top 10. I mean, we still have more than half a race to go.
God, yeah, it's far fewer technical issues than we had yesterday, thankfully. Well, at least on our end. I don't know if Brendan feels the same way. Okay, so we do have one recovery vehicle. It's making its way off of turn 17 now, so we should be going back to green basically as soon as that happens.
Man, I thought I saw one exiting or whatever.
The 29 is just exited the pits, so they might have hit this perfectly, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if they're still ahead of the 420.
Yeah. Be keeping an eye out on the track sides, because that'll give you the most up-to-date, the closest to live that we can give you of when these cars accelerate.
So, can you tell if any of the top 3 have come in during this?
It's a good question. The 172 is actually due. Well, not due, but
Congrats!
It's again, it's tough to tell because the
How
way
slow that is right now, doing 35 miles an hour.
Oh yeah. But the way that this race has been kind of punctuated by code 35, it's a little tough to tell what the true stint length is. But I've got the 172 is coming in about 5 to 10 laps, so I'm a little surprised that they actually haven't taken the opportunity.
Unless they did and we missed it.
It's is possible.
Because
I really don't think so.
If you're due to come in less than 10 minutes and you have this full course yellow, I mean, why wouldn't you?
Well, if you don't, if you think that you might get caught out by it, like I thought that the 29 might. Obviously, I wasn't correct in that.
It sounds like we're going green.
It sounds like it.
I'm still seeing yellow on timing, but
yeah, it looks like they've given the command, but it hasn't updated on timing. But we are 100% back to green flag racing. On board with the Montgomery number 24, sitting second in GP1 behind the number 44 for PC Racing. Not on track. This is a round 3. Looks like I'm gonna say Boxster in front of us. It might be the Cayman now. Might be one of the 700 cars.
yeah.
That certainly has the legs of a Cayman. Yeah, it's a Cayman. Okay, yeah, the timing has updated to green flag, so that is that now reflects what we see on track. And the 01 has overtaken the 34. That'll be Hammer v Hitman.
Mm-hmm.
And that appears to have been on track because the position for Hitman has updated also. Let's go back on board Montgomery because they'll be right behind that. It's looking like it's...
Oof.
It might be a full lap gap between Montgomery and PC Racing. Which wouldn't be surprising being 4 hours into this race.
Yeah, Montgomery did have a little bit of issue early on in the race, whereas PC has been pretty consistent.
Yeah, that is sort of the deal with a lot of these production classes. It's not necessarily about raw pace, although that helps. It's oftentimes about reliability, and Thunder Bunny is now being scored as the leader once again.
Yeah.
In the triple one.
By a second. Is that the 172 that just got passed?
It must be. Yeah, it has to be. I think this one's on a little bit of a delay compared to, for example, the Hammer 02.
Yeah. Yeah, so that would explain why they crossed the line 8/10 apart.
Yeah, it sure would. Having to... no, actually, that's a clean run. I thought the MX-5 was going to take the apex there, but they left it open for the 111, so that car unencumbered down the front stretch. I kind of want to call that the pit straight, and then call the section between the S's the front straight. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yes and no.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right when you say the front straight and there's no pits attached to it.
And it's
or a start-finish line. This is going to hold up the 111 here just a bit. The question is going to be, does it give...
Yeah, go for it.
Aston in front of us, I believe? No, it's a Cayman. Sorry, and you're welcome. Yeah, but this is gonna back the 111 up a bit. We've got no eyes on the 172, so not sure how close they are.
.7 seconds. So last lap from the 172 was a 2:08.2, so 2 seconds slower.
Yeah, I wonder if there's been a driver change there. That's a little bit of a pace drop off from the beginning of this race, and not just in clear air. Oh, the lift and coast on the 111 here.
Yeah, I've been noticing they do quite a bit of that into the heavy stuff. They'll lift quite a bit early, coast, and then get on the brakes. For a smoother transition.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's gonna be a little better on so many components, right? It's obviously gonna be easy on the brakes. This seems like it's... You can see the throttle trace. Oh, it's a 525 that it's going around the outside of the stretch between 1 and 2. But yeah, even looking at the throttle traces, he's so careful with throttle application in a car that I honestly wouldn't have guessed needed it. Oh, it almost coasted into turn 6, but it works out. I'm not sure he expected to actually get through on that car, but through cleanly.
Okay, if you insist.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be a challenging situation. I mean, it's a challenging situation in the video game world, let alone the actual little bit of fender rub car in front. To try to, you know, because you have to have this, I mean, obviously completely non-verbal communication between the car in front and the car behind. Which way are you going to go? Mm-hmm. You're sort of dancing around each other. One car thinks he's helping you out because he's taking a wide line, but you didn't expect him to take a wide line, so you didn't set up the corner for it. Team LMR, by the way, the 151, who had featured pretty well in GP1 in the early stages of this race, back out on track after 56 minutes of service.
Yeah, that fell apart for them, unfortunately, while battling for the podium position early on with the class.
This should be the 702 in a fight for... Have they already gone past? No, 702 is
currently fighting for 8th with the Stratus.
Yeah, but I don't see the Stratus car in front, so I think they might have already made that move. No,
Could be they were about 5 seconds quicker last lap.
Yeah. Uh, 601 has made it back to the paddock, by the way. I think they're working on that car to try to get it back out. 172 has lost 5 seconds on that lap to the 111, so that's going to be at risk here of being overtaken by the O2. So let's get back on board with them. Screaming Goat, who was the car in front of the 702 that we were just on board with, there's a lap in between those two, so it's a good benchmark for round 3 racing, but it doesn't really count for anything just yet. The gap will increase this time around. It's now about 3 seconds and change between the 172 and the O2. I think, unless they've had a driver change, I think it's safe to assume that that's a function of lap traffic.
Sorry for that.
Unacceptable.
Yeah.
How dirty.
So we've got a Thunder Bunny in the lead.
Oh, we sure do.
Yeah.
It has, it's leapfrogged its way.
I really think this, and apologies if you've discussed this recently, but the Code 35, the one before last, no, 2 before last already, where they came in and pitted and most of the GTO field did not, I think is going to we're going to look back on it as a turning point.
Pivotal move of the race.
I mean, so far, it kind of feels like they've had the pace to back up the move as well. So right now, especially, it looks really, really good. But, I think we're going to be owed some stops by GTO here, or have they, most of the rest of the cars come in under the last?
Well, the thing to remember here, or the thing to, I guess, note, is not just that, but also the 111 is turning really fast laps for this stage of the race.
Yeah. Well, we saw that yesterday too. They get the right guy in the car, and that car moves.
Yeah, it's 3 seconds to. Wow, they've just gone around and turned a 2:05.2, which is only a second off their best lap of the race. We've got the 34 that may be in the pits. Certainly is missing from on-track action. Is on board the 89 for Libre Racing. That is you can't see it, but it is Pedro Zaiter. I assume I'm going to pronounce that right, but if I didn't, it's Zaiter.
I think you're as well equipped as any of the three of us to handle that.
Claro.
So interesting to note in GP2, the 87's been able to hold on to the lead right now. The Fast and Furious BMW seems to be struggling a bit pace-wise. At least last lap, almost 4 seconds slower as that gap starts to expand.
I'm going to come back to the O2. I had left it because that gap had kind of stabilized, but on that last lap, the O2 pulled back about 1.5 seconds on the 172. And I think we can see them about 2 cars in front of us here now. No, it might be 1 car in front of us.
It is the next car.
Yeah.
See the blue and red sort of explosive highlight.
.601 has been wheeled back into its stall.
Do we know what happened to the 601?
It stopped on track.
Yeah, that was the one that was dead stick on the track.
Yeah, no, I saw it arrive down in the pit lane there, but I didn't know.
Okay, look at this. Look at this. This O2 is going to have a great run on the 172 down the front straightaway.
That problem is that kink right there, though.
Yeah, the 172's got a better. I wonder if that's the 172 just being a rear-wheel drive car, just kind of being able to power its way through that kink.
Yeah, whereas the power being loaded on the front end of the TCR going through a pretty fast corner.
Like, yeah, it's scrubbing instead of instead of being whipped around.
Yeah. If it's an actual straight, you know, kind of like what we see on the back part of the course, it can get a much better momentum coming out of the corner. Whereas here, because we're still winding to the right as we get towards pit entry, it's unfortunately it just seems to scrub a bit of speed there.
601 out back on track.
Woohoo! So they come back out 8th in GP2, I believe.
Loose Cannon has passed the 983 W2W, dub to dub, out on track. Still clawing their way back towards the top 10. They're only in 13th now, but it's in class.
Making sure he's in the mirror.
It's got to be such a tricky car to get used to. We hinted on it a little bit with Lawless, but the way you have to apply the throttle here, not just around turn 17, but around almost all of these corners, right? You just kind of have to wait and wait and wait on this car in order to apply the throttle at the right times. You're not just wasting turning. You know, it's you're putting everything through the front tires, braking, turning, accelerating, which means that you're never really gonna have the best of those front tires. It's just never gonna happen.
Yeah, and
you're talking about another good.
Oh, he's 172 must be coming to the pits.
Yeah.
You're talking about DOT grade front tires as well.
True.
Yeah.
Not at all what this car was designed for. 172 makes it into the pit box here in front of me.
Yeah, Thunder Bunny in the lead keeps putting out some good laps.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things when you lose full course yellows, right, when you lock yourself into code 35, is it changes your perspective on when it's appropriate to push, right? A lot of times, especially in the early parts of the race, you know, your target is stay on the lead lap, don't put yourself in a bad position where you're going to have to, you know, work to come from behind or something like that. Whereas with code 35, you need to take advantage of when you have driver mismatches, when you have your fast guy in the car, when somebody else has a slower guy in the car, when you've got the clean laps and you're not dealing with traffic.
It's a little bit like hockey line changes.
Yes, yeah, in a way. I know nothing about hockey, but it sounds good.
Well, because you know, if you've got your first line against somebody else's fourth line, you expect that you're going to have a better time of things.
Yes.
Meanwhile, if your fourth line is stuck out on the ice, you're going to be in trouble.
I think with Thunder Bunny here in particular, this is essentially what this dynamic is. Not to say that any of the class, you know, the competitors around them have given up pace, because I don't really think they have. I just think this is where this 111 can really make some progress and some inroads on the field, while it has not just the on-track pace advantage, but the strategic advantage as well. And a reminder, too, that this car isn't that old. They've only had this car in their possession since just before Road Atlanta. Is this the car that did Pikes Peak as well, Joseph? Do you remember?
You know, it might be. Okay, I remember that being a talking point. At
Yeah, I think it
Barber,
was the-
right? No, it couldn't have been Barber. Barber's too early.
Road Atlanta.
Yeah.
It had just come in from Colorado, I think.
Slightly more air down here.
Yes.
Little bit held up by, I think that's a 605 in front of us. As always, those slower classes are, you know, they are in a legitimate race all of their own. They have every right to the track as the 111 does, and the 111 shows the proper respect. Even if it is incredibly irritating to be in that position.
In a way, I don't know. I mean, my perspective on some of that is I mean, this is what you signed up for, you know? And it is frustrating to catch the butt end of traffic, you know, in all the right place or on all the wrong places, and feel like you're the one getting hosed. But I think reality is everybody kind of deals with it the same over the course of a race.
Yeah.
And in any case, it is what makes multi-class endurance racing what it is. I think most of the guys who are out there are, I don't know, it's a part of the race, and it would be less interesting if it didn't exist that way. For my money.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I think it's we obviously have mixed opinions. Scott is a competitor, wishes he had basically 60 cars that were all in his class that he could race against. That sounds mind-numbing to me, personally, because A, I can't keep track of 60 cars. I can't keep, whoa, little bit oversteer for the 24. I can barely keep track of 60 cars doing this, right? Let alone trying to figure out where am I going to slot in if I have to pit in a field of 60. For me, you know, having a field of 10, 20, 30 in the case of some of those GTO fields, it's about the, the limit of my cognitive abilities. And I like having, you know, I like passing people. I mean, frankly, I don't think it's quite as fun to be passed, so I understand why some of the faster classes get a little higher subscription rate. But there's real skill in being a good lower class driver, right? There's real skill in not just knowing where to pass people, but also where to let people pass and how to minimize your own time loss.
Absolutely, you know. It is time management. That's one of the things I love about lower class racing in general, just because that's one of my preferences. It's just you are constantly going to be dealing with traffic, and you don't want the cars to be behind you any longer than necessary. You want them to get by quick. You don't want them to be held up. You just want them to go about their way so you can go about your race. And so it's all about managing time with traffic. You know, can I sacrifice a little bit to let this guy through here so I can ensure, you know, a safe pass? That sort of thing. You know, okay, maybe I have to defend a little bit here just so this guy doesn't hold me up in a corner where I might be a little bit faster.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. It can definitely be an area where others can be more skillful, and it definitely can be a lot more beneficial.
Folks down at Hammer preparing to receive the 02.
So they are, and so it comes in.
Yeah, excuse me, the Breminator himself.
So who's going to get in the car next? Pistol Pete?
No, he's busy in Stillwater. Actually, Boise, I guess, last night.
It looks like they are doing a driver change.
Yeah, you heard that over the radio. Get out of the car basically as quickly as you can were the instructions.
There are many ways that can be said.
I think the instructions were stop the car, shut off the ignition, and get out as quickly as you can, in that order.
Oh.
And leave the check behind.
No flare added to that?
No, there was no woo at the end.
No, that's not what I meant, but fine.
Hi, FTC.
Oh, so that time they didn't wait 5 seconds to get the car underway. That was pretty quick, actually. Oh, it's Cliff Brown. Well, Timmy Myers did a great job of changing the driver name over while the driver change was in progress.
Attaboy, Tim.
Can't rag on him this time.
Oh, I mean, I'd give a shot.
Give that man a shout out.
Thunder Bunnies come through. Let's see how quick that was. And now your second place car is going to be the 29. I think Hammers, have they lost a full lap on that?
It wouldn't be surprising. It's about a time loss of 2 minutes. So that's,
Yeah, so
I mean,
close.
yeah.
Here's TLM, the 172. How has TLM lost so much time? They had crazy long pit stops, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, really.
Their last one was better. It was a 402 instead of a 440, so some improvement, but they lost a
lap. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because I thought they came out in 6.
They should be on the same lap as Hammer. Even Hammer's pit stop lap was only 20 seconds lower.
TLM was fine. Let's let this sort out. That was about as long as that was the level of time loss that you basically expect for TLM. So let's.
It is, but it's plus a lap. They're behind GTR.
Yeah, they will be. They will be. That's fine. That's fine. Let's let this filter out. That time loss is about what we expect for GTR cars.
No. Wait. No, bad news. 1 lap penalty, pass under yellow.
Okay, so it had nothing to do with the pit stop.
No, it's two things happening at once. They lost positions on track because of the pit stop and then dropped the lap, which is why the gap is about a lap bigger than I expected it to be.
It's probably been assessed basically based off of they've come into the pits and weren't able to provide refuting evidence.
So this was 12:28 was when the penalty was noted. I don't know when the penalty was applied, but I think these things have happened in fairly quick succession.
Yeah.
This can always be appealed, if you can provide the video evidence, but at least as things stand, that penalty was marked as final, and it's cost them number 172 from TLM a full lap. Screaming Goat and Team ACP first and second. A little battle developing there. Actually, pretty quickly developing. The Screaming Goat car 210 last time around. The 206 from ACP and the number 420, who we really haven't called as being an out-and-out contender. I mean, they've been in that lead 10 and then lead 8 and now top 5. It's the first time we've really had a reason to talk about them, and it's because they are up into the top 4. It's been consistent from them, really all day.
Yeah, they've
come out a couple of seconds behind them. Go ahead, JT, sorry.
I'll just say they've been, quietly staying consistent, working their way up. Same with the, I'd say the 982 Wheel to Win Porsche. Just doing what they do, quietly in the background. We're not obviously commenting on them, a significant amount as we would, the overall leader, but their presence is constant there, that in the event that there is, a penalty assessed to a team for passing under yellow, for example, all of a sudden it's like, oh, hey, there they are.
Well, that's just it, right? If you run a clean and near enough perfect race, eventually some car in front of you or cars in front of you are going to find mechanical trouble or end up, off track. Some cars around you are going to end up with a penalty almost invariably. And as those things happen and those cars go by the wayside, if you stay consistent and on track, it allows you to be the one to pick up those pieces. And that's kind of where I think that number 420's found themselves at the moment. TLM and Shift Up now. It's almost 2 minutes, the lead margin from Thunder Bunny back to Screaming Goat. And we don't have a marker on the last pit stop for Screaming Goat. It must have pitted since lap 62. Would be an awfully long way to go on a tank, on a GTO car especially. Anyway, this is all going to start to come together here, and indeed the 420 is caught in the back of the number 2. I know we have the onboard from the 2. It's actually, is the ACP onboard we have the 2? Well, it's pointed off to the right. Yeah.
It's a beautiful view out the at the A pillar.
Yeah, my hope was maybe if the number 420 had already gotten past, we'd be able to see it. Good sentinel working. They positioned this camera for this exact moment. This is a promo camera by Sentinel.
I'm onto your games Candelaria.
Yep, that is remarkable. Okay, well, we've done his work now. We can... But anyway, the 420 is going to catch them quickly here, and I think be able to make the move within the next lap or two. And them and Thunder Bunny, the 420 and the 111 are kind of the two cars most consistently going quickly at the moment. Have we run through production classes recently? Is there anything of note there?
But it would be a good idea to do that as a matter of course, because I don't know if we've done a rundown recently.
Yeah, I mean, we are just past halfway, right? So we've 4 hours, 15 minutes gone, 3 hours, 45 minutes left in the second of 2 8-hour enduros from VIR. And doing things as a matter of course. A reminder that you're listening to and watching DriversEye Live. I'm Brendan Kazmarek, trackside at VIR. Joseph Moodrock and JT Tammy join me remotely. Joseph handling production duties this weekend as well. RaceHero.io is your source for live timing if you're not already following along. Certainly suggest you do that. I've got mine up on a tablet here. Fantastic. And hello to everybody down in the pit lane as well, who has had our feed up on various TV monitors down in the pit lane. It's a lot more of you than I would have expected. So that's
RaceHero.io, by the way, also how we get our timing.
Yes.
Literally could not do this without them.
You're saying the produced graphics,
yes,
timing, power, etc. Yes, no, that is very true. It has been a relationship fostered over something like 8 or 9 years now. And hi to Brian and everybody at the Race Hero crew and everybody at Haggerty who has been a part of creating this. Been fantastic working with you all. Anyway, GTO, we've gone over GTO. We've talked about Thunder Bunny, the 111, and how they're making hay while the sun shines, quite literally here, and using the advantage they have on strategy and pace to good effect at the moment. GP1 still being led by PC Racing, who is consistently the quickest car in that class, and indeed last lap pulled out another 4 seconds on the number 24 from Montgomery Motorsports, who is over a lap behind at the moment. So a good margin there for the number 44, 24 in second, and the 701 round 3 racing car in third. The 366, speaking of GP1, heads out of the paddock for the first time in a very long time. And I'm going to hang on that here for a little bit so I can see what their lap time is as they come across start-finish. Which I think they've just done. Or are about to do. Oh, maybe he's gone into his pit stall. That's very inconvenient. Yeah, he didn't make it all the way to start-finish. That's fine. We'll put that to one side. Big Mission 336 is in P4, and Ginger Racing, the number 46, in P5.
With a good recovery.
It is for Ginger. For Ginger?
Yeah, they had a off track early on, turn 3, I believe.
GP2, RK Motorsports, the number 87, leads by 15 seconds from Fat and Furious Racing. A lot more furious than fat, I would say, this weekend, at least in terms of the attitude behind the wheel, not driver attitude, literal car attitude. That car has been a handful over the 12 hours or so of running we've had, but their position, they're kind of hanging on there. P2, 15 seconds off the class lead, which was theirs for quite a while today. North Loop Motorsport, the number 21 in third, and Joseph conveniently cuts to the number 89 Libre Racing entry, who sits in P4. NRG Racing, who I think finished 5th or 6th yesterday in class as well, is P5 today, and I don't think we've really talked about them other than being one of the FRSs in the field and confusing it with the other FRS. So good on NRG. It's been a reasonably consistent weekend from them. Otherwise,
really quick, Thunder Bunny has just put Screaming Goat a lap down, a full lap down.
Wow, that's happened pretty quickly too. Because only 2 laps ago they were 2 minutes even up on that number 29.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, that is less significant, being that we don't have safety cars. But you know, time is time here. You know, absolute time is absolute time. So he's done well to kind of dispose of him and press on here, ripping off 205s and 6s and whatever else he's been doing.
Driver
GP3
change here for the 89.
Oh, very good. The last car we really haven't addressed here is the number, or the last class we haven't addressed, GP3. Craftsman Auto Care still leads in the number 407. AOA Motorsports, another little bright spot here for that 175. It's in P2. It's been a tough weekend for AOA again, but they're doing well here at the moment. Round 3 racing, the number 605. P3. That's all 2 laps off the back of the 407. From memory, I wasn't around when this happened, but I did hear you guys mentioning Presser Tech. Do we know when and what happened to that car? I mean, that was the class leader for a long while.
Not specifically. The 407's mostly kept the class lead. The 944 has been running about 3rd or 4th for quite a bit of the day until randomly at some point earlier, around, I believe, the 3rd hour, they dropped, I want to say 10 laps or so to the class lead. So they fell down quite a ways. Yeah. What's been quite a good surprise, though, is the 918 Bailey Racing. Currently showing 6th. I believe they just pit, but they've been slowly working their way up, and I believe they've been running 5th for quite a while now. As 94 Motorsports Lexus inherits that 5th place right now.
Yeah, the pace really isn't there with that Bailey car. 224.9 is their fastest lap. It's actually might be one of the slowest, fastest laps of anybody on track. But it's not about pace. And they're actually, like you said, kind of in range of a top 5 in class, which is not nothing, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't think Pressure Tech has come back out since that initial issue, because I'm seeing both the 15 and the 85 AOA Mazdas in front of it now, and they had their own difficulties quite early on as well. On board the 28 HQ Autosport BMW. They had a pretty good day yesterday. Managed to finish 3rd in GP2, I believe. Unfortunately, today they...
Leader in the pits? Sorry, JT.
The 28 did have it off.
If they are in the pits, we'll see it... here, yeah, see, they're backing out. They don't want to go around the outside of the, I think that's a 983.
80, I thought it was 81, but... Yeah, so this is on board the race leader. The margin when ACP came across the line was 2 minutes 9, so that will have been as close to a real gap there as we're going to get.
Pulls half a jig longitudinal, just pulling into its box.
I was literally just about to send a message to to the race engineer down there at Thunder Bunny and find out who's on board that car or was on board that car. They are doing the driver change. Because whoever it is had a fantastic stint here, and I believe also had the crazy stint yesterday that picked that car up so much time. And I say they because I'm not sure on gender. I believe it may actually be she, based on what I heard yesterday.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. But I don't remember the specifics. I think there was something about driving instructor down in South Carolina, but I want to get the name right before I attempt this.
Sure.
Well, side
driver
from the race
is
engineer. It's definitely what it is.
New driver belting in. Make sure everything is snug and secure. Getting ready to fire it back up. Well, don't go yet. Okay, yeah, fire it up. That's the instruction. It is fired up, and it is gone.
4011. So they've lost about 18 to 20 seconds in the pit stop there. Now, they've done a driver change, so it wasn't, you know, in fuel and out. There's a little more going on there. But the margin across... No, that's not it. The margin across start-finish was just under 14 seconds. Back to the number 2 Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. So this is the margin with the number 111 having made an extra stop relative to the field.
Now
it's going to be a lap to get up to pace here.
This is partially on pit stops, but I want to bring your attention to the fact that we've got a new GP2 leader.
Well, why did I bother with that rundown 5 minutes ago? No, it is accurate.
Because I think that'll change in about 15 minutes, if I'm honest.
When the Fat Furious car comes back into the mix.
Yes. Yeah, new driver feeling out the 111. It's got to be a tense moment getting into a car for the first time on the Sunday and knowing that you're basically inheriting the race lead.
Yeah, and this is not a position that Thunder Bunny typically finds themselves in. I mean, it's the second race weekend with this car for a start. It's considerably quicker than any of their GP1 entries are. And, you know, now you're being cast into the race. A real, like, ding-dong battle of a race in the lead. And I don't think you can pretend that there's not some pressure there.
It's a fast stop from the 111 crew too. Time loss of under 2 minutes, which is pretty good around here. So they've put themselves in a good position. RK Motorsports, the erstwhile leader in GP2, has completed their pit stop, and we'll have a better sense of what that time loss is next time by.
2:16.3 for an outlap. Now, a lot of that will be A, feeling the car out, but B, accelerating down the front straightaway coming out of the pits. The margin is down to 5.2, so if we don't get up to pace here in the next, let's say, 2 laps, there's a chance we're going to see that number 2, but, excuse me. Like we mentioned, I think this is still very much advantage 111 just based on pit stop rotation. We're going to need to see the 2 in eventually. I don't know, do you have a projection on next pit stop for any of the rest of the GTO?
2 is one of those teams that isn't tripping the pit line very reliably, so I wouldn't really have a reliable estimate on that. 420 is in the same boat. So is a 29. Honestly, half these teams are just not tripping pit out. Which is, you know, obviously a shame, because it makes it tougher for us to get a handle on the race.
You know, just watching this onboard here and seeing how much more conservative the driver is in bringing the car up to its full pace. Through the S's there, he came up to the back of the number 93 TC Klein Racing BMW. And the thing that caught me is, A, how little throttle he was using through the S's. But B, I don't think he caught that BMW any later than he would have if he had just tried to full throttle send it all the way up the hill. So it's not really costing him any time at all.
No, I mean, how much of multi-class racing is just being smart about, where you lunge and where you decide to just hold back and save your equipment, take a little bit of energy out of the tires. Shouldn't be a huge issue with DOT tires like this, but...
I feel like I've been called out, Joseph.
Oh, go ahead.
Push all the time, 100%.
Yeah.
Yep. Not flat through the kink. I think just kind of waiting to see what this FRS does in front of him before they come up to the braking zone.
Yeah, and that one actually was a little unfortunate because you would have wanted to pull to the inside there and show your nose. Yeah, I think you probably would have made it.
Yeah, and a lot of this isn't necessarily just comfort with the car. It's comfort with multi-class endurance racing as well, right? You've got to know how to communicate as an endurance racing driver to be very effective at it, right? And so much of that only comes with coaching and experience, which is great. But when you're flung into the race and you've got to, pick that apart and make those decisions split second, if you don't have that experience, you revert to what is comfortable, which is more likely than not just to be tentative and to pick your battles and pick your spots. There's
definitely a big element here. I mean, you can see it just in the racing line, but also in the we noted this yesterday on a different onboard. See, they've just let the BRZ through, and that's not a car that you would tend to.
No, he had just gone past the BRZ.
Yeah, so I think there is a level of comfort with the car here because you can tell, particularly in the 4, 5, 6, 7 little complex, I guess, you can tell that they're not using all the track, right? They're not using big sweeping lines as the number 2 inherits the lead from the 111.
Oh, that's the 2 that went past. It wasn't the BRZ.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was a BMW.
Yeah, I didn't see it
excuse
happen.
me.
I just went with Joseph's word. Yeah, classic. Led astray by Moodrock himself.
I didn't realize that the gap was so close, so I just kind of assumed that the same Subaru had gone straight back through.
No, it was like a second when they came across the line.
Wow.
I didn't think the M2 was going that slowly, but again, these are the ebbs and flows of endurance racing here, right? If you're in the Thunder Bunny camp, which, at least over the last 5 to 10 minutes, we've kind of placed ourselves in just as commentators trying to wrap our heads around what that experience is like. You're not panicking, right? Because your entire last stint by whoever was behind the wheel of that car was spent building up margin for these scenarios, right? Where you have your fastest driver in the car, everybody else is a little off pace, you're good on strategy, build up that advantage, and now let your next drivers do what they do best, which in some cases is conserve the car, be smart in traffic, take your time, and, bring it through to the next driver without a scratch on it. Sometimes that is the strength of a driver. And while they may not, plan these races out this way, this is the position they find themselves in. So let this happen and play out very naturally and see what happens with this next round of pit stops. And I think as we continue to watch the 111 here, we'll move off the onboard feed here in a moment. But I'm even though it's so good, we'll see the pace drop on this 111 over the next 5 to 6 laps. I would believe.
Oh yeah. Oh, what's happened here? Is this a routine driver change or is something wrong at the 28 camp? Okay, I think it's just a driver change.
No idea. I do not have video. Oh, there we go.
You picked the wrong time to volley a question our way. I was chewing.
Ah, well, stop.
Well, I did. But at a certain point, you can't just stop. You got to follow through.
Do you think there is a limit?
I mean, not when it comes to peanut butter banana Cliff Bars.
They make those?
They're really good.
Okay.
I've also gone through almost an entire bag of Haribo this weekend. This is
Nice.
You
a little
idiot.
ashamed to say. I've been craving Haribo for weeks.
Okay, so I did the same thing at PIR last weekend. I bought one of the big bags. It barely survived the drive home.
Normally, normally it's trail mix for me. Like, I buy a bag of trail mix and I'm like, no, this is going to last me a long time. I'm going to come home with this. Like, I can't go through this whole bag of trail mix this weekend. And I have never brought a bag of trail mix home for many weeks. .208 flat last time for Thunder Buddy, so we're getting down to it now. TLM Shift Up now has got that margin for second down to 1.1 seconds, and it was a 205.8 last 420. It's a pretty solid string of laps there to bring the margin down. Screaming Goat, the number 29. That margin is 13.3. No, sorry. It's about 15 seconds. And then Hammer Motorsports in the number 02. That was your overall race leader for quite a while. Back in P5 to... Second and third are nose to tail when they came across the line. Half a second between the 111 and the 420. And not to turn this into a Thunder Bunny benefit, but it is where the interest is, so suppose we'll do it again.
Well, I don't think this will benefit Thunder Bunny very much, so I think it'll come out in the wash. I suspect that on this next lap, they will be relegated down to the third position. .92 W2W into the pits, or well, I guess out of the pits. Same for the 83 of 94 Motorsports. And same for the 157 of Big Mission Motorsports. At 147 down in the tail end of the GTO pack.
JT,
Yes, sir.
I believe you're the only one of us with real on-track, like, four-wheel car racing experience, correct? You do track days, anyway.
Yeah.
Have you had any coaching?
No.
Okay. Well, so put yourself in a position where maybe you haven't coached.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've been around some racing, so that's we'll roll with that.
I can correlate.
Yeah. So when you're, learning to drive, somebody teaches you the racing line, and you figure, there goes the 420 at the inside of turn 10. Not where I would have expected that move to happen. Anyway, I'm going to finish this thought, even though it's slightly less relevant now. What is the one thing that an instructor tells a student to focus on when you're learning to drive a race car quickly?
Don't look immediately ahead. Always look forward to where you're going to be going.
Right. So what aspect of racing, I guess, or of driving? Corner entry, apex, line, exit. I mean, I think you hear it all the time.
You always want to be looking where you want to be going.
Right. So what I'm getting at here is focus on corner exit. Right. Yeah. Exit to exit to exit. Right?
Drive for the job you want.
Right. On the throttle at the apex, through the corner, and start picking up speed at the earliest possible point, which is the apex. Right. Focus on your exits. If you're not out there turning out 204s, 205s, where you're able to string every element of a lap at speed together, right, you're taught to focus on exits. Sacrifice your braking zones, get the line exactly right, make sure you, if nothing else, you make it to the apex and get on the throttle and start picking up speed down the straightaway, right? That makes cars like this incredibly hard to pass, because you would want to be in a position to make a move if you're trying to pass a solo car in a braking zone, right? Well, all that is dictated by how the car
You get
gets
out
off
of
the
the
previous
previous
corner. Yeah, right, exactly. So even though you can do laps that are 2, 3, 4 seconds quicker than the car you're chasing, that driver is at the point where it matters in an ideal world doing exactly what you're doing, which is apex throttle exit. And I think that was partially why we saw the 420 make the move where it did, because I think if it waited to Oak Tree, it was probably going to end up sitting in behind it all the way down the back straightaway, and then having to maybe make a dive bomb down at turn 13 or 14. Now, it ended up being a dive bomb at 10 anyway, so, you know.
Yeah, they felt like they had to kind of force the issue there.
Yeah.
Just to get by. Otherwise, they'd be having to look for a mistake, another open opportunity, that sort of thing. Especially if they're struggling to get any advantage coming out of the corner.
On board the 0-1, the slightly less lucky, I guess, of the Hammer cars this weekend. Although, to Hammer's advantage, it really has the luck has mostly struck the 0-1. Which has allowed the 0-2 to be a lot more consistent and, do more of the fighting.
Yeah.
0-1's having a much better day today than they were yesterday as well, which is nice. Into the pits, I think, was another one of the round 3 cars.
That looked like the 702 to me.
That's what I thought, but I didn't want to say anything because I wasn't sure. That'll be out of P8. Actually, that car's stuck in behind Stratus. We haven't spent much time talking about today, other than the BOP situation there.
We have a Will to Win Porsche coming very slowly on pit entry.
Yeah, that looked not up to speed.
I think they're pitted before me. It's a 366 back in the pit lane and left side of your shot there.
Okay. The GP1 TLM USA car.
Yeah, they had been in and out of the paddock once already today.
Yeah.
Did about 3 or 4 laps and then came back into the pits, and I think they've been there since. 420 comes across in front of me at start finish here. There's the 111, and immediately in behind it is the Team GTR 99. They are 2 laps behind the 111, and then obviously 2 laps behind the race leader as well. So that slow Will to Win car into the pit lane was not the 982 or the 983. They've both come across start finish here. So it's either the 981 or 498. Is that the other one?
The 981, 82, 83, and 498 question mark are all.
Yeah, it'll be 981 or 498 was the slow car into the pit lane.
Is it supposed to be the 984? Because that's like it's an anagram. It's basically
No,
like.
I don't know.
Okay.
Left front tire change on the 702.
Interesting. Maybe a puncture? They had actually lost that spot to Stratus the lap before.
So, was this a scheduled stop? It looks like it. They were last in, I assume, on the code 35 at 89 or 90. So 33 laps is about right. I think they may have done both left side tires, actually, from the looks of things. Oh, no, they're doing both fronts. This is interesting. 981 back out. That'll be the Will to Win car we just saw. Can we get Scott to commentate on this pit stop, please?
I don't know. I thought it was.
No.
No, let him go. Let him go.
No, I trust Joseph with a lot of things, but there are certain like, key phrases I start to hear, and I know where they're going.
Whatever do you mean?
We'll do it when he goes and he needs to go fix cameras.
No, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm here for the duration.
Okay.
Never to leave the booth again.
I don't know. There's cloud cover here. You could go out. You could give it a
No,
shot.
I just noticed the same thing. We'll see. Actually, the ones around the front of the circuit don't look too bad. But
I mean, if they ever come back on, I don't think that they will, but I mean, sometimes it's just a. Is that the 44 that's coming out under our nose?
It was the 44, yes. They've slipped to 15th, by the way, overall. And it's nothing they're doing. I think we've just had more consistency out of the GTOs. Yeah, exactly, JT.
I'm tracking. Also in GP1, the 24 had pitted, I don't know, 15 minutes ago about promoting round 3 racing the second. GP2, we had seen that the 87 had pit. They're currently lapping quite a bit quicker than the Fat and Furious car that's currently leading GP2. So once Fat and Furious comes back in, they will definitely slot back into second place.
That'll be Hitman that we just saw exit pit lane.
Coming back out in 20th.
Not much to do with WRL, but has anybody seen the big racing news of the day?
I haven't.
It is the IndyCar schedule for 2022.
Okay, that I did get. Okay, I was like, don't spoil anything for me, because I'm going to watch all of MotoGP 2 and 3.
No, I haven't seen any of that. Did you see the date for Texas?
Hold on, I'll open it up. I got that because I go to Mid-Ohio, so I have the thing. Hold on. I want to all be... JT, pull it up.
What?
JT, you're in here
Okay.
too. Oh, that's just the green Savory one. That's not helpful. All right, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it. Give me 2 minutes. For station
I
identification.
love green Savory.
You shouldn't.
No, I absolutely should. They are fantastic to work with.
Okay.
I genuinely can't tell if they're being sarcastic.
No, I'm dead serious.
Oh,
all right.
I'm happy to hear that.
They should divert some of those resources to some of their other properties.
Just gonna say, based on the stories we heard yesterday.
I know you've had issues at Mid-Ohio, but...
I wasn't going to name the track.
I've enjoyed them at PIR.
The problem is Mid-Ohio is the one that they actually own.
Oh, and yes. Sounds like communication issues. You'll be fine.
They'll figure it out.
All right, so you are definitely taking your time. So Texas.
No. I was busy. I was busy berating you. Hold on.
All right. Well, spoiler alert. I think it's the 3rd week in March.
It is.
Yeah. Okay. So wasn't there going to be some consternation about that because it meant that people because it's a Friday night race? Is it a Friday or Saturday night race?
It's a Saturday.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's going to be very difficult for anybody who's doing double duty at Sebring.
Sebring is what I was getting at there. As you have, you know, organizations that are, you know, investing in LMDH, IMSA, you know, having to split time between the biggest sports car race in the country and an IndyCar oval race at Texas.
Ooh, you're going to call Sebring the biggest sports car race in the country now. There's a hidden hot take.
No, that's not a take. That's not a take. That's just accurate.
Are we talking about the 12 or the 24? Because there are two big Sebring events.
Well,
that wasn't even where I was going, JT. But
in terms of spectator count, one is undeniably bigger than the other. And I don't feel bad saying that because it's the history of Sebring, the 12-hour, that is, you know, contributing to R24 and WRL being what it is. The race is actually a Sunday afternoon race, so I led you a little bit astray there, but that's still a tough weekend.
Yeah,
especially if you have drivers doing double duty.
Well, it means you're not going to be able to
Sebring of
qualify,
all
right?
places. Probably not. At Sebring of all places.
Texas is not a place where this is me being a little hand-holdy, but Texas is not a facility, especially in Indy cars, that I would like drivers to not have enough running on.
Oh yeah, you cannot do 4 hours around Sebring in a sports car and then go drive 250 laps in an Indy car with no power steering in Texas. Those two things do not mix in the same way.
Yeah, I was Thunder Bunny in the 93 got very close, but did not touch into turn 5. By the way, we've got a change for position
GP3?
in GP3. Yeah, that is the 175 has taken that over from the 407, who's just come into the pits.
Yeah, round 3 is was into the pits as well. The 605, they've already departed the pit lane.
We are on board, by the way, with PMW.
Yeah, the number 72.
Yep.
They've been looking good. They got back into the top 10 right now as we do the pit cycles under green.
I feel like we're getting close to time for irresponsible math, and the irresponsible math should be a little more accurate now. It's not going to account for pit stops in the right way, but it should be a little more accurate today than yesterday because I did have a little bit of a bug in the script. So.
I feel like the 2-hour mark is usually when we start that.
I actually usually started around 4 hours. But basically around like the halfway point. And then, because that's when we can start to focus things. But I think we've actually had a pretty good handle on things even without any of those sorts of aids.
Team GTR is right on PMW, so I would keep an eye on that.
Not to belabor the point about when it's appropriate to start irresponsible math, but
I mean, the earlier the better for irresponsible math, I say.
Well,
is he gonna force it? He does. Okay.
I think there's a sweet spot, and it's roughly the time you get into the penultimate round of pit stops, right? Because it gives you an aid to kind of make sense of how many stops everybody's got left, what the advantages and disadvantages are, and how the different strategy decisions early on, particularly related to Code 35, we know we have the split between Thunder Bunny and most of GTO, how all those sort of interface with each other. Once you get down to the penultimate round of stops, you can start to make sense of all that, and that's usually around 2.5 to 3 hours to go. So I'm not this is about the time where that stuff becomes useful, even if the script is garbage.
Yeah. Okay.
This is where we start our backtracking.
I want to make the point quickly that everyone's very slow, and I don't think there's actually a yellow flag here. I think there's just someone who ran a bit wide, despite all the dust that was thrown up. I want to make the point really quickly that the driver of the 111 has found their feet a little better, and they are down into the low 208s, which is about level with where the 2 and the 420 are running. So yeah. I wouldn't say it did feel like it took them a minute to kind of get a handle on things, but now that they have, I think they're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, the only one super flying right now, I'd say, is probably the Stratus car.
2034.
Yeah, on the send off their best.
Did they forget to put the ballast back in?
No, they took ballast out and put Dakota Dickerson in. Would be my guess there. 420's into the pits, by the way. That's second overall.
Whoever the driver that came out is now named Ballast. I hope you're.
Is he a possum?
Yeah. We haven't checked in with the 110 in a minute.
Retakes P2 as a result of the stop from the 420.
Yeah. Okay. And so that's.
Did the Screaming Go-Kart not ever catch the 111?
That's a good question.
No, I never made it there.
Screaming Goat hasn't on this stint. I'm not sure that car is really suited for VIR so much. The absolute pace isn't quite there.
Yeah.
It's not off at all. I mean, clearly it's running third, but it's going to need a little bit of luck, I think, from the front runners if they're going to have a shot at the win here. It'll still be a good points day either way. Got to keep it on the island, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think we're about due for a stop for the 29 from Screaming Goat. We're certainly due one from the number 2. And I think the 02 is probably about 10 laps after this little jolt of stops is done.
111 we have reasonable pit information for. So whatever the 111's doing when they come into the pits, I'd like everyone else to do that also. That would be fun. I've got pit
Also
expected.
move your transponders to the same spot on the car.
Yeah, something like that. So I've got pit expected in 18 laps from them. So they're about halfway through their stint, that tracks with what I expect.
From the 02?
No, this is the 111. The 02 is another one that.
No,
Yeah.
it's only been 108, 120, 13 laps. Yeah, okay, near enough.
Yeah, so no, the 02, I mean, honestly, everybody else in GTO at the pointy end is chicaning around the pit beacon, apparently.
'72 is in. So I think the 01 might be able to work its way into the top 10 here.
Yeah, that is that's a climb because that started in like 20th.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's been slowly starting to pull away from the 983 and the 997 during the cycles.
Number 2 is in from 3rd.
From the lead.
You're right, it's down to 3rd now, but it came out of the lead.
No,
How
how I
the line
missed
at 3rd.
Oh, they may be pitted early, actually. I thought they were pitted late. Oh, here it is. TC Klein is into the pits as well. It's number 93.
It's been a rough been a rough weekend for TC Klein. Not terrible, but that's one of those cars I kind of expect to be at the pointy end of GP3. And they're sitting at about 4th, a comfortable 4th in GP3 right now. I say comfortable. And it is comfortable. It's about 3 laps ahead of them and 4 laps behind them. So that's another, just keep plugging away.
Yeah, that's more or less where they've been all day so far. They were, fighting with the Pressertech Porsche earlier on until they succumbed to their issues.
Hood up on the Montgomery 24. Looks like routine checks.
So to do some basic math here on the lead cycle, the 111's gone back into the race lead, although only 9.9 seconds ahead of Screaming Goat.
Oh, wow, hold on. Did you see that? That looked like a cut engine. So is that day done for the 24?
It might be. Driver grabs the shifter there. Belts are coming undone.
That's coming out of 2nd in class. That's a huge loss in GP1.
Yeah, he's putting the belts up over the top of the seat there. That promotes round 3 up into 2nd and Big Mission to 3rd.
Oh,
that's cruel.
That is.
After the what they had to overcome from yesterday, they got the car back out on track and then just had. I mean, when you're up against PC Racing, as good a run as you can have, right, and as competitive as you can be up against them, and then I don't know what the issue was, but.
Yeah, I mean,
it sounds like they're going to have to call it a day. 701 is in at the same time, for what that's worth.
PMW is changing at least the front right tire.
24 has restarted the engine and turned hard right into the paddock.
Yeah, I wonder what it is then. But it is that the engine can still fire, but not at racing speed. Yeah.
Its last lap was at 2:18, which suggests it wasn't really up to pace even when it was circulating. I mean, it's a GP1 car, but that's not really doing it.
I'm not sure. Somebody who's better versed in BMWs would know. Maybe more mechanically inclined in general would know. But they had the hood up, and they were looking at the engine bay, and they put the hood back down, and it was just a signal of kill it, basically, in front of the car. So there was something visually, or that they maybe tried to crank, maybe there's an auxiliary pump that's not working, something like that. But it was definitely a signal of no, kill it, it's done.
Yeah. I wanted to make this point a little earlier. So the number 2 in and out of the pits in 3:39 was its lap time.
This is a 7:01 on their out lap, by the way.
Very good. Thunder Bunny was a little over 4 minutes, right? So they lost about 20 seconds there. And the lead margin has gone from being about 2 minutes 10 now to about 1:13 back to Team ACP Tangerine Associates. So even on pit stops, that is about 25 seconds given up in the pits, which brings you down to 1:55, and something like 35 to 40 seconds lost out on track.
Guys, let's
Now
mind the
change-
gap here in top 2 in GTO. Even though we're expecting a pit stop from Thunder Bunny within the next 10 laps or so, maybe closer to 13, 15 maybe, that gap to the 29 of Screaming Goat is drawing smaller and smaller. Now down to 8.2. The 175 for AOA has, I assume, pitted. They didn't trip the timing line, but they have given up the lead in that class back to the 407.
Yeah, there had been a 20-second gap thereabouts for a while there, running somewhat similar times between the two cars.
Just about to tick over 5 hours done. Awfully late on the brakes there from the 7:02. I think this is we decided, right?
Yes, that's right.
We had mentioned that this is kind of the time you start looking at irresponsible math, and
Oh yeah, I gotta do that. I gotta be
I
irresponsible
feel
real
like
quick.
we almost sailed past, you know, this period of the race where we've arrived very quickly at the point of the race where we can start looking at the number of pit stops left and start, like JT mentioned, kind of backtracking or back timing from the end of the race and seeing who has what left and starting to kind of set the stage. This middle portion of the race has gone by very, very quickly.
Yeah,
And it's interesting because usually these fairly predictable parts of races tend to drag on, where you're just kind of waiting for something to happen, and it never does. But this race has found a really nice rhythm this afternoon that I don't think we really got yesterday.
Yeah, we've had almost 40 laps of, you know, consistent grain racing, no issues. It's been nice.
Say that. You can't say it like that.
I can absolutely say anything I want.
Now we're hosed.
No, we're not. Please, me being right? Yeah, no. I can't jinx anything. It would already have been jinxed. If I'm trying to jinx something, it'll be fine. We're good.
You're putting the ginger jinx on us.
I assure you, they have been doing quite well working their way back up without me really talking about them.
Ginger.
Yeah, they're in 4th in GP1.
Well, fourth. Yeah, as a result of
The 24.
Thunder Bunny's going to pick up that spot here in about a lap. They just left the pit lane.
So I'm going to go ahead and
50.
I'll go on a limb, and Joseph, I'm going to say your timing's going to say best odds to win is going to be the 59.
It loves the Stratus car.
Does it take weight into account? Like, is there a...
Yeah, the weighting value is weight.
The car's been blindingly quick. Same with the Team GTR. Both of them have been running really quick. You know, this past stint, and to my understanding, they're only a lap and a half back or so. We've got 3 hours. Why not?
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that prediction. Have they pitted recently? If they've pitted recently, I actually...
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Fat and Furious did end up reclaiming the GP2 lead from RK Motorsports after...
I think we're due for 525 to come back in soon.
They were just in 3 laps ago.
Well, the 59 did pit like 2 laps ago. So
I missed
we
it.
joke, but they're not that far out of this. They could be fighting for a podium by the end of this if they stay clean.
Yeah, but the fact that you think it's what's going to happen means it almost certainly won't happen.
I mean, I say could, not will. Not even close to will.
Ooh, far off at 1. Is that at the apex? Huh. It's a lot of dirt to drag up the apex curb. Oh, and hanging in the air on the exit as well.
Smoke screen.
Screaming Goat just 7 seconds now off the back of the number 111 BMW. Hammer Motorsports has got the gap down to 55.0. But pretty much across the board, the times have sort of come away from most of our lead cars. A lot of cars in the 207s, 8s, and 9s on a more consistent basis. Stratus is really the one making hay now.
Yeah,
Because lap earlier in the 203s.
the projections are broken by the pit beacon not working properly. I mean, truly broken. It's going to be hilarious. I just want to let you know how dumb this is going to be.
I'm for it.
You're gonna say Fontana GT is going to take the win then?
Not quite. I really am
Seems like
baffled by this. We're gonna need a post-mortem on this prediction and to figure out.
Are you going to reverse engineer your own script?
Well, because this is so obviously like.
Wrong.
Not only is this wrong, but obviously the underlying data is wrong because we've got the wrong pit information in, right?
Sure. Garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah. Just take a guess at who you think the top.
Loose cannon.
No, it's not quite that outlandish.
99.
No, it's a car that has done well.
New light.
Yes.
What?
Okay.
How is that possible?
So I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna kill the overlay for a little bit, and I'm gonna start processing this as though we don't have any pit information at all, because I think that'll be more reliable.
That's probably true.
And I don't think we've really gotten a ton from knowing pit information. So I'm gonna kill this for now. So we're gonna lose a little bit of information, but we are gonna get to see some nice picture-in-picture action. So
That's cool.
life's all about compromises,
Yeah.
and we are incredibly compromised right now.
To kind of share what we're discussing here, Joseph's script in the background is running all kinds of things, but it outputs projections, and that's what we call irresponsible math, right? Where we get down to this phase of the race, and we start looking at what a computer with all of the information available to it thinks the most likely outcome is. Not necessarily what will happen, but what has a better chance of happening. What we're being challenged by this weekend is the pit loop isn't necessarily catching everybody coming out of the pits. Some cars get it all of the time, some cars get it some of the time, and a handful of cars never trip the pit out beacon. It's what you see on Race Hero, where we get our data from. So, when Joseph runs these projections, a handful of cars actually have really good pit out data, and it can make sense of stint lengths, projected time to the end of the race, how many pit stops that car is going to need, and how much time it's losing on each pit stop for some cumulative number of laps and distance to the end of the race. There are many, many more cars that have very broken data. So what Joseph's doing here is to remove all of the pit data to make assumptions about when each car is pitting based on what its long laps are, which are, again, compounded by the Code 35 issue. The hope is that taking the actually good data will just make it assumed for everybody, but assumed the same way for everybody. And hopefully we get some sensible projections, because that New Light car, or play to New Light, is not really in a position to challenge for a
No, and I like,
but it's not in that spot.
Not to sound faux diplomatic, but I genuinely wish it were in for a shot, because that would be an amazing comeback, having been fighting for. I didn't know were they in the lead or fighting for the lead?
But the data we do have access to doesn't support that. And
No.
the knowledge we have does not support that.
Stratus 2035.
Thunder Bunny is ready for someone or something. It's the 110.
Meanwhile, a little bit further back, Team GTR got around TLM USA for 8th.
It is weird to see Stratus and GTR together on track again, but battling for 7th instead of 1st.
Yeah. 01.
Consistently some of the best programs in WRL. Slow lap from Hammer last time around, 2:12.6.
Meanwhile, GP2, Libre Racing 5th, after their pit stop, is hounding in the NRG FRS. Past few laps have been 3 to 4 seconds quicker lap. And as they come across the line, 10th separates them. They just come across the line now.
Oh, look
So I
at that
don't know if we have
sawing
a-
on the wheel.
A Libre on board.
Vamos.
Orpha. I think they might already be by. Or maybe that's, if it's delayed, that's them catching up.
Yeah, this is a.
Ahead. Ooh. Yeah, that's the FRS right there.
Is this the? Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Oh. So yeah, you'll see them coming across the line here, side by side, or close to. So we've got about a 30-second delay or so.
Yeah, and that's about right. This feed is a little more delayed. I think what's happening is this one's not a direct feed. This is actually being. So Libre Racing, if you look them up on YouTube, they're actually producing a little bit of a feed. This is there's no commentary to it. Ooh, send down the inside, beautiful crossover.
As the 997 Porsche comes through, I believe.
So, yeah, they've actually got a little bit of an overlay on, and they've got their own sponsors and things.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna end up. All right, my Spanish isn't very good, even when it's not over pit to car radio. But so if you go to their feed, they've got sponsors, and I think there's like a battery company that's sponsoring them and all sorts of things. So, give them a look on YouTube also, either after the race or right now.
Screaming Goat comes across the line.
Are they
1 second behind.
Are they? They're passing the 01.
Yeah,
This is
it
not a
looks like it.
GTO. Something's
So
up with that car.
The 01 last lap was a 2:14.
Yeah. 2:15 before that, 2:10, 2:12,
Yeah.
2:11, 2:10.
Yeah,
That car
because
just isn't up to it at the moment. Or
round 3, I believe, did get around them.
Notice the wheel on this car has never really been
Straight.
back out.
Yeah, we saw that earlier.
No, it's a opposite oval strategy. They got a little stagger in there.
29's come through. In its relentless chase of the number 111, the margin for the lead is down to 2.3. And that Screaming Goat car's been out on track for a while. Last in at 90. So 40 laps out on track. That is consistent with, like GP2, GP3 stint length. Have any of you guys had eyes on the number 46?
And that's
Yeah,
Libre
but
Racing is
It
pulled in,
just
by the
came
way.
across the line,
That
so
line-
it did get around the 110.
Have you seen it, like, out of any of the onboard cameras?
I have
Sounds
not.
like
car
there's
is-
an abnormality.
With the car?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
the
it's
way you're
destroyed.
talking it.
It's destroyed.
Oh,
There's
okay.
no rear bumper, and there hasn't been all weekend, which, okay. The right rear brake light
It's weight
suddenly
savings.
is punched in, and the hood has been punched in above the left front grille. And I don't remember seeing. I remember the rear bumper missing. I don't remember the brake light. I definitely don't remember the hood.
Well, that pass puts them up in the 4th now.
601 is into the pits.
Good to see that one still circulating
We
as well.
code 5?
Timing shows green.
Why is the 525 and everybody doing pace car speed down the front straightaway? We must be code 35.
I agree. Yeah, we must be.
Yeah, it's not reflected on Race Hero, so that's fair.
Yeah, and there it is. Now it is.
Yeah, okay. 01 car broke a gearbox. Oh, is it stop?
I don't know. I don't have live. That's lost its video at some point.
I wonder if that's why. It says only second one, so I assume that's the only time, the second time they've broken a gearbox all season. But this code 35 is fascinating in GTO. The 111 is in, which is early. They're about halfway through a fuel run, but we saw this from them once before, and it worked out in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
The 29 should be due in. This is actually really good timing for Screaming Goat. Hammer should be in. This is pretty decent timing for them as well.
I'm just going to leave it on this.
I don't see a driver change on the 111.
59, they're still showing only a lap.
Certainly don't see anybody getting out.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, man.
Yeah, nobody knows. That's like the whole thing.
Looks like an
that's why
AOA
you run the
car's
races.
coming in. CMD's coming in.
I need to pull up the WRL app and see if we have a confirmation on why we are full course yellow. 130. Ooh. So contact between the 134 and the 15, although I don't think that's of any consequence.
.130 is a bright red Porsche Boxster, I believe.
So the 01 is listed or shown as salmon on Race Hero, and they haven't come across the line since we went to code 35. I'm gonna guess this code 35 is for a stop 01 Audi.
In comes the 02 Hammer on pit lane.
Yeah, which again, not to belabor this point either, but is another display of that 01 just having horrendous luck this weekend, but absorbing it all in favor of the 02.
They are great team players.
Yeah, 02 makes it to the stall here in front of me. It's a long stop from the Thunder Bunny car, but it's because they're doing left side tires. Tires are pretty well worn.
So it sounds like that stop's going to be a good investment.
Yep, stop is done. Hand goes up off the jacks, and the number 111 leaves. Now, interestingly, the 29 came across start-finish a 411 flat, so they had an opportunity to make it into the pits and did not take advantage of it.
Real quick, while they retrieve the 01, we should probably do some ads.
Oh, let's take care of that. Yeah, this is a good time for that. As Joseph prepares that, a word to those of you watching. Yep, very good. A word of those of you to watching on Facebook. We are going to pull the Facebook feed here because we can only do 8 hours at a time. So it is a good time to end the current stream on Facebook for those of you watching over there. I will put a new video up here in about a minute and a half, and just click on that over on the DriverSeye Live Facebook page or on the World Racing League Facebook page, and we'll pick up right where we left off from VIR. Thanks for being with us.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer Enduro Max tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And Those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now. Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin. And Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Happy to say we've made it back from our pit stop here in record time, or at least I was able to get a new Facebook feed up in record time. No stumbling around the Facebook Live interface, just a nice clean transition over to part 2. Thanks everybody for being with us. This is DriversEye Live from Virginia International Raceway. World Racing League's 2021 season rolls on with the 9th race weekend of the year. I'm Brendan Kazmarek, joined by Joseph Woodrock and JT Tammy, as I have been all weekend. Thanks not just to everybody for tuning in, but all the teams downstairs who've been providing us onboards all weekend. No thanks to the sun for causing issues with our trackside cameras. But nevertheless, it's been a pretty compelling race to watch today. And for those of you who are as invested as we are in this, which I don't know how many of you there are, but we're certainly doing our best and actually really enjoying this. We're setting ourselves up pretty well for the end here. Screaming Goat Racing leads overall in the number 29. It's setting up to be a really nice battle between them and the number 111 Thunder Bunny Racing BMW M2. Hammer Motorsports is in the mix, having just made a pit stop down here next door to Thunder Bunny. TLM Shift Up now very much in the mix on the lead lap. And I think we'll find W2W's number 982 on the lead lap as well. Don't look now, but Stratus Racing, the number 59, is into P6. Some consternation here at the bottom of turn 17, gentlemen, with a sweeper and 2 trucks. I don't know if they're just out trying to clean up the track or if they had some oil that they needed to clean up and put some fluid dry down.
Yeah, I mean, if they lost the transmission, depending on how they lost the transmission, there might be a little bit of fluid down around where the 01 came to a stop.
Yeah. I'm intrigued by this strategy call. Actually, we'll come back to that in just a second. JT made the point just before or during the ad break on our chat here that the lead gap in GP1 is now, well, it's 40 seconds now, but he said it was 25 seconds. Round 3, the 701 had just made a stop, and I think the PC racing car actually had a long stop on lap 121, or at least a long lap. So that margin's come down because something happened to the 44, and I don't know what it was. 4 off drivers left and continued at 1:20 p.m. turn 8.
Yeah, and
I wonder if it threw itself off at the S's and had to recover.
Well, and that sounds innocuous enough, right? It sounds like just an off track and keep going, but we've talked quite a bit about how rough an off track can be around here. So just because you take it off the track and rejoin doesn't mean that all's well. You could very well knock something loose. I mean, we saw it at Mid-Ohio. I think the Chattanooga car went wide at turn 9 and tore something loose. There are just so many places and so many ways that things can go wrong from innocuous-looking incidents. Sure,
and that is ignoring the immediate impact. That's looking at the potential long-term impact, and we don't know yet. The immediate impact was they lost most of the margin they had in GP1. And to be honest with you, if Montgomery hadn't had the engine issue, or whatever its mechanical issue was, they would have lost the lead as a result of whatever happened.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, it may have been that they took the
Yeah.
opportunity to check things over. They've got a
They've just
cushion
come
now;
by
they
me.
can do that.
They've just come by me on the front straightaway, and the several inch wide splitter at the front looks to be mostly intact. So, well, entirely intact, precise. So I don't think there's a whole lot of lasting damage there, but you know, that car is now basically resetting in terms of its lead margin. It had spent most of the race building up something like 2 laps, and now all of a sudden it finds itself with less than half a minute.
I'm gonna redo irresponsible math and see if it gives us something that's slightly less irresponsible.
My hope is that it would show something like Screaming Goat, just because I think that's probably closer to accurate.
I'm hoping it shows a 0-1.
JT's on Team Chaos.
It could just be team bad programming. Look at that slipstream action down the front straight.
Bag of Haribo is officially dead.
Rest in peace.
So we might have a good battle here for fourth when we go green. Showing a small gap of 4 seconds under yellow right now.
I'm going to go back to an onboard just for a bit, which means that almost certainly it's going to go green under my nose, because I would like to try to figure out where exactly this is. Because I've been watching for pit ins and pits out, pits in and pits out, sure. We haven't been going around the track, so it's unclear where this oil drive might be and how long this cleanup could actually take if it is still underway. That's still the oil dry from the collision with the 77. That's fresh oil dry. Okay, so it's off here. It's off here around turn 14 or so.
Is it? Did they put more down? Because they had put down some this morning after the accident between Kingpin and
no, because that was at
Apex.
That was at the right-hander where the 77 was. The left-hander right after that has what looks like a fresh stripe of oil dry.
Yeah, so turn 16, turn 15 to 16.
Nail biting. I have new projections. Are they any less garbage? Let's find out.
Say, are they better?
Oh, that's the wrong class. It's like, I don't think that car should be. Okay.
PC Racing about to win.
You're wrong. It's definitely going to be Chump Change Racing, who's had a pretty good run so far today in what is it, GP2, up to 6th right now, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, anything is an improvement over the day they had yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
If you look at the script output, you'd say it's a little bit of a free for all for the top spot. I don't know how much stock I put in that, but this could be a really exciting finish.
I mean, it is easy from a human perspective that is not really capable of absorbing all of the information at once and making an educated decision without breaking it down, over a period of like 20 or 30 minutes. But that feels reasonable. Just knowing what we know about stint lengths, who's chosen to pit, who hasn't chosen to pit, this doesn't feel, like I said, it doesn't feel unreasonable. I had a thought, by the way. I wonder if Screaming Goat is going to try this and do this on 2 more stops, and they are just stretching this out as long as they can.
I'm not sure what that gets you.
Unless they've already come in and out, but I don't think that first lap, we saw everybody come in.
I have them as a probable pit.
131,
right? Yeah.
Now, does that, because I should be out of sync with Race Hero pit data.
Yeah, JT, that lap 131, is that what you're looking at? The long lap there?
That's just what I'm remembering. I can't actually see it right now.
Green
but that's
flag, green
what
flag.
We're back to green. No, so the issue was that I was sure that they were due in, and that was perfect timing for the 20. I remember specifically the end of that lap as everybody else came in. When 11 came in, 02 came in, all the other main players in GTO came in and pitted, and they had just completed a 411 under full course yellow, stayed out on track. I don't think, unless it happened right as they pitted, like the full course yellow came out while they were in the pits and then they didn't trip the beam, which I suppose is possible. It seemed like that was a partial full course yellow lap and they hadn't actually made it in. So
here's the thing though. You did mention, because they did, it was right around when you were talking about Thunder Bunny coming in and having a long stop. That long stop has given us a 1 minute and 7 second gap by timing currently.
It was because they changed tires.
That could have been enough time for Screaming Goat to have come in and come out, and we just weren't really covering it because we were covering Thunder Bunny.
Well, okay, so
Yeah.
I think, okay, so the algorithm that I put together for Thunderhill, and this is obviously this is pre, and I guess there were other circuits too that we went to that didn't have a pit loop. The algorithm I put together for those goes off of basically we've had cars come through recently and put in laps. I think it's like the most recent lap times in a class. 30 most recent lap times. And it's basically a have you gone missing based off of this and based off of this alone, and if you have, I assume that's a pit stop. That's usually safe unless someone's had an off-track accident. We don't think the 29 had an off-track accident. Based off of that, I have the 29 as having pitted on lap 131.
Okay. Yeah, again, that was a partial code 35 lap, so unless the timing was exactly right.
Yeah.
I think it was.
I'm going to start to assume that that's the case. The only other suggestion is that they are taking it to, I think their longest so far has been something like 45 laps. If they're going to push it that far, then, this would be the time. Like I said, that'll put them into one more stop from there to the end.
As we've gone green, I'd like to draw your guys' attention to the lead in both GP1 and GP2. Both leads are under threat with second place within 10 seconds.
Numbers.
5.5.
So GP144 is leading less than 6 seconds over the 701 Round 3 Racing Porsche, whereas in GP2 we have the 525 Fast and Furious Motorsports with a 5-second gap over the 87 RK Motorsports.
Little wiggle there at the apex of 16, headed into the final corner from the 701.
Coming across the line, RK down to 3.8 seconds.
Yeah, 5.5. Pretty stable there for the 44 and the 701, but this is a good camera to stick with. Comes up behind the
CMD.
The 65?
Yeah, 65. Unfortunately, they've ran into a bit of a trouble today at CMD Motorsports. They are 16, 17 laps down, I believe. Oh, 20, sorry.
Yeah, it's not been. They didn't have a terribly good day yesterday either.
And seeing the battle for fourth being within a couple tenths as well, fourth overall.
So now we'll keep an eye on GP1 and 2 here. I just want to make a note that now that we've gone back to green, the lead margin is 37.8. in favor of Screaming Goat. Like JT mentioned, Fat and Furious has a 3.7 second lead, and GP1 is going to update here in about 2 seconds. It's 5.6. Again, very stable at the front of GP1, although very close. In fact, can you see? I don't think you can quite see it out the front of the 701's onboard camera here. GP3 we haven't forgotten about as well, other than to we'll mention now that it is very much in control by Craftsman Auto Care right now, as it has been for a long time today, ahead of AOA Motorsports. It's a minute 2. So it's closer than it's been, I suppose, although the Craftsman car is just consistently so much quicker than anybody else in the class. Round 3 racing, the number 605 that we just jumped on board with here, 2 laps off of the back of that lead battle. So with that in mind, we actually don't have any class that's being led by more than a minute at the moment. Again, that's 5.5 hours of racing and 0 full course caution. There's 0 safety cars.
Yeah, I don't have a sense of if that's because we don't have a safety car intervention. Maybe those are artificially splitting class battles in ways that we're not recognizing. Certainly that used to be the case in IMSA. So it wouldn't be too surprising, but I've been pleasantly surprised at how close.
Sorry! We've had, I think, contact down the front straightaway. 3 wide. It was the 46. Yep, there it is. That's the Thunder Bunny 350Z.
Oh, no.
Yep, we saw it happen here down the front straightaway. I hate to say it, but the Ginger Racing Team BMW had stuck its nose up the inside around the right-hander on the front straight and really had no business doing it. 3 wide, condensed into about a lane and a half just before start-finish, and this is what happened. Claimed the 350Z, unfortunately.
Oh, this might be old.
Yeah, we're going yellow.
Yeah, it is code 35 now, and that was pretty instantaneous. All of race control over to my right saw that happen in real time, and immediately jumped up and grabbed a bunch of radios and started the procedure.
No contact. The car didn't make it to the wall, thankfully.
No, but there was other contact.
Yeah, there was contact that precipitated it, but... Now, is there anybody that didn't... It was a long code 35 last time around, but is there anybody who didn't get a shot at... is there anybody who didn't get a shot at pitting that last time through? I imagine not.
But
this obviously would play in their favor.
Don't think so. It would. And to be honest with you...
We've got two. We've got two. Oh, sorry. I guess this is what JT was referring to. But I've just now noticed it. How close the fights are for class leads in both GP1 and GP2. Yeah. Yeah.
So I would say this: anybody in those production classes is within distance of being able to make it home in 2 more stops if they haven't pitted already. If you were going to need 2 stops anyway and you didn't pit under the last yellow, now is the time. I think there's also and here comes the 87 actually. So exactly that situation for RK Motorsports. Fat and Furious has not come in. The 87 has. They were last in at 104. So that is exactly what I was talking about. They were going to need 2 stops at the end anyway. This is going to be one of them, and they should be able to make it home on 1 more. Round 3 is ready for a stop. Hammer seems pretty disinterested, and Thunder Bunny's having lunch, I think. They've all stepped away. I was going to say, there may be an opportunity here if you're in GTO to top off, if you were going to be really close on making it on 1 more stop. I don't know if they...
True. I don't...
If you were going to play that game, you would want to do that closer to the end of the code 35.
I will say, to play devil's advocate, I think there's always a little bit of risk if you're coming in specifically to top off, that you have a fuel spill situation that you end up getting, at best, a warning for, and in worst case, a penalty for.
Yeah, that is true.
I don't know if it's a proximity thing or what, but some of these cameras and the sounds from these cameras are the closest I think I've felt to, having done this remotely. The closest I think I've felt to actually physically being there. You know?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I think, the other. We've made this point before, and this is a little bit from the racing and more towards the our approach and what we can do here at DriversEye. But because we don't have access to scaffolding and platforms for the most part in getting our cameras placed, and also have to maximize track visibility against, having a panning or rotating or moving camera, is our angles end up being slightly different. And being a little more in line with what you might see as a spectator, rather than the same old camera placements, at racetracks during professional events. And I think that also probably lends itself slightly more to, feeling like you're there rather than feeling like you're watching another broadcast with, the same angles.
Yeah, the problem that and we've talked about this, just amongst ourselves, but the thing that I think we've gone green already.
Flag. That's quick. Hammer was ready for a stop, by the way. They came running back to the pit box. Somebody's shouting lots of things. They all got their helmets and jackets on. I think they were back working on the 0-1. Decided they wanted to try and get the 0-2 in, and couldn't get here in time. They were already away anyway, but I think the 0-2 wanted to stop and weren't able to get it done before we went back to green.
This is obviously on delay. I was kind of hoping that we'd actually get to watch it go green. But we'll hear it. We'll see it. It's gonna be the most irritating. I mean, it's a small time loss in the grand scheme of things, but it's gonna be irritating getting that green, on the way into a corner rather than on your way out.
I've never really thought about how, whether that affects one car in a position more than any other.
605 taking a rough ride on the way into Oak Tree.
That camera's frozen, right? Yeah.
It's catching up.
There we go. That is the car in battle in... it's not in part of the battle in GP3. It's just in GP3. P3 at the moment, but off the back a little bit of the 407-175 battle.
The 701's inherited the lead in GP1.
Yeah, I suspect the 44 has been into the pit lane.
That's, okay.
Are these cameras hanging up, or is it my...
No, it is the cameras.
Yeah. I think a lot of things are overheating at the moment. Our cameras, onboards, I think we're not the only ones suffering at the moment.
This one's falling back.
Alex Bolanos on board the 02, crew member for Hammer Motorsports.
Well, they'll just put anybody in these, huh?
I mean, Alex Bolanos said anybody?
I mean that was the joke.
I mean, I am aware of that name as I am racing name. I recognize it from seeing it many times.
I don't care what they say about you, Alex. I'm glad you're here.
Who are they exactly? Look at how low the confidence numbers are on your prediction.
Yeah, which is correct.
Except for the 26th and 54th, who has a 99% chance of finishing P69.
Nice.
Nice.
That is my favorite thing.
Well, because the ones that are so...
But it's in 54th. How does that work?
because the assumption is that it's going to. So there's probably cars behind it that are running, and the assumption is that you're going to stay, because we don't know how long somebody's going to be stopped in the paddock. So I just take however long they've been in the paddock and just say, okay, we're probably somewhere in the middle of that, say 50%, and then so you just double when you think they'll be able to return to the fray. And at this point, I basically assume that they're not going to be able to make it back in time, and so they'll probably get overtaken by other cars.
So I may have missed it, but did you guys possibly discuss what has happened with Team ACP, car number 2?
They went into
no.
yeah, they're behind the wall, but I don't know why.
They were 7th before the second full course caution.
I had missed that entirely.
Because that has promoted Stratus to 6th.
So they didn't. It was the full course caution. The first one. They never turned a lap under a yellow. I don't know what the story is there. Those ACP cars, for being essentially your standard M2 club sport, have I always feel like they deserve so much better finishing positions than they usually wind up with. And I can't imagine that's a prep thing, because those cars are actually a lot luckier in the 24-hour series than they are here. But
have we talked about the lead change in GP1?
Go for it.
Round 3 race and takes the lead. Last lap they did, and they come across the line. They were half second still, so PC Racing is not going to give up without a fight.
No, if we have the 701 on board, I know it's been a little jumpy over the last little while.
Yeah, we can go to it. It is current, at least.
Well, there's your problem. It only covers from turn 5 to turn 15.
The ice cream cone that is VIR.
You can see in the review cam, PC Racing definitely hanging on.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what's going on with the if it's a cell service thing or what. It
was
curious.
Okay earlier on today. I mean, these cameras all have been pretty decent.
Yeah. We actually haven't. I'll stick with the Thunder Bunny 110 for a bit, because I don't think we've actually looked at them for a minute.
Oh, full course yellow.
I don't know why that is.
Again.
When it rains, it pours.
Yeah. Code 35s breed code 35s, as they say. Which is not how that's supposed to work, actually. I think it's supposed to be chances of getting another code 35.
Let's just leave the cars out there until there's two
Whatever
of them.
it is, maybe it turned 12. 981 had a flat tire, but I saw them come out of the pits, so...
Oh, did we
701 at turn 12? Four off and continue. No, I think we saw that at the restart. No, one of the cars went off. Okay, let's wait. No, 605 was the one that went 4 off at turn 10 and then recontinued right at the restart. This was a 4 off and continued from the 701 at turn 12, so that's different. But I can't, if that car continued, I can't imagine that's what this is again.
Yeah. No, we're missing the 601. The 601's gone missing.
The onboard?
Yes. And we are also missing the car.
Right.
So they were 8th in GP2 after having an issue earlier where they came to a stop.
Actually, we've been missing the 601s on board basically the entire race.
Ah, I didn't know.
Yeah.
This has been a... You know, we were talking about this about the 3-hour mark, how, you know, we very quickly run through the middle portion of the race and then arrived at, okay, you know, now we start back timing the race and setting ourselves up to make sense of what it's going to look like from here to the end. We've now had a very broken, like, 45-minute period here where I feel like we've got basically nothing done and have just been trying to make sense of pit stop strategy under code 35.
I'm gonna keep making irresponsible math predictions. And
No, that's
just
fine, because it's going to keep changing.
Yeah.
0-2 isn't again.
I'm on board with you here, Joseph, because I believe you guys were talking about the theory that the was it the Screaming Goat that was possibly going to try to do it with only one more stop.
The thing that's funky about this, I kind of suspect that I kind of suspect that some. Oh, we've gone green again.
Whoa!
Surprise!
This is catching a lot of people out, and I think this is really going to bite the 0-2. They've decided to change tires on this stop, put on sticker fronts on that front-wheel drive car.
I'm going to be honest. I'm a little surprised that they committed to it. I'm surprised they didn't back out of changing the other tire.
Tim is bold.
It was already off. So what they did was to take the right front off, move it out of the way, run the gun over to the left, and put that one on, and then run back over to the right front and put that on. It was a very sort of do one, and jump back and forth while you're moving tires around. And
they should still come out in fifth.
Yeah, also the idea of having one good front tire and one bad front tire, or old front tire is
that's the 701. Sketchy. That's the 701 out from under our nose too, and that's re-elevated the 44 into the lead. So they've pitted, been caught out pretty badly by this.
Well, it's only really going to bite relative to a green flag stop, right? Which if you're making that assumption,
well, will it? That's a time will tell kind of thing, because if the 44 is able to actually do it during a Code 35,
let's get the answer then. In GP1, right, we're looking at the next and last, the last pit stop for the 44, or the next pit stop. The 44, oh God, I don't know. They don't trip time. I think they were last in at 114.
So they need at least one.
This is the 44, you said?
Yeah. Oh, no, they were last in at 121.
Oh.
They had the off in the S's.
Getting a bit deep there in turn 2. But yeah, so
BMW 72.
2 hours, 10 minutes ago, if the 44s do anytime soon, they might need at least one full stop and a splash.
No, I think from where they were, they're probably good on one more.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's going to need at least one more. Hammer will be good on one more, I think, from here. Thunder Bunny had no interest in pitting, so I suspect they know they're good on one more stop to the end. Or they can't make it on two.
Guys, 2:03.0 from the Stratus 59.
How much ground do they have to make up?
A lap and a half, I believe.
Joseph, can you pull up on demand the gap?
Interval from leader.
Yeah.
No.
We have to wait for the cycle.
Yeah, that'll be that's a work in progress.
I wonder if this is coming up next, actually. Nope, last. Okay. I mean, my guess is, so they're off the lead lap. My guess is that, it says 2 laps.
Hammer lost 2 minutes 30 doing that. That's nearly a lap. Oh boy, don't like that. That's a BRZ and another BRZ, I think.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
A BRZ and an FRS walk into a bar.
Let's 86 that joke.
I was trying to figure out how to work that in, and I couldn't do it. Not
Leave it to the
quickly enough.
professionals, Brendan.
Yeah, that's fine.
So here's the thing. Those guys, are they fighting for fourth right now? Let me double check. There should be a lap difference between them. So that should be the 89 trying to unlap itself in the 67.
Onboard the 28, HQ Autosport.
Yeah, they're working at climbing their way back up after their issue earlier.
Yeah, this is not for position. They're not even in the same class. That was obviously the 134, which I believe that's a big mission car, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that car is 7th in class. As a matter of fact, the 28's actually got the upper hand in the overall.
One of the Hammer crew guys is putting cubes of ice on a brush burn on his knee. I think they were so committed to getting that stop done that when he jumped off the wall and down onto to start undoing the, the lugs on the tire, he actually just, skidded his kneecap along the ground.
Yeah.
That is commitment.
That is painful.
Yeah. Skinned the knee since I was probably 10.
Say, I was
Working
already
on WRL
thinking
pit crew, and that the dream is still alive.
I was already thinking the O2 is going to be buying the 01 beers tonight, but it sounds like they might also be buying that tire changer as well.
Yeah, I don't know that pouring beer on a brush burn is going to help anybody.
It's a disinfectant.
Poor man's Neosporin.
Okay, I've got slightly more. Let's see. Please be. No, it's not more sensible.
207 flat from Thunder Bunny. Kind of game on here. I think that's the quickest we've seen from that car in hours.
Yeah, the last driver was, I think, able to get into the mid-8s, but not much more than that.
207.001, but that was right before the driver change on lap 108. So it's been about 35 laps, and there's been a lot of code 35 in there. So I don't know. I think the current driver's probably been in that car for about an hour and a half. Nope, code 35.
Oh.
What are we doing here? It's like doing. It's not decision-making issues. This is what is going out on track that is creating this. Fortunately, most of them have just been either, sort of jumping the gun, the car continues, and then we go back to green, or a single car recovery. But it's really interrupting the flow of the race here. Warning, by the way, to car 29 for a fueling infraction at 2:21 p.m. So did we have our leader in on the previous code 35, or is that a delayed call?
I think that might be delayed. Because that would have been, 3 minutes ago? Oh, stop car there, exiting the S's on drivers, right?
Yeah.
Is that a Boxster? Black Boxster, I think? Maybe a Cayman?
No, look at this.
Ooh.
Somebody's on fire to driver's right.
Yeah, it's a white car that's gone straight on there and is smoking pretty heavily.
So yeah, if you stay on this onboard, look to driver's right as they go through this first part of the S's.
So has this been a 2-car incident?
It's the 702. The car smoking is the 702.
Oh. Man, they were looking real good in GTO.
It was a top 10 day for them.
No onboard there. Fortunately or unfortunately.
Yeah, so coming up right here on the right, that looks like a will to win. Don't tell me that's the 602 and the 983.
I think it might be the 982.
982, yeah.
Oh.
Because we just had across the banner, the 982 had gone missing for us.
Oh,
so that's coming out of 4th in GTO.
Yeah, we've lost 9th and 4th in GTO in what are apparently separate.
Are they? I don't know.
Do we have an onboard from the 702 still?
No, the onboard from the 702 went down about half an hour ago.
Bummer.
Yeah, because it looked like the 982 was sitting low down rear right. I'm wondering if maybe that was an attempted overtake on the 702.
That is possible, although the smoke from the 702 would suggest to me that I don't know that came from incident. Guess it's possible. But statistically in the WRL, we don't have that kind of situation. There's a lot of wreckers down there, though.
Yeah, nobody attending to the W2W car.
Sorry. So it's the 702 and the 701?
I wondered if it might be. Okay.
Broken right rear wheel. We don't have a 701 on board either, do we?
Looking for it. It exists. I don't know if it's still operating.
Yeah.
That definitely changes GP1.
That was a GP1 leader, wasn't it?
Second, they'd hit in PC racing, I think, had taken the lead again. That's at least what I've had on timing.
Oh, you know what? I think we're going to be able to get a replay, you guys. Hold that thought.
And I will not step away from...
We're going to get to the bottom of this, or we're going to get to the bottom of something.
Scrape that barrel.
As ever.
I mean, isn't that how we fill 8 hours of race time?
It's basically just a tube at this point.
Yeah, that barrel is squeaky clean. Wait for Joseph to queue up a replay here and see if we can pull it from on board the 701.
Yeah,
Another record
I'm
being
gonna
sent from pit in.
I'm gonna curate it first to make sure we actually have something worth showing.
A broken right rear, unless it failed over a curb at turn 3, would be shocking.
They're separate incidents. They're completely separate incidents.
That is wild.
Ooh.
They broke it over. It broke over a curb.
Yep.
I can tell you exactly where it happened. Let me.
I mean, if it only made it to 6.
It broke it at 5.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it did not get very far.
Do we have
tough.
the team car off at 3 when this happens?
Yes, which is why I'm saying it's a separate incident. It's completely unrelated.
Let's back it up to maybe turn 1 or 2 there, so we can get past the team car and then run it through that whole sequence. W2W, by the way, went missing because they came straight into the pits.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yep.
Yeah. I think they've actually held on to 4th ahead of the 02, so that pit stop from the Hammer Audi has actually really cost it here. They've lost the spot outright to the number 982.
Yeah.
Who was able to complete an entire pit stop without ever having cars at full speed out on track.
Great call for them, though.
Yeah. Well, the margin is
16 seconds-ish.
Yeah, we don't have everybody on the same lap, which, okay, but it's worked out heavily in the 982's favor. The 420 is quietly up there in 3rd as well. They've hung around there for a while. And my guess is this will be a slightly longer Code 35 just because we are going to have to recover both of the cars, I assume both with wreckers.
Yeah, and we haven't even got to the second car yet.
PC Racing is in again.
It's a great time to do so.
Yeah. Oh, well, right, because now their closest competition in GP1 is...
Yep. Now it's going to be big
with yeah, that's 4 laps?
2 laps to the 336, I believe.
Sorry, 52 is nosing into the paddock. P13 overall. I'll say this, guys.
Okay, I'm gonna pull this up for us.
Go ahead. Right.
And so this will be. Make sure I've got the volume reasonable.
All right. This is on board the 701 coming across start finish.
Yeah.
Into turn 1.
So you'll look to drivers right at turn 4. It's not going to be obvious. It's not smoking yet, but there will be a white Cayman off to your right. You can see it gleaming in the sun.
Yeah, that looks like a pull-off out there.
Yeah, now pay very close attention to the right-hander here and where these wheels are.
Listen.
Because the half shaft's like gone immediately. Yeah, nothing. No drive. The
I think
engine
it's
is
actually
fine.
broken. I think it's actually broken the suspension. I think that squealing you hear is the tire dragging at an angle.
I don't think I hear squealing. I think I hear the car revving up but not driving.
Oh, see, that sounded like tire squeal to me, and it was pulling the wheel at an angle along, and then that scrubbing is what slowed it down as quickly as it did. I mean, otherwise, I think it would have been able to coast up to the North Course cutout at turn 7, but it did not. It didn't even make it half that far. So that's a terrible. I mean,
it's a terrible 2 minutes.
As bad luck goes, that's about as bad as it gets for a car team. 111 is in. And I assume this is going to be a driver change in fuel only. I'm also not convinced they're not putting that quick driver back into the car.
Yeah, they might be. I think they have a 20-second lead over third place, the 420 car.
So this will be... They fill it full here. It'll be basically a...
What, a half tank?
40, a little over half a tank going in. I think it'll be about they'll need a splash with about 40 minutes to go, 45 minutes to go, something like that. And that's not a splash, half a tank. But that's about right.
Yeah, definitely a driver change. That's
nice.
A driver and a seat insert coming. We are still, this is on delay, but we're still under a code 35. We haven't gone back green yet. Fueling's done is the call. So obviously a short fill. Just getting the driver strapped in. Cleaning off the grill. That is done. Car's fired back up. As soon as the driver's belted in, they'll be good to go. Window net is up. Door is closed. On the way out. Back to slightly less delayed pictures. Well, substantially less delayed pictures.
But pretty.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a great day. Just wish we could be going through it at a little quicker pace. But I clearly justified in this case. Yeah, not that the others weren't, but we found pretty clear evidence that there were 2 cars that were stopped, one of which had started to smoke and steam. So can't really argue with that one, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I mean, both legitimate reasons.
So the script... Boy, this thing is a mess. I'm not even going to try to talk to it. It really... God, that's such a shame. It really liked the 701 before...
Yeah.
Before it broke down, which made sense.
Yeah, because the 44 had lost quite a bit of time there.
Yeah. The 44 is going to be your obvious favorite, I think, in GP1. It's got a 2-lap lead over Big Mission, and I don't see an obvious path. We are back to green. You hear it, and you see it.
Since I get back to the booth, it's very convenient.
They were waiting for you.
Yeah.
There is not a chance that everybody holds to 35 because it is so obvious that these cars just cluster and you just kind of draw closer and closer and closer to someone who's actually doing 35 miles an hour. But I digress. Who can we get on board with? PMW's onboard is already back to green. We'll go on board with them. So yeah, as we were just talking, so GP1 seems pretty straightforward now under 2 hours to go. You know, unfortunately, that's a direct result of the 701 breaking down. 525 and the 87 are going to be duking it out for GP2. And let's see, do we have an obvious? Yeah, advantage 525 if you trust the script. I haven't decided if I do or not.
Did you run through projections in GTO while I was gone?
I just run through projections and everything, but
okay. I didn't know if you had an answer in GTO or if it was still basically just a crapshoot.
It's still kind of garbage, to be honest. It likes New Light way more than it ought to. I haven't figured out why that is. My suspicion is that because everything has been so topsy-turvy, it thinks pit laps are actually an advantage, and New Light has the most pit laps of anybody. Like I think it thinks pit laps are actually faster than. So I need to do something clever about like the percentage of lap time that's done under yellow, basically. You know, things you learn in the heat of battle.
I feel bad I mentioned Chump Change Racing, and since then they have ran into an issue.
What did you do?
I have no idea, but the 28 HQ got by and, you know, has taken that 6th position in class and now has 9 laps over them, so not bad.
Okay.
Because for some reason I think I'm directly contributing to that issue.
You might be getting in their heads.
Do we have a 02 on board?
We sure do. It's a little funky looking right now.
That's okay. Yep, that's the 982.
Because that's...
no, sorry,
they're going for it.
Second car.
No. Okay, yeah.
That was the 498, I think. And then that'll be the car that's currently
they're side by side still,
overall.
I think. No, it's cleared it now.
Yeah, 4th in GTO is straight ahead of Alex here on board the 02.
Stratus comes across at a 204.7.
Yeah, see, that is a car I believe that would show itself 2nd or 3rd in predictions that we wouldn't expect. Also, if they didn't pit under the last code 35, I think they missed out because they're going about 55 to 57 minutes on fuel. If they were able to make it in there, they could definitely make it home on one more.
I'm going to try a little bit. I'm going to try an experiment where we just don't consider the ones that we think are being given bananas advantages, right? So I'm going to remove the 12 from the graph. I'm going to remove we just lost the 702, is that right?
Yeah.
Gonna remove them from the graph. Why would that be correct? That doesn't leave us with a lot of smart predictions, I'm gonna be honest.
New Light got even more.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's the cars that have taken to the pits because their times are so competitive, because it doesn't cost you anything. I think it assumes that any pit in general is basically at worst a wash and at best actually beneficial, which is probably wrong. They're about to go side by side. He's showing the nose, but he's not going to have room here.
It's a tough place to make that work if you haven't already got a leg up.
Looked like a tether just came off of something. Looked like a tow rope or something.
It's not a tire squill.
Oh, look at that. Oh, he
Sets this up nicely, but again, it's just so hard to stick your nose in there if you're not already alongside.
Oh, yeah, the track's only so wide, and he's not able to really take advantage of the run that he's got coming out of 7.
Is that 7? Have we been calling that 7?
I don't know. I'm calling it. It's probably 6.
Yeah, I think the entry there is 7.
Now, what he could do if he was feeling he doesn't quite have the pace, but what you could do in this situation, where he's getting a good run out of, what is that, 10?
Yeah.
Would be to get alongside and force the W2W Porsche to take a tight line into Oak Tree. I don't think the Audi's got the legs right now.
No, I was going to say he had a decent initial launch there, but he would have needed to be in the slipstream most of the way down the back straight if he were going to be able to even attempt anything at 13, but that's not... Wasn't really on the cards there. I don't know that Alex is really being held up here either. I mean,
he's looking. The back's out of it. Smartly.
Yeah, no, you can't set that up there. You're better off trying to follow through 16 and 17 and get a better run, which I think he's done, but again, the 982 just from sort of the mid-range on is just so much quicker and has such a better punch.
It feels a little bit, and this might be down to the differences in the cars, but it feels a little bit like Alex is pulling, like he's turning in a little bit earlier for 17. You wouldn't think it would matter because it's a basically flat-out curve. Yeah. But I think because he's turning in a little earlier, he's compromising the acceleration of that car through the corner.
It'll be scrubbing the front tires, which, it's wearing the fronts a little bit, but more than anything, you are arresting the acceleration.
I'm wondering if he needs to, just so he doesn't have to lift, exiting that small kink right there, just because the nature of the front wheel drive.
Good run here. It is single pile, but he's got to launch.
It's going to depend on where this BMW ends up.
Oh,
he might get held up behind it. No, nope. They both cleared it. He's definitely stepped a wheel off ahead.
He's pretty quick through here, so let's see if he can get the exit here.
If he's being held up, it's through 7, 8, and 9.
The flag that we saw at the stand was blue and yellow. Blue flag, yellow stripe.
Not sure for who.
Not sure either. Okay, he's got a good run here. It's going to be down to top speed. He doesn't have the preferred line.
This is what we saw last time, but with a better...
That is fantastic.
A little bit of trash. Let's see if he sends him. Oh, he's gonna have him boxed in.
Yeah.
W2W is not gonna have a shot at coming back at him.
Was that taunting?
That's going to be 15-yard penalties and a personal foul.
Yeah, might as well have done horns down.
Banter.
Same effect.
That'll be O2's first personal foul.
I finally got the run.
They're down there watching it on their phones. The crew members.
Oh, I never
screens on the back of the war wagon.
I never brought the thing back up. Sorry about that.
Ooh, the 151 has a 16% chance of winning overall.
Yeah, that seems unlikely.
It does.
I got it. So I can pull up saved races and kind of debug some things. So I think I'll be doing that later today, so that we are. What's that?
That sounds thoroughly enjoyable.
I want to know why it's so weird. I don't know if I have data that's odd or if it's just a function of how this race has turned out.
Alright, so just a heads up, previous lap, Stratus comes across the line and resets it, but Stratus last lap on lap 148, 203 flat almost.
Yeah, PB for them.
Yeah, so they are absolutely flying right now. Meanwhile, GP2, it seems like RK Motorsports is very slowly reeling in the 525 Fat Motorsports, Fat and Furious Racing, BMW. So that's definitely something we need to keep an eye on over the next hour, 45 minutes to go.
That sounded healthy.
The driver change on the 111 at the pit stop has gotten the 111 back into the 206s. And slowly but surely, the lead margin is starting to come down. The Screaming Goat Car's been in the 210s of late. 211, 209, 207, 210 since the restart. The margin's down to 45 seconds. Now, I think overall this is going to end up coming down to pit strategy and how pit stops cycle from here to the end. My guess is that everybody's good on one more stop. I don't know that there's anybody that didn't pit under our sequence of 4 code 35s or whatever we had.
The driver of the 89, by the way, is Giuseppe. We're on board the 997, but I wanted to let you know that the driver of the 89 is Giuseppe Rivas. And his handle on the social medias, apparently, is at @juice_Rivas.
Juice Rivas.
Yes.
So he's actually looking pretty good in GP2 right now, because he is reeling in 4th place NRG. That FRS. Last lap was 7 seconds quicker, and I believe it's a 40-second gap right now between them.
This is we are on board with Juice. Side by side with one of the AOA cars, who I am hoping yielded.
He'll want to get this done before 12 there so he can get to the apex and let loose down the back straightaway.
Yeah. God, the speed differential of some of these classes.
I cannot believe that. I felt like we were really moving down the back straightaway there, and the 420 came by like we were tied to a tree.
Yeah.
It was remarkable.
And this isn't like, like you say, this isn't exactly a slow car.
Indeed. We're right there. I thought we were in seriously deep on the brakes there.
Nah, Juice has got it.
I also appreciate the track map that shows only the class cars on track.
Yeah.
It's a nice touch.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a delta between the camera and the positioning, but it's not too bad. It looks like a fun car to drive, though, too.
It does. This is the number 89.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah, I've always been surprised we never got more FRS 86, whatever.
I think
We've
it's just
had
that
one or two for most races, but
I think it's just that they're not as lightweight for their performance as a Miata, for example. They're kind of not really meant to be race cars that are not single make series.
Speaking of lightweight, have you noticed what we haven't had this weekend in GTO?
I don't know where you're going with this.
There's a particular make of car that we see at least one of, usually 2 of every race, and here we have 0.
I don't know where you're going with this.
It's the Genettas.
That's a good point. I hadn't even thought about that.
I didn't notice until I was walking down the paddock earlier and saw a Genetta sticker on the side of like a barrel or something. Like, huh?
Genetta was here.
Pretty much. Just hadn't really put together that we have neither the old-fashioned motorsports nor the G-Tech cars with us this weekend. And they've been fairly competitive when they've been reliable.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
I also had a thought that I don't remember if the fuel change was 2,200 pounds or 2,400 pounds for this weekend. But I did wonder if maybe those cars got caught a little bit. They are on the lighter side, even for GT4 cars.
So let's kind of refresh ourselves. We're looking. So PC racing, as we mentioned. I'll switch back over to Thunder Bunny, sitting now up to third. Honestly, the pace has been okay for the 110. They really have not been setting the world on fire at all, but they've been consistent, which, as we mentioned earlier, is really important in these races. They've been consistent. They've kept it on the track, and they're currently sitting third in GP1 with what looks like a lap lead over the 75 for Valdez Motorsports. It'll be interesting to see, because Valdez seems to have a little more pace in the car at the moment compared to the 110. It'll be interesting to see if that gap closes down in the last 95 or so minutes of this race. But they're in good shape as the 110. It could be the 350 notwithstanding, because that's basically been knocked out of the running by that contact at turn 1. For the 110 and the 111, it's been a pretty good race for Thunder Bunny.
Yeah. That 350 has been snake bitten by so many mechanical issues over most races anyway. I think it had a fairly decent run before the contact, but obviously the end result was kind of the same.
Which is a shame, because I really like it. I like seeing the Datsuns around in these club races.
I think GP1 is really the only class that's kind of been put to bed over the last hour or so, and that was really only as a result of the 701 having its problem down at turn 5.
And the 24.
And the 24, of course. Well, it's weird, because the 24 had its issue. The Montgomery car went back behind the paddock, day done, and then we were given, like, the race was given a new lease on life. You know, it became interesting again because the 701 had caught the 44 when the 44 had its issue. Now all of a sudden, you know, the 701's gone by the wayside, and it's PC Racing again, who's, you know, even for all of their issues over the last 2 hours or so, they find themselves with a 2-lap lead. GP2, like you mentioned, is still just incrementally closing up. It's 20 seconds, but at the pace that they're going and the way the difference in lap times is right now,
you would have to say advantage 87.
You would, but it's going to take 45 minutes for us to get there, which is half the race distance remaining.
Yeah.
Yep. You could also keep an eye on GP3 as well. It's been about a 30 to 40 second gap between the lead Craftsman Auto Care against the AOA Motorsports, but it's definitely not over. And, you know, just some bad laps with traffic, or, you know, a rough pit stop, and that can come down to the wire there.
I said it was about a second a lap between the 525 and the 87. Or if I didn't say it, I certainly noticed it. That lap, it was exactly a second.
Yeah.
14.374 and 13.374.
Spare a thought for RRT and RS Racing, who brought 2 cars, at least one of which broke down yesterday, that neither one was able to start the race today.
I didn't notice neither of them started.
Yeah. And then also at the tail end of GP2, Not Quite Right in the 71, which is a name we didn't call much at all, if at all, yesterday. Only
407 is in.
Not Quite Right.
Your GP3 class leader.
Not Quite Right turned a single lap at the beginning of this race and then pulled it in.
More
so I think your GP3 lead is going to change hands here.
Yeah, it should. We should see the AOA inherit the lead here.
Just come through.
I think we missed when 94 Motorsports fell by the wayside too. That would have been about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, quite a while ago.
Yeah, they were in contention, but in the sort of phase of the race where you feel like everybody's in contention, or it's hard to just pick out, what is relevant and what isn't. And by the time we started to whittle the field away, they, had slipped to I think back to 5th, and then that was sort of it.
Brendan, who is this at the end of the pit lane here?
That's the 407. That's the Craftsman Auto Care.
What are they?
GP3.
Are they just refueling it, or are they doing more at the back part of that car?
They're doing a driver change, and then the fuel just goes in the boot.
Yeah. Okay.
They are paying some more attention to the passenger door, though, and it's a slowish driver change, so I'm not sure what's going on there at the right-hand window.
Is that just making sure water is available?
It's possible, but the driver change is done, and they don't have a whole lot of time to play with here.
Yeah, I was curious.
It's not like we'd be doing something preventative.
All right, they're sending him.
Well, and take a glance at the white car who's just entered stage left. It's the 420.
Okay. Our third place sitting car.
It is, but why I'm making a more significant note of this is because we still have an hour and a half left.
Yeah, I think that's slightly too long.
I don't think that car can make it from there.
That might be... That's early. This is 14 laps since our last stop.
They were definitely in at 121. They may not have put it under the code 35. So at worst,
okay, so that's
this is 34 laps.
That's it. Yeah, that's a question mark. If 121 is their last stop, then this is fine. If it was, if it was later, then
it's on schedule. It's not fine because they absolutely can't make it from here. And that's 34 laps with, collectively half an hour under code 35.
Number 59 Stratus Racing, 202.3.
Woo! Nice. I'm telling you what, they're trying to get the WRL some data. They're giving them some data.
Yeah.
That is
pour over this.
Well, I mean, hey, voluntarily they've kicked up the power to weight ratio. They are putting that car, that's wringing the neck out of its car in a way that I'm not sure many other cars can have their necks wrung in this series. So if anything, the data might be too good.
It's tough to say because then you're like, do you...
Nah, look, if you're voluntarily trying to run to a higher performance bracket or a slower performance bracket, let's say, you want that number to be as accurate as possible, especially if you're doing it voluntarily. They're also into the
or cynically, if you planned on sandbagging, which I don't think they would do.
You wouldn't do that here.
Stratus coming out of pit lane right now?
Yep, and that'll be with an hour and a half left. They should be good on one more from here.
So they are now, 20 seconds behind the 420?
Yes, both with another stop. The difference... I want to make this point, too. The Stratus car being on 10-gallon tanks. Well, on a 10-gallon tank, which is the new rule for cars under 2,200 pounds. It means that they're essentially just dumping 2 5-gallon tanks into the car, cutting out the need for a third or a fourth 5-gallon jug, which, I mean, you're saving time on the actual fuel pour, but now you're saving time on the exchange of fuel canisters as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I think that's probably in the margin, though.
It might be, but Joseph, their pit lap, including travel time down the pit lane, was a 3:19. Yeah. Even the best production cars in GTO or race cars in GTO are like 20 seconds slower than that. If you're gaining 20 seconds every time you pit and you're still getting to roughly an hour, it's not nothing. Or it's not a big deal, but it's not nothing either.
Yeah, but I think a lot of that is just the fact that, obviously these are These are gravity fed.
Oh, code 35.
Oh,
That's bit the Stratus actually. Not as much as it might bite other cars for the reasons we were just talking about.
yeah. Oh, he's.
I thought
that's
we
the
were
It's
about
driver left.
There's
Oh.
the code 35. He's made it to the tires, I think, there as well.
Is that another round 3?
I thought it might have been a BMW.
Okay.
Red flag. Red flag.
So I'm guessing it caught two wheels on the grass and went across the track into the tire barriers
Jumped
at a
to the
good
left.
speed.
Yep.
Yeah, so red flag is just going to be a good, very cautious reaction right now, probably considering the speed and
Yeah.
the
I
force
would
of the
think
impact.
so.
And so obviously safety is paramount with WRL. So this is very good move on their part. Very quick response here.
Turn 10 impact is the mark on the race control log. I don't have a number yet.
It's the 605.
Do we have an onboard for them?
We do. The fact
we don't need to see a replay until we know everybody's okay over there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna switch to it just because we've gone red flag, and if they've got information
that's very good.
Yeah.
But that is putting a how do I put this nicely? A garbage bow on a garbage day.
It's been rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were looking pretty good in GP3.
I mean, especially for round 3.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, that car was quite competitive in GP3 yesterday as well, but it also ran into issues.
I'm going to try to get a handle on what's happened here. It might be a red flag just because there's a bit of a conflagration here. It's a huge conflagration. Well, no, I shouldn't say huge, but there's been a rupture out the back of the 605, and I think that's why we've gone red flag. It's because we need to scramble fire vehicles.
Just as a precaution.
Well, not because of a precaution, because there's an active fire in the back of that car, and it needs to be put out.
Didn't mean to leave you guys hanging there. I just wanted to go get confirmation of a couple things. First off, obviously we know it's a 605. Driver is okay, got out of the car because of a small post-impact fire, which is the actual impetus for the red flag.
Okay, I'm going to switch back over to it with that information in mind.
Okay.
So I'll kill the...
Yeah, you see the smoke there.
Well, and the fire as well. Oh, that might be the fire. No,
it's still being. Is it still being fought?
I think it's still being extinguished. Oh, no. That's just red suits. That's fire. That's jump
Oh
shoots.
yeah, nope. You're right. Filtering through the smoke.
Yeah.
It's a bad combination.
But they are still actively putting extinguishing on it.
Yeah, I wonder if it. I wonder if it's caught a little bit of grass there. It's very dry. I mean, we got a little bit of dew overnight, but that's about it.
This car's revving.
Did they forget to kill it?
I think they might be trying to pull it out of you. I don't think that's... Oh, they're just going to get it... They're going to get a car that they've literally just extinguished, and they're going to put it directly on the flatbed. I guess what else are you going to do? The replay is... So the camera basically disconnects and reconnects. So the actual spin is lost, but there was no other car involved. I can tell you that there was nobody in the area.
Okay.
So that's a single car spin for the 605. He's gone over the brow there and basically oversteered into the left-hand side tire barrier, and it's pulled something loose and ignited a small fire. So as soon as this car is up on the flatbed and moving,
So it's basically just an incident that in every facet looks bigger than it actually was, but because of the fire, we've had to go red just to make sure that that was handled appropriately.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it was still a big impact. That's not a slow speed section of the course, and there's not a lot of runoff there.
Yeah, but for lots of reasons, you want to make sure that that fire's out.
Oh, absolutely. No. I'm not suggesting it was the wrong decision at all.
Yeah.
Just, rather than, some type of emergent situation down there or concerns over the safety of the driver, just a handful of things to address that are better off addressed very quickly and appropriately.
Yeah, but to continue that point, what a miserable hour for round 3 racing. They've lost 3 cars in, it can't be more than 40 minutes. But it's awfully unlucky. So that is not a frozen shot. We are still under red flag conditions. But the timer continues to run, so this is...
Yeah, well, and that is maybe the most significant point out of all of this.
Yeah, now who does this advantage? It advantages the 420 a bit if you still believe that they were a little shy on fuel.
Anybody that was going to need another... that had
a splat.
How do I put this? Anybody, that from about 15 minutes ago still needed 2 stops instead of 1. I think that's who this advantages.
So 420
and 59. 420.
It depends how soon we get going.
If this goes up on long enough, the TLM shift up now car could be in without having to, or could be through without having to make another stop before the end of the race. The Stratus car, I don't think there's any chance of that.
The Stratus will probably need another splash.
Yeah.
There's an interesting situation. It's sort of a trivially interesting situation, but they've got the 605 on the flatbed. Ambulance pulls in. I don't think there's anybody in it. They've got the 605 on the flatbed, and it was going, around the circuit. So it was actually the only car that was moving for about 30 seconds.
Timey.
So yeah, what do I make of the point about the 59 is interesting. Is the 59? I think the 59's pitted.
So it pitted about 2 laps ago, right when the TLM, the 420 car came in. Stratus had a very quick pit stop. I think it was 80 seconds total, and came out. And so it has a 17-second gap to 420 to race it for that 5th position.
I haven't decided how much this red flag actually helps the 59. It might work.
Depends how long it goes.
Well, because
it has to go on for another 20 minutes for the 59 to be able to.
Right. That's the thing is I think they still need another code 35.
Yeah. Otherwise, they will need to come in for a bit of fuel. The thing is whether or not 420 will need to come in to get a splash. As it stands right now, with the clock winding down, they're probably good to go from this point on.
I also think, so I want to follow up on another point. We were talking about how fast the 59's pit stops are. I don't know if their pit stops are always that fast. I think what's happened is on the most recent one, although that was a green flag stop, wasn't it?
Yes.
No, it wasn't. I don't think.
For whom?
59? Yeah.
It was
it was just before the...
Yeah.
Okay, we've gone back to a yellow flag condition, so cars should start rolling.
Sorry, They've just restarted and headed out. I didn't notice this while everybody was stationary. The 420 is back in the pit lane.
How?
Huh. Oh, yeah, it's rolling right now.
Yep.
Coming into its box.
I suspect this is a top off.
Yeah. Somebody pulls in right behind them as well. And a couple cars by the looks of it.
Nope, that car's going up on the jacks. They're doing something else to it.
Something must be wrong. I mean, we thought that was a little short, or we thought that there was a possibility that was a little short.
It seemed okay, like easily justifiable, but maybe there is an issue on board that car, and now they're having to address it or take another stab at fixing it beyond, bringing it in and change driver and take a look at it. I mean, you wouldn't put a new set of tires on it an hour and 15 minutes from the end. If you were going to do that, you'd do it,
There are cars coming in, and I don't, not to play armchair strategist, but I, again, don't feel like that's advisable because I think we're going to go back to green pretty quickly. We waited basically to clear the accident before we came out of a red flag condition.
The counterpoint to that is if you need anything, this is still at least partially free time.
If you need it imminently, I agree with that. And obviously we don't have the mental capacity to be paying attention to 80 different cars, however many are left. I think it's like 40 or 50 different cars. So obviously there may be people. Yes, you are on stream. There are, who knows if they need it now or if they would have needed it in 20 minutes. Yeah, I think if you would have needed it in 20 or 30 minutes, I think you. It just feels risky, is all. But this is probably going to be the second Code 35 in a row. I'm going to be completely proven wrong because it still hasn't gone green, and it should have gone green. Basically, by the time that I was done complaining about whether or not it was a good idea to pit or not, and everyone's about to roll out of here. O2's out.
Yep. But look who the car.
We have the 29. Yeah.
Right is. Yep, just under a lap is the margin from first to third now because the Hammer car has recovered in P3. And
it looks like the 29 pitted on about 13 laps ago. Oh, they're sending a tow truck back out, so that explains something.
This is very interesting because 0-2 is going to be really close on fuel to the end, especially if we sit under Code 35 for another 5 to 10 minutes.
I think it's probably doable. I would feel pretty good about that.
If you've got somebody that can stretch it a little bit, I think it is doable.
Yeah. What's that? Oh, I hear the crowd. They're clamoring for irresponsible math. Okay, let's do it.
That is the worst thing ever.
Yeah, it's not going great today.
111 is in. This is quick fuel and go.
Makes sense.
First 5-gallon jug is in. It's Laura Hayes, by the way. That's the name of the driver.
Okay.
I've just seen it written above the right-hand door, and I knew it was Laura something. Laura Hayes. That was who was uber quick on board the 111 earlier.
There's something that's very interesting, I guess, about when
car's underway after about 6 gallons. PC Racing is in as well. Go ahead.
So obviously this is a situation where this isn't like a factory prototype situation where everyone, you've perfectly mixed and matched drivers of the same size and the same driving styles and things like that. So you have, when it was Laura, am I getting that right?
Yeah, Laura Hayes.
Yeah. When she got into the car, she was carrying a gigantic gigantic. Oh, there is another car stuck. Wow. So someone must have conked out. Literally just couldn't get it refired after the red flag. So once again, the teams know more than I do. Shock and awe. But she was carrying a giant seat insert on her way into the car, and it's of course you would have to do something like that, right? Like of course you're going to have people who are of dramatically different sizes, because you haven't. That's not something that you can really optimize for. It's really, you know, you've got a group with some people who are part-timers. So it's just one of those funny variables about multiple driver racing, let alone multi-class racing. It just sometimes you don't think about it until you see it.
Oh, sure.
You know, because that's not going to be a comfortable seating position, right? Like you've got an insert that is basically trying to bridge the gap between this ergonomic seat that has been, like, maybe not custom built, but obviously it's been purchased to some sort of spec, and then you're just like, well, I need to be able to, like, be secure in the belts, so let's throw this insert in.
Well, and consider that a lot of these teams are, at least to some degree, arrive and drive.
That's what I'm talking about,
yeah.
yeah.
Or pay to rent, yeah. And, I mean, from week to week or race to race even, your, you know, ergonomics issues are completely different.
And some of these drivers who are putting in, like, 3-hour stints, you know?
Yeah, and let's not forget, too, and this is not, you're not having teams full of professional drivers that are all roughly the same figure, even if they're taller or shorter. Mm-hmm. Like, they're actually considerably different builds between them, which are compounding the issue as well. It's a fair point. And I actually hadn't noticed, I hadn't really seen much in the way of
it's the first insert I'd actually seen carried, I think, this weekend.
Yep. Sorry, I was watching them rock the number 12 back and forth, and I'm trying to figure out why.
It's cranky.
Side, sorry. I think it may have had something to do with trying to settle the fuel in the tank and get it to make more.
Well, yeah, because how many of these
green flag?
Because how many of these cars are running blocks basically to get them down to volume spec, and so maybe if those are sitting in a weird way, you know, they're settling. I don't know. You have to ask them, I guess.
The 420 went.
They lost a few positions.
No, we lost. Yeah, but didn't they come out right ahead of the Screaming Goat car? Or is that Hammer? Maybe that was Hammer. But now that I think about it, I think it was the 0-2. 111 comes. No, Screaming Goat is in the pit. Thunder Run comes through in the lead.
Yep. This is not good for Screaming Goat.
No, this has worked out so aggressively against their fortune. And the question, if they are in the pit lane, and we'll get confirmation of that here in a little bit, the question would be why? Right? I mean, why would you wait that long, under a code 35 that long, to come into the pit?
They could be back timing it. They could have thought that if this just holds out for
they've been going longer than anybody.
I agree.
There they are. You see them just releasing the pit speed limiter now.
This is not synced up. This is not a race out of pit lane.
No, obviously. So we keep an eye out for the 0-2, who is kind of the next member of intrigue here. It's 47 and a half seconds between 111 and 29, and we think they are good to go to the end.
Yeah, I would imagine.
This will be another 30 to 40 seconds here. Yeah, 33.
Listen, I'm going to be honest. If irresponsible math is wrong at this point, if it can't
here's
figure out the
982.
if it can't figure out the dynamics of this race, just throw it in the trash.
We haven't been able to figure out the dynamics of this race until the last car pitting, in fairness.
Yeah, but it hasn't even been close.
That's true. So the 59 is the next car we're looking for. If it comes through as the next car before the 111, it'll be on the lead lap, turning laps quicker than pretty much anybody else has. It's not the next car. The 111 comes through and completes lap 160. So what is this margin like? And does the 59 have a shot here in the last 66 minutes to try and claw back a position or two before the end of this race? Certainly had the pace to be able to do it. I don't think they've come across the lines until they went back to, or completed a full lap under green. Although we do know that Stratus car is going to need another stop, because they can't go any longer than an hour.
Yeah, we're back in the situation that we were. We're back into the situation that we had kind of mentioned for somebody, I forget who it was, yesterday, where they're going to be awfully close at this point to, if another Code 35 comes out, do you say, do you top off for safety, or do you say, all right, well, let's chance it?
They were in at 155, but that was before the red flag. So they've done what, four laps since then? So I don't think you can make it that far. It's 10 minutes.
Yeah.
They have to come in 8 to 10 minutes from now to be able to make it to the end, and that's plus the 4 laps they've already done. Even though some of them were under Code 35, that's a long way to go.
So GP3.
That's exactly what I wanted to bring up.
Is going to be interesting, but it's the thing that's funny is it is a 2-horse race, but those 2 horses are neck and neck.
Has AOA pitted recently? Because the 407 is good to go, and I'm not sure if AOA pitted under the last 2 yellow/red flags we had.
So I will say, JT, that the 175's lap time under Code 35 was about 2.5 minutes longer than anybody else I've seen.
Yeah, I think they've pitted.
I would buy that. I don't know if it's necessary. It could be that they were, at turn 1 when the red flag came out, and then had to do much more of a lap than anybody else. But 2.5 minutes is up against your kind of going average of 12:30 is quite a lot.
Yeah, so this could have worked out really well for them.
Yeah, they haven't been trimming the pit either, so it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, but the automatic pit kind of analysis that I'm doing locally suggests the same, that they've probably pitted that time by.
Yeah, I think so.
And yeah, how long were we yellow before the red came out? Do you remember?
Oh, it was under a minute, I think.
So I'm just thinking, if you had time to come in, you would have seen that accident. You would have seen that it was a collision against the wall. By that metric alone, whether or not there had been an oil fire, you would have thought, okay, this is going to take a minute. I've got time to make this stop, especially knowing that it's going to be my last stop. I think it would have been their last stop even without the red flag, even without the interruption.
By the way, the lead margin between the 111 and the 29 has ballooned out from 46, 47 seconds to a minute in 2 laps since we've gone back to green. Last lap it was
Whoa. Very slow lap from the 175.
Okay.
231.8. They lost 14 seconds on that lap to the 407. Something's happened to the 175 on that lap.
Review the log. There's a lot of no action needed here. So let's see.
That's good.
Nothing as yet.
I hate when they need action. It's not my special.
Car 67, slow and stop, drivers right. Where was that? Turn 6. That was some time ago. Oh, that was the FRS that we saw being recovered under the Code 35.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to find another onboard so we can mix things up a bit. That's we've had a cavalcade of mechanical issues.
Such a good word. Big fan of the word cavalcade.
It's like TNN, except with fewer fan boats.
It just always makes me think of Brock Yates and Steve Evans.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
Oh no.
that was my fault. I refreshed the wrong feed. I'm trying to refresh the Ace Q Autosport feed. I got the wrong one.
No, we can't lose this one. This is too good.
Well, and it also could end up being our overall winner.
No, I know. I'm not going to jinx that, but quality has been ludicrous.
It's a great camera. I do want to take some of the yellow tint out.
Yeah.
There we go. I think we're back on board this one. That's a good camera
Nice.
too.
The zoom provides a little different perspective and sense of speed.
Yeah. FOV is
like
slightly different.
I was just going to say, I feel like we've gone from like reasonable FOV in iRacing to just pure nonsense.
Yeah.
"26 seconds is your margin now for the GP3 lead. AOA's picked up the pace a little bit, but 220.6 is not going to play up against the 217 Ford for very long.
True. It is a bit more their pace, though. Their fastest lap is a 17.7.
Go
So
35 again.
Yeah. We'll stay on board. Actually, I've made some updates. Change lag entry. Remove some of the yellow tint in daylight hours.
and a bit more blue.
Yeah. So I want to stay on this one because this is going to give us the best shot of trying to figure out what's happened here. I don't see it on the... oh, it's a slow...
Driver's left. A red car. BMW, I think.
It looked like a fastback or a hatchback. I'm not sure.
E46, I would hazard a guess.
We're going to be coming across it soon here, I think. It's coming around turn 3. Yeah.
This is 5 here. 5 to 6.
Okay, so it should be driver's left, but it's going to be in the wing mirror, or in the center mirror.
Rear.
Yeah, no, I'll buy that as a BMW. Oh, it's PMW. It's PMW. I've got an onboard for them that's frozen, and that's the reason why. It's actually not frozen. So yeah, there's some steam coming out the front of that. So that is thoroughly cooked, I'm afraid.
They just said their fastest lap.
That's what always happens. It is like, it's been like that for decades. The car does its fastest lap and then explodes.
It's never gone faster, and now it can't.
Yeah.
Put this oil down, by the way. RJ just
Okay.
poked his head.
All right. You know what time it is.
Let's do it.
It is time. It's time for advertisements.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go say hi to Uncle Cooper.
As is our want. And then we'll regroup. We'll figure out what's going on. And,
You're trying to fade into it. I was just going to let it happen.
No, I want to set us up for what we're going to talk about after, which is what is happening. How do we think this is going to go?
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
Pit stops for the 111, still under a code 35 situation. The 72 for PMW has not been cleaned up. I understand that the facilities have lost power at VIR, so that's gonna. I mentioned that only because that's going to affect race control. It's going to affect a lot of operations. So there's a possibility we could go red flag here, depending on whether or not everyone can carry out their operations effectively. You also see to drivers left here a long trail of oil dry has been put down, presumably to clean up a mess that the 72 has made.
Yeah.
I don't think that's always been there.
No, it looks fresh. But then again, it stops on exit, so...
Yeah, so I don't know if they... It's far be it from me to claim that we might have missed something, but I do wonder if maybe they had pulled it over to drivers left and we're just trying to get it home. Sounds like the backup generator or something has kicked on in the box, so we will get Brendan back shortly. No, that's definitely oil dry that's being put down. Yeah, you're right. Like actively being put down. I'm not sure how they've decided that it stopped and came back and stopped again.
Yeah, and so they're probably going to keep trying to put down some sand up until the second turn 6 here.
Well, it has to be down from a separate accident. I wonder if maybe if it's been put down from the 702 and it just hadn't been noticed until now, because they're pulling the 72, the BMW, they're pulling that back on a tow. That's not going on the flatbed.
Okay.
So they're clearly not worried about fluid coming off of that.
So this is benefiting one team right now that might, if this goes long enough, might let them go without having to do a splash.
Please tell me it's the 59. Because
Yes,
that would be very
however,
funny.
The downside is I've been watching some of the past laps. They may have had a driver change and put in somebody not as quick.
I don't think that's probably... I would believe that they've done a driver change. I don't think that they would put in somebody slower for the end here. My God, everyone's on the same lap. Hold on. this is going to be a little bit of a barn burner. I hope we don't run out of time to do anything with it, but this is going to be kind of wild.
Yeah.
We've got the top, at least the top 5, maybe the top 6, all on the lead lap in GTO, and by association overall. We've got a battle for the lead in GP3, which is within a minute, with an hour still to play. GP1 is more or less spoken for, barring any trouble for 44 PC Racing. But GP2 has got a battle brewing too. So we've got 3. GP2 and GP3 are not settled at all. A small problem from the 525 or a really fast set of laps from the 87 could haul it back up. Yeah. Same situation for the 407 versus the 175 in GP3. So that'll be Craftsman versus AOA in GP3 and RK Motorsports versus Fat and Furious for GP2. But GTO is going to be wild. It's Thunder Bunny, Screaming Goat, Hammer Motorsports, 111, 29, and 02. In addition to the 982 for W2W and the 59 Stratus Racing, all on lap 163 right now. We are 7 hours into this race, and we have 5 cars with a legitimate shot of top spot overall.
Yeah, and that's without any recent penalties in GTO, correct?
As far as I know, to be honest, I've been leaving the race control monitoring up to you guys. I've been kind of occupied. It looks like they are going to send out a tractor to scrub away some of the oil dry that's been put down. So we've got a few minutes for that to soak, and now we're going to take a couple more minutes for that to be thrown off of the racing surface.
I can imagine the Stratus Racing boys on pit road doing the conga line right now.
Have we identified the car that caused this, Joseph?
PMW.
Or JT? Yeah, it was the 72. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Didn't want to repeat things.
Yeah, well, we've got an onboard. It is one of our onboard cameras, thankfully and unfortunately.
Yeah.
So it was easy to identify, but I think that'll be the end of their day.
Was this a money shift situation?
Unclear. I didn't watch the replay.
It is at about the 3 board at turn 1 is where it starts.
Well, so the other thing that we were talking about is I don't think they're the reason the oil dry is coming out, because they towed that car in and they didn't put it on a flatbed. So if they thought that there was, if somebody thought that there was still fluid coming out of it, they didn't tell whoever was towing the car back.
Is it because there's no fluid left to come out of it?
I don't think I'd want to take that chance.
More trucks out of pit lane.
I agree. The race control log suggests car 72 heavy smoke at 1 and then pulled off at 6.
Okay.
Which would be a long time to be letting fluid out. And although I will say I don't see oil dry being laid all the way around.
After 3.
1 to 3.
That was the other. Yeah, that was the other point that we had made, which is it's very discontinuous.
Yeah. The rest of it burned off in the cylinder.
I mean, I suppose it's possible. That's I didn't see the heavy smoke. I saw the steam, or what looked like steam. It might have been light smoke by the time it was all said and done.
That was just the report in the race control log.
No, I believe it. Thunder Bunny 111 is going through. Okay, yeah, I guess that's 6. That there's still some oil dry down. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to make the point. The 111 was in and out, topped off with fuel there when we went to code 35.
And I was surprised by that. I didn't think they needed it.
I think they were good to the end. Maybe they thought this was just good insurance. They had enough pace with... I did hear downstairs. It's Laura behind the wheel again. Maybe they thought they had enough pace with her at the wheel that they could just give it a go.
They were flying.
Yeah, and take the time, take the insurance with fuel, and be good. Especially under code 35. This costs you virtually nothing.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised anyway. Screaming Goat should be good. I'm sure Hammer is good now. as well, and that margin is actually going to be really close. Oh, wait. My race hero is stuck.
I think mine is too.
Oh, you know what?
It's because of the
power bump.
timing. Yep, it's exactly
Yeah.
right. So we need, yeah, I'll
Appreciate us figuring that out at the same time.
Yeah, yeah. So that would be to make a note, I guess, a semi-public note to race control to make sure that the race hero relay is restarted.
So we probably won't go green until we get that back up and running. Is that correct?
No, because orbits will be fine. Orbits will be fine locally, I think. If the timing computers had a burp too, then who knows? But I assume that that's on some sort of a backup. Because if the timing computer has been taken down, they're either going to have to manually record laps and make, or they're just going to have to. Honestly, they might have to just call it at the time.
Yeah.
Which would be challenging, but I don't know how else you do it unless you just say the last,
Maybe
know,
just
15 minutes or so. Just we're not scored.
Or add it up afterwards. Just say, okay, at the cutoff of
Do it on aggregate.
163. Yeah, so basically, okay, 163, and then whenever we go racing, maybe 178. Just add everything together. I don't know.
I think that's tough, and I don't think Orbits is really set up for that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, we might be under. We definitely have recovered vehicles out anyway. So I think there's a little bit of sort of more tangible reasons to keep this under a full course yellow. But I am curious. Brendan is in constant contact with league management, so they'll have an update for him sooner rather than later on what we're going to do about the timing situation and to ensure that the timing is sorted, basically. Yeah. It looks like they're still scrubbing the oil dried down around turn 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of cleanup left to do here.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So and now it is a pretty continuous line of oil dry. They just ran out.
They just hadn't got to it.
Okay. So
this is turning into a real roller coaster here.
There's a lot of.
No, I mean in terms of the way
59
the
is going to
race
win this race. Okay.
We
so
were set up really well for
something. Okay.
chaotic and
Hey.
crazy, and
No. Hold on.
Yep.
We have a problem. W2W. We have a problem. W2W has just recorded a time of 11 minutes and 6 seconds. So so the power blip did affect timing.
It did. Yes, I can confirm that.
Yeah, look at Thunder Bunny.
It is being resolved.
We're waiting for Thunder Bunny to update as well, because for the longest time now, even just a minute ago, it was still at last lap of a 2:06.
Well,
and now it's a 16-minute lap.
Yeah, that's now if everybody's affected the same, then it's a wash and then it's fine. I don't know if that's.
But that counts on cars being affected in terms of, let's say the timing loop was down or something like that. That basically counts on everybody missing the timing loop under power the same number of times, which is almost certainly not accurate.
Yeah, I mean, for example, we can guarantee that 982 had one more lap counted than Thunder Bunny did, because Thunder Bunny's last lap, as JT just mentioned, was just a hair under 16 minutes. So that's 4 minutes and 50 seconds difference between the two.
I just want to make sure 111 is supposed to be leading right now, correct?
111 should be in the lead despite the pit stop, because it was a quick pit stop and they had about 2 minutes advantage over the 982. Actually over the 29. So the 29's also been affected because the 29 actually hasn't come back through since the power interruption. Most of the field hasn't actually. Or most of the GTO field still because that feels absurd to say, but it's a very long lap already. It's a 2-minute 8 lap under race speeds, and here we're being speed limited to 35 miles an hour. So it's going to take everybody a long time. I think typically
like a 5-minute lap or something like
it's at least like it's like 5.5 minutes. So it's basically that tells us that W2W had 2 laps done since the power interruption. Thunder Bunny has a third full lap that wasn't counted during the power interruption. Yeah. The problem with this is going to be now you have to Screaming Goats just come through to 16:47, so same situation with them. There were at least 3 laps that weren't counted.
Well, 2 laps that weren't counted, right? Because that's 3-lap time. So the third one was, but the previous 2 were not.
Yeah, I'll buy that. This is gonna be hairy. I don't envy race control having to like manually input these to sort of back out.
It is not a big deal to do this to 7 or 8 cars, but doing this and doing
We've gone green.
Wow, doing this consistently for a field of probably 50 cars we still have out on track is not the work of a moment. Green flag waves, and on board with the 997 loose cannon Porsche, we head down the front straightaway in reasonably close to real time. Actually, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I wasn't too upset about that.
No. On racehero.io, if you're following along with timing, 164 laps have been completed by W2W. That number is closer to 166, and your leader ought to be the 111 from Thunder Bunny. So there's going to have to be a little manual adjustment that we make here in terms of what the situation is in reality. Thunder Bunny comes through.
So I'm showing
165.
Stratus is a lap down.
Yes. Wait for the Screaming Goat car to come across the line too, because that'll give us a little better idea of where the 29, 982, and 02 all are. I think these adjustments are starting to be made. As they come across the line, everything kind of falls back into some form of order, although the lap counts have not changed. I know Knight's still out there. 29 is across the line, and it's 1 minute and 10 from Thunder Bunny to Screaming Goat.
Yeah, this is going to be...
Oh boy, look at that battle for 5th.
Yeah, well, it's not just the battle for 5th. Battle for 3rd is on as well. Battle for 5th is 5. It's 3 cars, though.
Yes, all within a second, 1.2 seconds.
I don't think we have onboards for any of those 3.
Hey, our buddy Lawless is back in the O2.
Nice.
Never a dull moment in endurance racing.
No, even after 7 hours and 22 minutes.
See, what you've done, Brendan, is you said anything can happen, and it usually does.
Yeah, and we've got the most nonsense things.
Maybe
not nonsense, but chaotic for sure.
Absolutely chaotic. So we are trying our best to make sense of what all has happened. They have added a bunch of timings, a bunch of laps.
I'm going to go address the camera 8 issue. I just wanted to make one small, probably mostly irrelevant point before I step away just very briefly here.
Please.
And that is There are a couple of very small thunder showers between here and South Boston.
You
and South
idiot.
Boston. Yep. I'll be right back.
GP3 was a gap of 21 seconds for the lead. AOA just came across the line at 2:35, waiting to see what Craftsman does to see if that lap shrinks. Also, GP2, we're looking at about a 20-second gap between Fat and Furious and RK Motorsports chasing for that win. And 37 minutes to go, so plenty of things that can happen right now.
Yeah, certainly. I want to make the point really quickly. I think we'll be able to... I don't know. Brendan will have a better sense because he's physically there and he's in contact with league management. I'm not sure what WRL is doing to manually record the passings, but it is worth noting that we have had a camera in, even though we haven't always been using it, we have had a camera in consistent operation pointing at turn 1.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a possibility that some of this, if it turns out that somebody ended up missing a lap or something like that, some of these positions could change hand post race if it turns out that that laps didn't get counted. I think the laps are long enough that they should be able to do it without video assistance. Like we said, the difference was, 11 minutes versus 16 minutes, so that should be a pretty straightforward ask. But just keep that in mind, that these things, results are always provisional, and they will be even more provisional at the end of today.
Yes. Oh, wow. Update for 5th. Both TLM and GTR got through. Stratus delegated back to 7th.
Wow, look at that. And they must have been... Let's see, can we see them in this shot? Have they gone through too long ago? Because they would have been side by side, looking at the timing. GTR and 420 would have been
So that was
side
about
by
a minute and a
side.
half ago. They're crossing the line now.
Okay, there they are, and there is a Stratus. I think. Yeah, so they haven't made the pass. It was a quarter second that time by, and then a full second back to the 59.
And then in GP3, the 407 previously took 6 seconds out of the lead AOA. AOA just improves the lap as they come across the line, doing about a 2-minute 20. We should be waiting in the next 5 seconds or so. The 407 comes across the line. The gap is now down to 13 seconds for your lead in GP3.
I've been sleeping a little bit on this 02, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I can't tell what car that is directly ahead. I'm not sure what the livery is.
I think it's the
Do we think that's the
172.
29? Okay.
No, it's definitely not the 29. The 29 is a white car with a red rear bumper, black hood, or black roof, sorry.
Okay, because we've got about a 3.5 second gap for the battle for second right now. So the Hammer, the O2 here, just trying to make its way through traffic without losing too much time.
Yeah, so 81, that's 2 cars ahead, and then it'll be, it's that reddish-orange bumper. Yeah.
Yeah, the lower half of the car.
That's the team.
Right.
No, it wasn't the team car. Excuse me. That's the
that's like
Ice Racing Canada or whatever.
Yeah, very nicely and in a predictable manner, letting both cars go through.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
O2's getting a run here.
Is he going to be able to
Traffic
get
will
past
help.
both? Yes, he is, and that's freed him up.
So right there, what we see in front is going to be the battle for second place here.
Right. This is about the closest battle we've got on track. The only other camera in a, I want to say, podium position is going to be the 111. Or is the 110 still in a podium spot? Yes, they are. There's still 110 for Thunder Bunny, although I don't think that camera has been a little spotty in the last half of this race. That's a slow car. I don't know if they were just being polite or what there. Well, 110 for Thunder Bunny, who we do have an onboard for, we're not able to use at the moment because of connectivity issues. But they are still holding on to third, ahead of Valdez Motorsports. But Valdez they're turning in fast laps, and the 110 really isn't. So, watch that space. That'll be the closest battle as far as I'm aware in the podium spots for GP1. We're back to code 35, and I think it's probably going to be due to the slow car that we saw on the way into Oak Tree.
Yeah. So, 30 minutes to go. We're going to go yellow here. Just before we went yellow, though, that lead in GP2 went down from 20 seconds to 9 seconds, with the RK Motorsports consistently lapping very quick. And in GP3, as we covered, Craftsman reeling in the 175 AOA Miata.
What happened to Screaming Goat and Hammer?
Nothing. Why?
Why are they behind W2W?
They're not.
I'm seeing them ahead of WTW.
No, then
Refresh,
they just came across the line now. Yeah, they've got a 1 second gap.
They came across right together in front of me, but I was
and
confused as
here
to
they
why the
are.
982 was there.
This is going to be really interesting. In that, with half an hour to go on the dot, communication is going to be key here, right? This pass could be done just based off of giving the green flag call as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And we've seen Hammer do a pretty decent job of that throughout the course of the day. I can't speak to Screaming Goats because I don't really know what their situation is, but I know they're usually pretty good and on the ball at Hammer. You guys were mentioning the lead battle in GP2. I heard right as I came back.
And
His car is quick.
Yeah, it's the Valdez car in GP1 that I've got my eye on, just because I don't quite know if they've got the time, but they are fast right now, and they're substantially faster than the 110. I don't know if the 110 is nursing an issue or what, but the 110 might get saved on account of all these code 35s, to be honest. If this were straight green, I think they would be under threat.
The lead battle in GP3 is also at 10 seconds.
And that'll obviously be compressed when we go back to green flag running.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Actually, I take that back. That might extend because both those lap times look like they were under yellow flag conditions.
Yeah, so when we went green flag here, both of those classes were at about 20 to 21 second gaps between the lead and second place. Both of those, at the time of the start of this yellow here, are about 9 to 10 seconds. So in both cases, we're seeing the second place car consistently run much quicker laps than the leading cars.
So do we have an ID on this car that stopped here at the bottom of the hill?
Not yet. We're getting close.
89.
That'll be Libre Racing.
Yeah. They were fourth in class?
Yeah. Yeah, they were. That was the car. That's actually I'm going to see if that feed will come back for me, but that was the car that we saw was having trouble with the connection between their steering wheel and the steering column yesterday. And it was at about that same point. I just kind of
Yeah.
wonder if you could jostle that against the curbs and kind of loosen that connection up. I don't know. That's speculation in the extreme.
So that's looking like that might get HQ Autosport back into the top 5 in GP2.
The 89, I can tell you, is on a tow rope right now, so it is moving. Should be cresting. No, it's actually been taken. It's already been taken off the racing circuit. It's into one of the sort of lesser used. What do they call it? The International or the I don't know.
North Circuit.
Yeah.
Cut. Yeah.
02 is getting ready to pounce.
Look at this sky.
Yeah.
Green
like I
flag. Green
said,
flag.
They're out there.
So let's keep an eye on this.
Yeah.
02.
Should be about 10 seconds delay, maybe 15.
I'll see them here, I think, right about the time they go green. There's the call.
29 actually gets the
29.
jump.
Yeah.
Good heads-up driving and teamwork, frankly, from the Screaming Goat team. 02 with Lawless Allen at the wheel.
I won't spoil things down the front straightaway. We're better off keeping this.
I feel like you're spoiling it by saying you're not going to spoil
No,
it, right?
no. It's,
Timing also just updated, so.
There you go. Oh, yeah, fair enough. And you know what the irony is? It says half a tenth, but it's not that good a runoff to 02. It's just that much quicker up past about 120, 130 miles an hour. Swings to the outside on the just before the braking zone into turn 1. We don't have a camera facing to the right, but I would have to believe that the 29 is still there. Indeed he is.
Yeah.
The 02 has to give way on the outside, cuts it back to the inside as the 29 tracks out to driver's left, and they'll be on alternating lines on the way into turn 3 as well. Not close enough to try and move on the way into turn 4, and certainly not close enough through the 5 and 6 complex. Follow through single file here. And I think the acceleration is really there either on the 02. It kind of seems like the advantage of the 02 is actually on the, up through the power band.
Gap for GP2 lead, 1.5 seconds.
That is RK Motorsports chasing down the number 525, who I assume, Joseph, no longer has an onboard.
It's had a spotty onboard all day, unfortunately.
Okay, all right. No, that's fine. AOA Motorsport also holding on to a 10-second margin ahead of Craftsman Auto Care, although that Craftsman car is really quick. Here's the 21 across in front of me.
Now, is the 29 going to try to box him in, and is the 02 going to try to make it work? They are going to go 3 wide down the back straightaway. No, we don't. Yeah, you're right. We don't have a car to our left. Now let's see if we find one.
I think
no,
this
he's
is moved on.
Yeah.
So pass made for second place overall with 23 minutes and change left to go.
That retirement from the
89.
Yeah, a retirement might be premature, but I would be surprised to see if they get that car back and repaired in 23 minutes. Has elevated the 28 up to the top 5, in that there are only 5 cars running in GP2, but it's an awfully tight 5 cars, tighter than you'd think with that level of attrition. There's only 8 laps covering that entire field.
Not as much of consequence as, or of as much consequence as the battles we're watching at the moment, the battle for second overall, the battle for first in GP2 and in GP3, but P6 overall and in GTO. TLM Shift Up now has come under attack from the Stratus Racing NP01, and in response has put in its PB of the day On lap 170, a 205.264. Stratus has come through behind them and done a 205.1. So game is very much on for 6th overall between 420, TLM Shift Up Now, and the Stratus Racing Sepico NP01.
Also keep in mind, 5th place is only a second and a half in front of TLM. So that's Stratus was in 5th a couple laps ago, but I assume cold tires or something, but both cars behind managed to get around the NP01 pretty easily. But now we're starting to see the 59 start to come back alive, starting to claw its way back.
Yeah, I do wonder if there's something to tires losing temperature under these Code 35s and whether that's really biting the NP01 more than it does most. I don't really have anything to back that up other than
it doesn't.
Issues we know the NP01 has had.
Yeah, I mean, we know a heavier car or weight plus downforce, basically the normal force against the tire. We know that that's going to put more energy into a tire, so it's going to warm up either a heavier car or a downforce car, a pure downforce car.
6th and 7th have come across the line nose to tail with about a second and a half up the road, the 99.
But if the NP01 were closer to a pure downforce car, like say an LMP3 or a hill climb car, we would expect that to also build temperature really quickly. Because it's not, I suspect it's not putting as much force through the tires, and probably does lose temperature a little easier. Maybe not so much that it loses temperature easier, but that it's harder for it to get the temperature back.
Yeah, we've seen the impact of that MP01 if you don't have somebody that's really on the ball. It's not necessarily the first lap or first sequence of corners. It's as the other cars build temperature back into the tires, the NP01 loses out over those next 2 to 3 laps until it starts to build its own temperature up. So it drops a couple of spots off an initial start. It'll lose like 15 or 20 spots in 2 laps and then slowly work its way back up the field as its own temperatures come into sort of the operating range. But if that's happening every time we have a Code 35, that is brutal.
Yeah, there's nothing you can really do about that other than drag the brakes and try to hope some of that transfers into the the tire.
Yeah, it is coming back into its own here. 204.8, and the margin is less than half a second up to that 420. That was them across the line a little bit ago. We said basically nose to tail. Still chasing down the number 99 from Team GTR. 2.1 seconds is your margin between Hammer and Screaming Goat. It's kind of stabilized there once the 02 made the pass. 1.3 seconds between your GP2 leaders, so that's come down even more. Oh, pass. No, sorry. There's a 59. Pass is not done as yet.
No, but he's definitely lurking.
Yeah.
MP01 goes the inside of car 28 into turn 1-2 area.
We'll pick that up on the 28's onboard here in a moment. We actually might be able to catch this up kind of out in the distance.
Yeah, that's kind of fingers crossed.
I think it is I think it's the 420 just ahead of us, isn't it? That white BMW, now 3rd car up the road. Difference in profile between those 2 cars is wild.
Yeah.
You don't usually get to see it with that much clarity. But
it's like they've subtracted one from the other.
Yeah. Basically 5 cars left running here in GP2, and yet, even without, we talk about depth all the time, especially up in GTO because we have so many entries, but even without a similar, level of depth in GP2, right at the top, it's still all to play for, which is, I think, speaks to parity, if nothing else.
It's the 21, which is, I think, North Loop. Yeah, it's North Loop. That's 3rd in GP2 that we're moving around. Same class, very different speeds at the moment. The only car that HQ has a shot at this point is going to be NRG Racing, and that'll be for 4th, not for a podium spot, but it's a spot's a spot, points are points. I feel like this is the most drivetrain transmission line I've heard of any car.
I love it. I'm gonna go get me a BMW Super Tour and bring that to WRL.
You do that.
Or just go home and boot up a set of Corsa and do that. Just gonna ask you if we got the 8 camera back. I hadn't really noticed.
Wow.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
Okay, so there's the gap. There's 525, and there's the 60 or the 87.
Yeah, it's just kind of hanging in there, right at a second and a half.
Yeah.
It doesn't go very much either way.
Advantage that left of the 525 by about 0.4 of a second.
But take a peek at the GP3 lead.
Yep.
Which has come down from 10 to 5 seconds in one shot.
Yeah, that's going to be... That next time by, they're going to be right on top of each other.
Well, you say that, but
the previous laps, they were very similar. Within a second,
yeah,
I think.
since
217 and 218.
Look at... But,
since we
but
went
the
back
cars,
to green, it's been...
The 407 is also capable of more. Look at their best laps.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely.
But in this little subset here, we haven't seen it go that much more quickly consistently.
Yeah.
They've been very evenly matched since we went back to green. Now, I realize that's only about 4 laps, but even so, I would have expected it to come down much more in line with this rate rather than what we saw before. And this could just have been a weak lap from the 175. 89 comes back out of the pits. There's the 407. 3.2. So another almost exactly 2 seconds taken out of the GP3 lead there by the Craftsman Auto Care number 407, who is in search of a repeat this weekend, trying to go 2 for 2, as is the RK Motorsports car, actually.
Is this usable? Okay, yes.
Both of the Hunters currently in GP2 and GP3 are attempting to make it 2 for 2 this weekend, but trying to do it in slightly different fashion than we saw yesterday. Left indicator, 172 there. There goes the 420 and the 59. Nose to tail.
Half a second. Advantage just over a second to the number 87 for RK Motorsports.
And this is the time where, if the 525 is going to defend, it's going to start to do it much more aggressively now. He's caught him, and now he's got to find a way past. But that 525 will not block, but definitely actively defend with a race win on the cards here in about 15 minutes. I assume we don't have any onboards in the vicinity of those cars.
This is going to be the closest one. Actually, well, now that one's overtaken the other,
there we go.
We're just kind of just moving our way up there. Listen to those front tires cry.
That's so good. So half a second in GP2, 3.2 in GP3. I'll keep an eye out for the 175, and not to. So there goes the 87 through in the lead.
Yep.
Move done. GP2 lead changes hands again. 13 minutes remaining, and it's not even close. That 525's had a miserable lap. 230.
Something that's an off track for sure. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I'm not going to say it, but yeah, I think so.
Okay.
There is...
The question is, was that a clean overtake?
Yeah, that's a good way to pose the question.
Unfortunately...
Spin continue, 525 at turn 11.
Any note of contact?
Nope, just spin and continue. Which,
all right.
I mean, when we've seen that car pushed this weekend,
it's not surprising.
The first thing to go is the back end.
Yeah,
it just
absolutely.
steps out of the braking. And as much as I hate to say it, like JT said, that's not a shocking...
Okay, so then I'm going to need your help, Brendan, to point out the 175 and the 407.
1.2 seconds this time by.
Yeah, I know. That's why I need.
About 30 seconds ago.
Okay. Sounds like someone's opened the door in the press box. And Brendan is currently speaking to us at an aquarium.
Oh, you hear it?
Yeah.
Sorry. No, my
What's the scoop?
the cable fell out of the back of my mixer.
Oh, that's no good.
No, but we're good now. What was the question you posed?
I was going to ask for some assistance in letting me know when the 175 is making its way past you.
I will do my best.
Okay.
1.2 seconds is your margin there in GP3.
Yeah,
I assume there's no change up in GTO.
Yep.
Yeah,
Stratus past the 420.
there's that.
Other than that, the rest of these gaps are now going back out, which is not unexpected.
Is this them here?
No.
No, it's not.
67.
None
Here's
of
your
those-
407, and there's the 175. Move is done there, too.
Complete.
Yep. So in the span of 4 minutes, our GP3 lead has changed hands, our GP2 lead has changed hands, and the 11-minute countdown to the green flag, or to the checkered flag, excuse me, begins here at VIR. Now, these are not done battles, although the quicker car is now out in front. Countdown begins as well for the crew of the 111 down at Thunder Bunny Racing, just in front of us. Laura Hayes has been behind the wheel of that car for quite some time, since her first stint just before lunchtime, and done a phenomenal job. Incidentally, do we know the name of this car?
Of the 111?
Yeah, they've named it.
I didn't know that they had a nickname for it.
Uh-huh. It is
Go on.
Zabina.
Oh.
Of course.
Yep.
Oh boy. That's a move on the 28. Clean it off.
is. You should have seen this one in reverse.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the 28 is
It's so good.
what's that?
I
Oh,
love the transmission line. I feel like I'm watching Super Tours in 1998, genuinely. I love this.
okay.
I don't care. I don't care.
All right. Okay. Yeah, everything
The
is
menu.
kind of stabilized. I've got automatic notifications of what the gaps are, and the closest one of interest might be still between the 02 and the 29, but I don't think the 29's got a real argument here.
No, I don't think so either. There are 10 seconds between the 997 and the 172, so we could probably pick up the 997s on board. If he can pull in 2 to 3 seconds a lap, there might be something on here.
I'd also point out 6 seconds between 5th and 6th overall. Stratus is running quicker last time by, so they got
it's a lot less than 6, and actually, if you pick up the 02s on
There
board,
you go.
it's smack in the middle of that battle.
Second and a half now.
Start finish. That's the GTR, that blue BMW, about 100 yards up the road, and about let's call it 2 or 3 car lengths behind this car is the number 59 Sebico NP01 from Stratus Racing. Man, last time picked up 3.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Again, we're making the point, the 02 is not involved in this battle. It's happening a lap behind Lawless Allen and the Hammer.
It's our
Motorsports
roving
Audi.
camera car, basically.
It is, yep. There goes the NP01. They've actually just pretty much let that happen because he's got his own battle to fight, or she has their own battle to fight with the 99, who's going to get balked by TC Klein on their way through 4 and 5. And that's basically nose to tail. It is nose to tail now. TC Klein pulls to the right. The 99 GTR pulls to the left. the 59 Stratus Racing NP01 in the slipstream on the way up into turn 6, or into turn 7, excuse me. They'll be more or less flat through there, except for the traffic, the 99, which is had to back off behind what looks like another BMW.
He's been balked really badly. I think they're both going to make it through here, although that's going to be hairy.
Yep.
Tucks in behind. We're good.
Yep, that's the 407. That's your GP3 class leader. They've just made it past. We'll stick with the vision out the front of the 02. And the 99 ought to have the legs down the straightaway here, just based on power.
Yeah.
If nothing else, and indeed it does. Look at how much ground.
PB for
Look
the
at the
70.
ground the 02's picking up.
Holy cow, yeah.
Yeah, and Lawless, you could see backs off the...
Yeah, no reason to get involved.
Very good
in this.
heads-up driving there.
Yeah, and Hammer, the crew down at Hammer Motorsports are the type to
make sure he knows.
Aware. Yes, exactly. Not so locked in their own race.
No, it's funny if you don't have an appreciation for this kind of thing. If you don't, if the only experience you have is basically the virtual world, right? You have an abundance of overlays available to you, which these guys obviously don't.
Zero overlays, in fact.
Right. Yeah. I mean, some of them will have a little, a tablet with a little bit of information, but not nearly as much information as we have as viewers, or as you might as a gamer.
It's not just information; it's information processing to know that the cars racing around you are who they are.
Yeah.
But is that the 59 around the outside of the 99, or is that a lapped car?
I think the 99's still up there.
Yeah, it's a lap car. So there's two cars now in between us and the 99, the camera car and the 99. Jump up the inside, hopefully here. That's the Acura Integra at 5.
Oh, look at this. They are side by side. They are side by side. The 59's around.
Yep, the 99 slid wide in the braking zone, and that's enough to let the 99 or the 59 through. Now it's up to the 99 to try and stay in touch with Stratus Racing, and then do something about it on the run down into turn 13 and the back straightaway. If not before then, nope, not before then is the answer.
Yeah, if he can stay close around Oak Tree, he's got a shot at retaking it before 13.
Yep, 59's held up just a touch on the exit of 10, I think.
Oh, well done. Look at that.
I think the Valdez car. The 02 thinks about the inside on the number 529 and then backs out of it. Sorry, 525.
5 minutes to go, gentlemen.
The 99 jumps on the throttle, gets a really nice exit out of 13, or out of 12, which is exactly what that car needed, but nowhere near close enough to that Stratus Racing NP01 to be able to do anything about it at 13. And that 59 is going to be a demon on the brakes at the end of the track.
Let's see what happens here. They're alongside? No.
Yeah, showed the nose, but not far enough alongside.
Close, but if he can just stay with them here as we get onto the front straight, he might get another opportunity.
They're very evenly matched. But it's the problem is going to be that he's now going to have to... There's two places that he's going to be able to out-drag the 59, right? He's either going to be able to do it here on the way into the upper S's or down into turn 13. He's not going to be able to out-brake him into turn 2 here, so this is nothing. And he's only going to lose time through 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And that's exactly the point, is from here till basically turn 6, it will only be time lost to the number 59, and then he'll be even further behind by the time he can do anything about it.
And there's no traffic. There's no traffic here to help him out. Although he's staying close. I'll give him that. He's staying close to the 59. I don't think it'll be close enough to make a difference into the S's. Thankfully, so is Lawless Allen staying close to both of these cars, so that we can have eyes on this.
By the way, if anybody's wondering what a 10 to 1 or 10.5 to 1 power to weight ratio looks like for data collection purposes, it gets you roughly as quick as a Team GTR 99 BMW.
Right.
Which I will take that.
Now, do we know if the 555 was also running similar BOP?
It was not.
It was not.
Because its fastest lap was only 0.4 quicker than the Stratus car.
There's some driver in that, and I'm sure there's a little bit of condition in that as well. More rubber put down. I think that 555 probably... let me put it this way. If the Stratus car were running at 9 to 1, I would not have been shocked to see a 2-minute flat here.
Okay.
Through comes the 87, puts another lap on the number 21. It's your GP2 leader, and that margin is substantial now.
Valdez sets their fastest lap. Let's see, 11 seconds quicker than Thunder Bunny, who's currently sitting third.
Little bit of a spoiler alert there on the 59 and 99 battle. It hasn't changed.
Start planning for last lap purposes here, with basically a lap's worth of time left. I think we should see, the next time we see the 111, it will be to receive the white flag at start finish. Aha! And we'll carry this one till the checkered flag, I think.
I think so.
Yeah. Braking zone at turn 13.
The O2 that we were on board with, by the way, still under no threat from the 29. They have only increased that gap since the overtake.
Yeah. And as the number 111 comes across down the front straightaway, the crews are invited over to the track and pit lane wall. You see that there. 111 is obviously on an onboard delay, but
Scott Michaels coming in clutch. Apparently, Stratus have had their fun running in detuned mode, and now this is what they can actually do. This is 9-to-1 weight to power. Or
there
power
we go.
to weight.
All right. Well, the more you know.
I think it's weight to power.
It is weight to power. Pounds to horsepower.
Yeah, I was like, how that wouldn't really work. Joules.
JT says, yeah, he saw the post, and then indicts himself for having not told us anything about it.
I try not to interrupt you guys as much as possible.
That's salient information.
Billy Smith had posted, it says, yeah, they are 9-to-1 today.
There you go.
I wasn't sure which car specifically it was talking about, but yeah.
Oh, because they could have been talking about the 555, to be fair.
Yeah, because
What's happened here? What's happened here? Is this the end of the race? That's a 59 that's off.
59? It is?
No, because we're just 0 now.
No, it's not the end of the race. That's the 59 off track,
boy.
is what that is. What on earth?
They didn't run out, did they?
No, I think that car
flipped.
I think that car was sideways when it came into shot.
No, it wasn't. It was. No, that was not a skid.
They ran out of fuel?
I think they've run it dry.
That is possible. That is entirely possible. If they calculated to the end of the race,
I mean, it's 4:29 now. They haven't made it to the bottom of the hour. Checkered flag is out. I'm going to stay with this even though we're on a delay, because this is our overall winner.
We'll ride this home on board the number 111. Thunder Bunny Racing, 2 weekends into the Sabina experiment, the M2 Club Sport and GTO, after a challenging season in GP1. They've still got the 350Z. They still have the BMW 128. But this is the new baby at Thunder Bunny, and this is an overall winner in the World Racing League. The Sunday 8-hour at VIR goes to Thunder Bunny Racing. And smiles and high fives and video and all kinds of things all around down on the pit wall there at Thunder Bunny Racing. Congrats to everybody down there. I don't know if I'd call them friends of DriversEye Live, but Chandler Lenny is a nice guy, the race engineer down there, and it's really cool to see this sort of experiment with the M2 paying off. Laura Hayes as well. Worth calling out by name because her 2 stints this afternoon have been absolutely mega on board the 111. 02 is going to come home in third. 29 Screaming Goat Racing will come home Hammer in second, Screaming Goat in third. Will to Win Racing, the 982 in fourth. Stratus Racing in sixth, noticeable by their absence. Actually, they won't come across the line, will they? If they're still stopped down at that corner, yeah,
they'll lose a spot at least.
The end of the lap.
Just the one. They will just. Yeah.
No, that will be.
Yeah, I mean, chosen 7th.
Yep, correct. Yep. So GTR 99 in 5th. TLM shift up now. The number 420 comes home 6th after what has to be said is actually a really competitive afternoon for that team and that car. They were very much in the mix of things through the majority of the second half of the race, or at the very least the middle half, let's say the 4 hours surrounding halfway. That car was right up there, and it was really nice to be able to talk about them. GP1, meanwhile, PC Racing stamps the weekend with a second victory, 177 laps complete, 2 laps back to the number 336 from Big Mission. The 110 from Thunder Bunny comes home in third, so it's a double podium for the folks down at Thunder Bunny Racing. GP2, your class winner, RK Motorsports, with a move completed under 15 minutes from the end, leads home Fat and Furious Racing, who, but for a spin up at turn 11, might have had a little more to say about that, but that car's looked a handful all weekend, and somewhat appropriately, it finally bit them in the end, or bit them again just at the end when they needed to push, and it let the RK Motorsports 87 through, but Fat and Furious nevertheless home in second. Northloop Motorsport, the number 21, home in third, a double podium for the folks at Northloop as well. GP3, Craftsman Auto Care wins in the number 407 by, it won't be a lap because the 175 has actually just come through, unless it's unfortunate timing with the way the 111 came past start finish, or with the way it split GP3. I actually do think it is a lap differential there. Oddly enough, I saw the 175 come by on track, go across start finish, and then it not tick up the lap count, which I think means the race
it was passed before the line
by the 111.
Yes, yeah, approaching, coming out the final corner,
So
it did pass the 175.
Normally, you wouldn't think much about that, but if anything were to happen to the race, you'd want to keep an eye on that. In any case, the winner is your winner is the 407 from Craftsman Auto Care. AOA Motorsports salvages a second from a pretty tough weekend, and TC Klein Racing, who I don't know that we ever talked about them on the podium, finishes third. Bailey Racing in fourth. JT, your boys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was because the 605 had the incident.
Yes, it was. That makes a lot of sense. AOA brings home the number 85 there, fifth in GP3. So, that was,
by the way,
yep.
It was a little further down the order, but Loose Cannon was a lap away from being able to overtake the 172 for ninth. That was
we did lose sight of that.
So close.
We lost sight of that as we were following the leaders home, but yeah,
we lost sight of it because
right.
they hadn't been capitalizing at all, and then the last 3 laps they poured it on. I don't know where it came from for them, or if the 172 just kind of put it into conserve mode, but that was surprisingly close by the end.
Great top 10 though.
Yeah, good top 10 after not getting to start yesterday. Hopefully makes up for it just a little bit.
As always, the post-race festivities as such involve tech, dyno, scales, you name it. If it can be checked, it's going to be checked. So race results won't be official for some time. We also, of course, had the timing sort of irregularities there just before the end of the race as the 59 Stratus gets towed into the paddock.
And as I noted, I think the Turn 1 camera has, thankfully, the Turn 1 camera of all cameras has stayed on for the entirety. So if anybody needs
I moved it into the shade.
Yeah, I bet. So if it's needed, I think that archive should be available.
Might take a peek at that, actually.
So
interested to see what happens. I think they've just run that car out of fuel, to be frank.
Oh, I'm talking about if anybody needs to manually add passings or edit passings.
Yeah. That's a really good point.
Thank you. I know. Well, I think they've done a good enough job, if for no other reason than Code 35, frankly, ends up being a really convenient tool for figuring out, how many laps have actually been completed, because there is no way to do, 2.5 laps.
It's also a really convenient way to make racing more exciting.
Yeah, I wish we'd had fewer, but it was just one of those things that you just at the end of the weekend, and then things just break down. You're just you're tired. The car's tired. You just run out of it.
I of course would like to have seen fewer of them as well. You want as much green flag track time as you can get. However,
versus a safety car intervention.
At least they weren't safety cars, and you know what? If anything, it made the race and the strategy calls that much more exciting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we certainly weren't hurting for action or intrigue or anything at the end of the race. You know, 2 class leads changed hands in the last 15 minutes. I'm a big fan of the way this one shook out.
This is academic, but Stratus was actually credited for its last lap because it was towed backwards across the timing beacon.
That's very funny.
Yeah. I don't think there's...
These
it hasn't...
things are not necessarily just academic, by the way.
I
mean, it should be kept an eye on, but
not, I would say if they're
low, but you want it to be right.
Yeah, I would say in the interest of fairness, you wouldn't credit them that last lap in case there was a penalty that was given to a car in front of them.
No, but somebody's got to be aware of that.
Yeah. So you're welcome.
Yeah. In any case, I've got our normal teardown to do here, and WRL will begin their teardown as well. Don't always do postmortems here, but any closing thoughts from either of you? The answer can be no if your answer is no.
I thought it was incredible that with an hour to go, there was still so much to play for. There were, as we noted, there were 5 cars. They're also doing teardown, apparently. There were 5 cars on the same lap, 7 hours into an 8-hour race. There was no room for error. If one of those cars, if the triple won, if Laura had made an error, she very easily could have given the game away, but she didn't. She was consistent. She held strong, and it was that performance that gave the triple won the win today.
Yeah, because, we see after 8 hours that these races can definitely come down to the wire. It really stresses the importance of a team staying consistent, staying out of trouble, and being there at the end to make sure they're in a position to pounce. And so we saw quite a few teams, do just that, stay out of trouble, and they are being rewarded for that. And it is interesting considering the amount of yellows we did have. We ended up having 12 today. So that was great in the fact that we didn't have safety cars or anything. That is an aspect that I did thoroughly enjoy here. It kept the racing alive without artificially stacking things up. So I hope we see that in the future as well. Very good weekend for WRL.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with especially the overall assessment. It's been a very, very good weekend for the series. It's been a good weekend for the teams as well. Joseph's point is an apt one as well. No margin for error, which is not something I think about very often in amateur, semi-professional club racing, or endurance racing, which I think WRL is sort of inching towards. But the pressure is really on here at the end of these races. You can say, "Oh, let's go run out to a time," and all of that for 7 hours, but as the race starts to come together and you have an awareness of what your own situation is as a team, as a driver, and you realize there's something to play for, then, it's time to turn it on. And I think WRL as a collection of teams and drivers and as a series, every single time it's been there has delivered. And it's just been magnificent to watch and follow and be a part of. The racing is excellent. It's clean. The camaraderie is excellent. And it's just a fantastic paddock to be a part of. And I think we here at DriversEye Live are very fortunate to be a part of it. Next race for the World Racing League is at Hallett out in Oklahoma. We don't expect to be there, but you should if you can. I think there are still a few spots left open for Hallett registration. And of course, after that is the big one for the year, the 24 Hours of Sebring, the first ever by anyone, ever. And 60 cars registered now. Still room for a handful more, like 30 more, if you're interested in being a part of history and really testing your car preparation skills, or for that matter, your skills as a driver. No better place to do it. So take a look at that over on the WRL Racers group as well. We will see you in about 6 weeks' time from Sebring, Florida, where hopefully we have most of our crew intact and ready to bring 24 hours of action from Sebring International Raceway. The conclusion of the Eastern Championship there as well, and then Circuit of the Americas to round out the season in December, all here on DriversEye Live, WRL, YouTube, and Facebook as always. Thanks everybody for being with us. I'm Brendan Kazmarek for Joseph Mudrak and JT Tammy. Thanks to everybody for joining us all weekend long from Virginia International Raceway. We'll see you at Sebring.